Americans.
Just minutes ago, the warning sirens went off once again in Kuwait.
Adam Housley is live in Kuwait City with the latest. Adam?
That's right, Bridget and John. We've had a number of warning signals here just in the last couple of hours, 5 all told. In fact, we'll get to more of that and give you some numbers of how many missiles could be fired in our direction since the war has begun. But first, let's start off with the downed Apache helicopter inside Iraq, where there's been some pictures on Iraqi television and also on many other Arab television stations in our area. Military officers won't confirm whether or not a search and rescue mission is ongoing, but the intact chopper with no signs of damage has been prominently displayed on Iraqi television. Iraqi leaders say the chopper is one of 2 shot down, but the Americans say they're only missing 1 as far as they're concerned. Also on Iraqi television today, the latest edition of Saddam Hussein. The White House again questioning whether or not this is the real deal. In the speech, Hussein tried to rally his people to, quote, see victory soon. But U.S. officials insist Saddam is losing control of his country and didn't prove the broadcast was recent. Within southern Iraq, the guerrilla warfare and opposition continues. Still some skirmishes in Qasr, which is near the border of Kuwait. But American and coalition forces saying they are getting the upper hand in the area. Hotspots also on the El Fal Peninsula, not far from Qasr. The Royal Marines are facing periodic firefights in that region, along with other coalition forces. And speaking of coalition forces, they continue to investigate the possibility of an Iraqi chemical plant. Of course, that would violate all UN sanctions. The plant south of Iraq was stumbled across yesterday, said to have booby traps outside and also key Iraqi officers guarding the facility. At first, they said for sure it was. Now they're stepping back and making sure it is indeed a chemical plant, and then bring that information to the rest of the world. And back here live, John and Bridget, as you talked about, we've had yet another warning signal just in the last 3 or 4 minutes. That brings 5 since Fox and Friends started just a few hours ago, 7 just today, 20 overall. We haven't even had a chance to call in the last couple of minutes and confirm whether or not these launches came close to Kuwait City, but we can tell you that since Fox and Friends started, 1 missile was shot down in the northern part of our country, 2 others went over the city and landed in the Gulf. Thus far, we've had about 16 fired in our direction. Most are the short-range variety. The Kuwaitis insist 2 that have come towards Kuwait since the war began were Scuds, but coalition forces say they can't confirm that as of yet. Bridget and John.
All right, Adam Housley. Always good to see Adam without the gas mask. Thank you.
Yeah, without the gas mask. Want to take you to Qatar now, where we are awaiting a briefing by General Tommy Franks, the man who is running the war in Iraq. In fact, that briefing just getting underway now. Let's get ready to listen to General Franks. All right, looks like that may have been what they call a 2-minute warning, sort of to give us a couple of minutes to be, to get our cameras in position and so forth. We thought the briefing was just about to get underway, and it is. Keep it here on Fox. That's going to be happening any minute now.
All right, in the meantime, let's get you caught up on this. American troops on the hunt in Iraq have found what might be a huge chemical weapons plant.
They are questioning a couple of people who used to work there. Let's get an update from Major Garrett as we await this briefing from Qatar. He is at the Pentagon. Major?
Good morning, John and Bridget. And as soon as we see the commanding general of Central Command come in, I will defer to him. We see some folks moving through the doorway now, but I can see the retinue following General Franks has not yet arrived. So we'll tell you about this chemical weapons facility found near the south central Iraqi city of Najaf. It has all the earmarks of something that would be indeed significant to coalition forces and the world. It was disguised, it was secured, and it was protected. And there were some senior Iraqi officials there who have given up and are describing to coalition forces what exactly was there. We don't know precisely what was exactly there. It has all the earmarks of a chemical facility, could be a production point for chemical weapons themselves. That is all being investigated as a top priority of all coalition forces. One thing that's going to delay the authentication of what this facility was is because the very experts who would be able to confirm the information are not exactly traveling in the lead vanguard of attacking coalition forces. Here we go. There is General Franks approaching the podium. Let's go to Central Command in Qatar.
I see we have a full house. Let me begin by offering my condolences to the families, loved ones, friends of those lost and wounded thus far in Operation Iraqi Freedom. We honor their service by our resolve, our commitment, our dedication to accomplish the objectives that the Secretary talked about a couple days ago, as did I. Well, we're in our 5th day of combat operations of Iraqi Freedom. Our forces are operating throughout Iraq, on the ground and in the air. United Kingdom and American Marine forces are in the southern oil fields as we speak, protecting Iraqi's future. Our air forces continue to strike regime command and control and military formations virtually all over the country with precision munitions and precision application of those munitions. Our Special Operations Forces from the United Kingdom, the U.S., Australia are conducting direct action and strategic reconnaissance operations across the country. And major land combat formations continue to move as you have seen them move over the last 3 or 4 days. Progress toward our objectives has been rapid and in some cases dramatic. Demining operations have cleared about half of the channel up to Qasr. A number of humanitarian assistance ships are loaded and will begin to deliver needed humanitarian assistance, food, water, medicine, to Iraqis within the next few days. Our forces have met sporadic resistance in a number of places on the battlefield. But as our troops fight, even in isolated areas, there will be casualties. There have been casualties because from the perspective of the fighting man on the ground, even an isolated set of combat situations represents violence which he must see face to face. As you know, our forces have been moving rapidly. We've intentionally bypassed enemy formations to include paramilitary and the Fedayeen. And so you can expect that our cleanup operations are going to be ongoing across the days in the future. We know that the Fedayeen has in fact put himself in a position to mill about, to create difficulties in rear areas, and I can assure you that contact with those forces is not unexpected. I've asked Brigadier General Vince Brooks to join me again this evening and to provide some visuals for you. Vince?
Thank you, sir, and good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to begin by just giving you an update on some of the activities over the last several days and show you some images of some of the initial strikes that we've had against forces throughout central and eastern Iraq primarily, and the effect that we're having on those combat systems. I'll talk several times to the graphics today, and if you'll bear with me while I point at some things, you should be able to see it very clearly. Let's go ahead and bring up the first set of weapon system videos, please. What we're going to show you is a series of attacks. All of these are done from the air. They're all precision engagements with precision-guided munitions against armored formations, against command post bunkers, and against other things that you'll see like aircraft that have been moved into strange places. This first one is a MiG, a fighter jet that was towed away from the Al-Assad airfield and was hidden in a revetted area. So you'll see that being struck on the ground. Go ahead and roll the tape, please. We have found a number of these aircraft in a variety of places, including in some cases near cemeteries. The second image is an airfield command bunker complex in eastern Iraq. Go ahead and roll the tape. As I mentioned, we're also attacking combat systems that are in defensive and revetted positions. The next one is an armored personnel carrier that we'll bring up and show in just a moment. And this armored personnel carrier is in a defensive position in central Iraq. Next, there's an image of a tank in a similar position in central Iraq. And finally, one last combat vehicle, a tank in this case again, in central Iraq. General Frank spoke to you a few days ago about the effort we go through to do precision engagement in all we do. First, to be very precise about what it is we're targeting, how we choose to target it, and also to minimize the effects on things we don't intend to attack. I'm going to show you a series of before and after images from different regime targets that have been attacked over the last several days, just to demonstrate the nature of that effectiveness and let you see it for yourself. Let's bring up the first image, please. This is a complex for the Special Security Organization, well known as the enforcement arm of the regime. You can see the compound is outlined on the screen, and the portion to be attacked is on the lower left side, and we'll show that before and after, and then a split view so that you can get oriented to it. I will tell you that the next image, the post-strike, has been rotated. Let's go ahead and show the next, please, post-strike. It's rotated about 90 degrees, but you can see where the attacks occurred with effectiveness at each of the blue arrows, and only those buildings have been affected. Everything around the outside of the camp is unaffected. Even the walls of the compound, the compound are not affected. And the split, please. Before, pre-strike, and after. Let me give you another example. The Iraqi Intelligence Service, the arm that ties to terrorism throughout the world and conducts intelligence operations abroad. This complex is in the center of the screen, and you'll see a post-strike image here in just a moment. Let's bring it up. Again, the surrounding area is intact, and only those buildings that were targeted have been destroyed. Another example. The Palace Guard, part of the regime's protective structure. This is a barracks and office complex. It was attacked by precision-guided munitions. Let's show the post-strike, please. Each one of those blue arrows represents a different weapon that was delivered against the target set. And different from the old days, we don't bring multiple aircraft in. We may send a specific missile or a specific guided weapon system against each one of those points to achieve the desired effect. And the split. Our attacks, particularly in the Baghdad area and other built-up areas against regime targets, continue to be very effective, and we remain committed to minimizing the potential effects on the people of Iraq and also the infrastructure. Let me now give you an update on some additional actions. General Franks mentioned that Coalition Special Operations Forces continue to conduct numerous missions throughout Iraq. They're actively hunting for weapons of mass destruction and also looking for ballistic missile systems. And they're on track, and they're doing exactly what they need to be doing at this point. On the next image, we'll show a map just to give you a highlight of where some of our recent operational activity has been. Each one of these pointers shows where the key highlights are. First, the land component did continue to expand its territory throughout Iraq, and that included a continued advance beyond Al-Naziriyah and also an aviation attack against Republican Guard forces near Baghdad. And during that attack, there was an attack helicopter downed. All the other helicopters involved in the mission did accomplish the mission and return safely to base. Land component also secured Basra Airport, all of the Rumaila oil field, and an ammunition storage area near An-Najaf. And the pointers show where those key activities are. Okay, change to the next image, please. This is a video that was filmed as we were doing mine-countermine operations in the Khor Abdullah to try to open the way to Qasr and make it possible for humanitarian supplies and other needed things to go in. This is a helicopter towing a mine sled. We do anticipate that there may have been mines laid. No confirmation of that as we continue to go. It's a very deliberate process. And the map shows where we've achieved at this point in time. Go ahead and bring the map up, please. The area that should be involved is down to the south of Basra at the mouth of the Khor Abdullah. We've got the wrong image up here. All right, bring up the next image, please. One of the things we've done throughout, I mentioned a few days ago, an important line for us is using information and as much as possible communicating with the Iraqi people and Iraqi military forces and informing them with information that indeed will save their lives and has already on a number of occasions. I want to show you a few of the leaflets that we've used and tell you that at this point in time we've already released over 28 million leaflets, and that accounts for roughly 5 million more than all of which were dropped in Desert Storm. Each one of them has a different theme. It's targeted to specific areas, whether it is to a unit or to the population. In this particular case, it's a warning to units that they should abandon their equipment or the equipment would be destroyed. And we certainly saw that in the first few days. Next, please. We also emphasize to them that their future is tied to their economy and that they should not do things like dump oil, with the anticipation that some of the oil fields and also the oil terminals might have been damaged. This we communicated to the Iraqi people. They should not squander their future by way of dumping oil in waterways. The next one, please. Capitulation instructions and how to signal to us that they're ready for us not to attack, and as we arrive, to either surrender or capitulate. This is a graphic image. It joined with radio broadcast that gave very specific information on how to do that, so we did not have a problem. And that has not been a problem at this point. Bring up the next image, please. As you know, we conducted initial operations to secure the Rumaila oil fields and the terminals that are inside of the North Arabian Gulf, as well as the Al-Fa terminal. Those operations were successful, but indeed there were some examples of the regime having set demolitions on wellheads and blowing them. Yesterday, the assessment team that needs to go in and determine what work needs to be done was able to enter into Iraq, do an assessment of the oil field, and has already shut down a gas oil separation plant, and that turned one of the fires off by itself. So we're down at this point to only 7 fires out of an oil field that has 500 wellheads. Again, a very, very important story for the future of Iraq. That's all we have to brief at this evening, and I'll turn it back over to General Franks. Sir.
Be pleased to take your question, please.
Thank you, sir. George Stephanopoulos, ABC. We just saw from General Brooks some of the 28 million leaflets you dropped, and this was an unprecedented psychological operation. Given all that, why do you think there hasn't been more mass surrender? Can you update us on the status of any negotiations? And do you think now that some Iraqi commanders who may have led you to believe they would surrender were engaged in psychological operations of their own?
I wouldn't speculate on the latter, George. I would say that if you think about the content of that message, it talks about how to surrender, and we've been delivering these leaflets over a prolonged period of time. And as I think we've said perhaps from this podium before, a great many people simply laid down their weapons and walked away from their positions. And John Abizaid mentioned last night that rather than a confined area like we saw inside Kuwait, we have the broad stretch of Iraq before us, and so units which chose to abandon their equipment and so forth and walk away simply have done so. A great many, because of confusion or being undecided, have not done that. I think our enemy prisoner of war count today is in the vicinity of 3,000, and so we'll continue to find and take prisoners as we move through this. And I'm sorry, your second question was?
Well, just on the commanders themselves, why do you think you're not going to go to their motivation?
Sure.
But have you seen any
of course.
leadership commanders?
Of course. As a matter of fact, we are in contact with a number of Iraqi unit leaders as we speak. Please.
Frank's commentary on CNN. I'm sure you have seen the pictures of the attack helicopter down south of Baghdad on Iraqi television. What can you tell us about the fate of the crew? Were they picked up by another helicopter? Are they missing?
Right.
What happened in that incident?
Yeah. The fate of the crew is uncertain right now. We characterize that crew of 2 men as missing in action. We're not sure. We know that this particular helicopter was one of between 30 and 40 attack helicopters that we moved into this particular target set. We know that they were very effective in their mission, and we know that I think one of the networks has been showing that the attack helicopter didn't get back, and so we have a 2-man crew missing right now. Please.
General, 2 nights ago you talked about fighting this war on your own terms.
Right.
Well, isn't the Iraqi opposition, the stubbornness and persistence of it, forcing you in places to fight on their terms, where you have far less technological advantage? And might this make you have to pay less regard to the risk of civilian casualties? I
think we're precisely where we were 2 nights ago when I spoke with you. We'll fight this on our terms. And what I mean by that is in a great many places in Iraq, one will find these isolated units and enclaves that I described, and we'll undertake, it isn't that we don't know where they are. And so we'll undertake the sequencing and simultaneity of our operations on a timeline that makes sense to us. I will tell you, in response to the other part of your question, that anytime you find well, I guess I'll say perhaps criminal behavior of intentionally placing non-combatants in close proximity to military equipment and to military formations and so forth, then you certainly are abusing your people, and this regime has done that, and I think it's been, as a matter of fact, reported by embedded reporters, and so in my view, this platform is not a platform for propaganda. This is a platform for truth. And so what I'll do is I'll try to provide you the best balance I can, and that's what I've asked that our people here do. But to create problems, of course, because we're going to do the best job we can to protect non-combatants in this. It doesn't mean that we're going to be wholly and 100% successful. You know we're not, and I know we're not. But we're going to do our best. Sir.
General Tom Fenton, CBS News. What has been done to soften up the Republican Guard units that we believe are around Baghdad? How hard have they been hit, and what effect is this having?
They have been hit. They will continue to be hit. Sort of to go to the previous question, at points and places and times that make sense to us, based on which of those units we intend to take under fire at a particular point in time. The effect has been very positive for us, sir. Yes, sir.
Craig Gordon from Newsday. I know we're in a very early stage of this, but I guess the question is beginning to be asked if the commanders have somewhat underestimated the tenacity of some of these irregular units, the Fedayeen and the Special Republican Guard, and how much what we're seeing with some of these rear guard actions is essentially a preview of what the road to Baghdad is going to look like.
Can't predict what the preview will look like, but I guess I would say that that I actually have seen no surprise here, and I think that that our people on the ground have not seen a surprise. There are people in the Iraqi army, whether Special Republican Guard or Fedayeen, who have a lot of allegiance to this regime. And so one can expect, I'll use a term that my boss Don Rumsfeld used a while back when he said, you know, you're going to come across dead enders. And we have come across dead enders, and we've had some terrific firefights with some of these. Not unexpected. I think our people are prepared to fight this war, and as you correctly said, we're 5 days into this. Ma'am, please.
Thank you, sir. Martha Brand, Newsroom. Is there any update you can give us about the POWs from the maintenance division?
Right. There actually isn't. I think what we know, I'm sure that the Red Cross will be in there with them and reporting very soon. I know that were these prisoners of war we held, then the Red Cross would certainly be in there in order to provide fact and provide accountability and to ensure that they're well cared for. But actually, I can't provide an update. We have seen on television what you have seen, and that is the reporting we have. Sir, please.
My name is Li Baodong from the Xinhua News Agency from China. From the reports of CNN, BBC, people know the Iraqi people are more united than before. For example, the farmers shot down 2 helicopters. Meanwhile, the Iraqi forces are more strong than expected because the number of casualties of British and American troops is on rise. Do you think the days ahead will be more tough or mean more casualties for America and Britain?
Okay, thank you. I think that anyone in my profession involved in a warfight will expect that we will see casualties in a war, and so yes, I expect we will see casualties in the days ahead. I actually won't confirm the first part of your statement before you ask the question. I know with some precision how many helicopters have been shot down, and I can assure you they weren't by that those events did not occur as a result of farmers, as you described, and so we have every expectation to continue to place the most sophisticated troops and equipment in the world in the face of this dying regime, and we'll undergo some casualties while we do it. Sir, please.
In the beginning of the war, what so-called coalition forces claimed taking full control of Qasr, then Nasiriyah, and yesterday Basra, and apparently it seems now it's not correct. Are you practicing the strategy of lies and deception, or you just have been trapped by Iraqi army? Where is the truth about the situation in southern Iraq? Please give us some information, static information about your location, areas under your control.
Right. Actually, there are a great many areas under coalition control. I mentioned in my beginning comments that we have every expectation that some of the paramilitary and the Fedayeen will fight. I said it again just a minute ago. I think what you'll find is that the people of Basra will, in the days ahead, be able to have more access to food and more access to water than they have had in decades. I believe within a few days, within a very few days, you'll see that occur in Qasr. I believe that you'll continue to see large numbers of coalition forces move in and around these villages and towns that you mentioned. And so that's the very best. That's the very best I can give you. I think that there's nothing at all unexpected about what we've seen up to this point. Sir, please.
This BBC World Service. You spoke the other day about a mosaic. We're looking at a very small part of Iraq, sure, essentially focusing on southern Iraq. Could you please tell us a little bit more about coalition operations in the west and in the north of the country?
Sure. Without talking about whether these operations, sir, are in the west or are in the north, I will tell you that that in fact United Kingdom and Australian and American Special Operations Forces are about their business from left to right and top to bottom in the west and also in the north. And they have accomplished some wonderful things out there. They're operating in small teams. They're very, very mobile, and they're doing for us just exactly what we want to have them do. Ma'am?
Hello again, General Kelly O'Donnell from NBC. On the subject of weapons of mass destruction, from this podium we've been told that there has been information from detained Iraqis over the last several days. Right. Now that time has passed, can you give us any indication of the quality of that information? And secondly, there are reports that the chemical plant contained no chemicals at El Najaf. Can you update us?
Right. I think I'll do my best. I think that we probably have received several handfuls of bits of information over the last 3 or 4 days about potential WMD locations. Some of them, some of those locations are in areas where we have control. Some are we have not yet gone into. I think Secretary Rumsfeld gave the right appreciation yesterday when he said, you know, we were then 4 days, we're now 5 days into this, and we're concerned about taking down this regime and about getting our hands on all these weapons of mass destruction and these technologies. And it's a bit early for us to have an expectation of having found them, and so this is work we call SSE, Sensitive Site Exploitation. And we will do some sensitive site exploitation as we go along, and we'll do other sensitive site exploitation a bit later in the campaign. Yes, I can do it. Sir.
Can you confirm that there were no chemicals found at that?
Actually, I can't confirm. I will say that it would not surprise me if there were chemicals in the plant, and it would not surprise me if there weren't. And the reason I say that is because I have access to something that, of course, that none of you do, and that is all of these bits of information that come in. And more times than not, they'll be based on speculation rather than based on firsthand knowledge. I think it was someone mentioned in the past 2 or 3 days, when you get very close to WMD, is when you're able to discuss with the people who have actually been involved in the WMD program. And so we'll wait for the days ahead. Sir, please.
Jim Wilson, Popular Mechanics Magazine. Have we come away from the aviation operation this morning with the impression that the regime command and control network is more resilient and more robust than we had believed when we went in?
Regime Command and Control Network. Actually, I wouldn't put a percentage on it. I will say that that command and control within the country is much less robust than it was 5 days ago. That does not mean that we don't have an expectation that for the foreseeable future that we will find means to communicate, sometimes by radio, sometimes by wire, sometimes by courier. And so, no, there actually isn't anything unexpected about it. But that's where we are right now. They still do have a means, a somewhat limited means of communication. Sir, please. Here.
Adi Raval, ABC News. Sir, there haven't been that many popular uprisings against Saddam Hussein's regime. with respect to the Iraqi people. Why do you think that is? Does that show the power and effectiveness of Saddam Hussein in terms of interspersing his more elite troops amongst the civilian population to keep them at bay?
Sure it does. Fear. It's fear. The practice of this regime over a long period of time. It has to do with fear. I mentioned paramilitaries and the Saddam Fedayeen in some of these towns. I answered a question a minute ago about so how can it be that things are not all calm in Basra and Qasr, al-Nasiriyah, and so forth? It has to do with the fact that that fear tactics are still being applied in many of these locations, and that will change over time. Back here, please.
Patrick Ma from Radio Television Hong Kong. What is your reaction to Saddam Hussein's TV public address? Well, do you think that it will, say, arise any resistance force from the Iraqi people?
I don't know. I actually didn't see it. Several people talked to me about it, and it was very interesting. No, I won't give an analogy. I started to give a joke analogy, and I don't think I will. Let me say it this way. There are a lot of opinions about that. And so what will be the reaction to that? I think people will believe what they want to believe, and I believe that some people within the country of Iraq and some outside the country will believe that the tape was real. And I believe there'll be others who will want to believe that the tape was not real. And so I think that in terms of our ongoing military operations, doesn't make any difference. You remember the point we've made several times. This is not about one man. This is about an oppressive regime. So that's my view. Sir, please.
David Muir with WCDV out of Boston. Can you talk a little bit about the prisoners of war, the American troops, perhaps some of the training they've received to deal with these types of situations, what they can say, and how they're trained to deal with this mentally?
Right. I think none of us in this room could conceivably put ourselves in a circumstance where we're under the stress and strain that one sees when a prisoner of war. The expectation is that that our military members will comport themselves in accordance with their beliefs as people of our country, and I guess I would just say that I have every confidence they will do that. Our people are well trained. They're also highly motivated, and I think that's really important. The highly motivated part. What I am interested in seeing from time to time, or in having some of my staff or subordinate commanders talk to me about, is the embedded reporters and what they're seeing and what they're experiencing as they're with our young people on this battlefield. And I think all of us in this room would have to agree that the levels of motivation, training, capability, proficiency, as demonstrated by those just like you, seem to be very, very high. And so that's kind of my take on it. Motivation, training, stamina, tough kids. Sir.
Michael Wolf, New York Magazine. Speaking of the embedded reporters, what do you think has been accomplished message-wise from the embedded program?
Well, I think that's a great question. I really don't know what's been accomplished. I think that the decision to permit the embedding and, in fact, facilitate the embedding of reporters of a great many nations, by the way, Western press, Asian press, press from Arab press from right here. I think what it permits is it permits the viewership and the listenership and the readership of the various countries on this planet to be able to get a sense, to be able to get a take of what's going on this battlefield. I'm a fan of it. I think it was a very good thing to do, and we'll see how it plays out. Sir, please.
Paul Roberts from the Daily Mirror. Can you tell us anything about the British soldiers which are missing today?
Are they now prisoners? And if not, what are you doing to try to help find them?
Actually, I won't talk about the Brit potential missing troops any more than I would talk about the specifics of our helicopter pilots or of the youngsters in this maintenance company. I will say, and I've seen speculation in a number of places that a coalition like this would take action where action is appropriate to secure the release of people who are taken prisoners. I think you can go back a long, long time in the history of warfare and you'll find that to be the case. And so we'll just have to wait and see what the days ahead look like. Sir, please.
Gulf News. The sirens have been going off in Kuwait all day. So after the pounding the Iraqi army has gotten, the guys you've been talking about, the several, do we understand that the Iraqi army has the ability to launch counterattacks, missile counterattacks on its neighbors?
Yeah. I mentioned the other night from this podium that we have assessed for a while the possibility that this regime has ground-to-ground, surface-to-surface missiles. They certainly have not all been destroyed yet, but I can tell you this: the ones that have been shot into neighboring countries, to include 2 more within the last 24 hours, have been destroyed by Patriot. And so we like the technology, we like the configuration, and we're going to continue the destruction of these systems as we're able to find them. Sir, please.
There are several friendly fires occur recently. Do you have any idea try to reduce the cases? And there are several journalists and reporters dying in the battlefield.
Right.
Do you have any advices for the people still working there? Thank you.
Right, thank you. Friendly fire incidents. I'm aware of several, and I guess I would have to tell you once again that is not beyond my expectation. That doesn't mean that in command of an organization like this we like it. What it means is that we understand in the nature of war that we're going to find ourselves in circumstances where, because of a tactic or a technique or perhaps a weapon system, maybe because someone's tired, not sure, but we will have these blue-on-blue or friendly fire incidents. We've seen them, and our subordinate commanders work very hard to avoid that. But I suspect in the days ahead that we'll probably see more. And I'm sorry, the second part of your question was?
About a journalist and reporter died.
Yeah, the journalist. Right. I'm not, and I may be in error, but I'm not aware of a single embedded journalist who has been harmed on this battlefield. I'm not aware of one. I think that, well, were it possible to keep journalists absolutely safe, I think all of us, you and I, would do that. But the fact is that there are people who will go in harm's way to report the news. And I think, unfortunately, when that happens, in some occasions, they will find themselves either in a crossfire, they will find themselves in a position where they're attacked by the enemy, as I believe was the case with a suicide bomber up in northern Iraq here a day or two ago. And so it's not a good thing, but once again, it does not surprise me. Please. Sir, back in the back, please.
The Voice of America. General Franks, the Red Cross in Geneva says it still hasn't received a response from either the coalition or Iraq to its request to interview prisoners of war and get information on them. Are you preparing such a response?
To tell you the truth, I did not know that a response had not been given. Didn't know where we were in the administrative chain on that. But I do feel very strongly, very firmly, that in accordance with the Geneva Hague and that we need to move forward as quickly as we can in order to get the Red Cross involved in these situations. I'll assure you this: we'll do our part, and we'll take care of the prisoners we hold. Let me go back over here, sir, please.
Tell us what's going on in Nasiriyah tonight.
Sure. Nasiriyah is, in fact, a crossroads community, and if you look at a map, of Iraq, you'll understand what I mean by that. In fact, we have been conducting operations in and around Nasiriyah for, gosh, a couple of days now. Our forces are in there now, and they're going to remain in there. That's the best I can tell you about Nasiriyah. Last question, please. Let's go back here, sir. You in the blue shirt. Thank you.
What have you deduced from, it's Paul Hunter from CBC Television Canada, what have you deduced from the fact that Saddam has still not used chemical weapons against coalition troops? And do you think the greatest risk would be when they converge closer to Baghdad?
I actually think we don't know. There is a school of thought that says as the compression becomes tighter and tighter and tighter, the pressure will be greater and greater to use these weapons. So we don't know. We don't know whether the regime will use these weapons. My encouragement is not to the regime highest leadership. Rather, my encouragement is to the people who will have their fingers on the trigger to use such weapons. We have very carefully said, don't do it. And that's the best I can tell you. We don't know if he will. We don't know when he will. We fully understand that he has the ability to instruct, to demand of his subordinates the use of these weapons. But it would not surprise you that, that at this point, even 5 days into this operation, many orders which have been given by this regime have not been obeyed by a great many of the subordinates in his armed forces. Let me just sum up by saying, well, our forces are continuing to move. They're moving in ways and to places that that we believe are just exactly right, in accordance with a plan that is flexible, designed to be flexible. We know for a fact that the forces on this battlefield are the most capable, certainly the most capable I've ever seen, whether it's by way of technology or training or motivation. Our resolve is great, the morale is good, and as I think we always say, there is no doubt about the outcome. Thank you very much.
General Tommy Franks there with his assessment of the war to date, calling the progress rapid and dramatic, and the resistance calling that sporadic, and also calling Iraq's regime a dying regime, but saying that they still do indeed seem to have some means of communication. A couple of specific points about the Apache helicopter, the general confirming that a two-man crew is missing. About the POWs, no new real information other than remarking that any POWs who are still being held certainly have plenty of motivation, training, and stamina. And about the chemical plant that would seem to have been found, the general not confirming whether any chemical weapons have indeed been found there, but the general also adding that it would not surprise him.
And a Fox News War Alert now, taking a look at some of the pictures just released by the Pentagon and Central Command in Qatar. This is a MiG airplane that was towed away from an airfield, apparently in an effort to disguise it. It is about to get slammed by precision munitions. 90% of the munitions to be dropped in this campaign, precision guided. Next, an armored personnel carrier meets the same fate. It has been bermed, dug into a sand berm, as you can see, surrounding it on three sides, partly to protect it, partly to put it in a firing position. It is obliterated. Next, an even larger, more robust tank will meet the same fate, according to General Tommy Franks. He is one of those who released these pictures. Again, you'll see the bomb come flying in from the left of the screen, and it obliterates the tank. Finally, a number of buildings, the State Security Directorate, here seen in a photo that shows that they were in good shape, and then as many as 10 precision-guided munitions were dropped and went right through the roof of the building that houses sort of the secret police that maintains order and maintains Saddam's wishes in Iraq. Those buildings pretty well obliterated, you can tell by the photos.
and obliterated in pinpoint strikes that left only those buildings that they wanted to attack with smoking holes in the roofs.
So the latest information there from Qatar. Let's get more now from the Pentagon, and Major Garrett has been watching from that post. Major?
Well, good morning, John and Bridget. A couple of things worth pointing out. General Franks was asked about the progress in the north, and essentially what we have gathered here from Pentagon officials and Central Command officials is essentially there are two different types of wars being waged by coalition forces in the south and the north. In the north, what's happening is something very similar and very akin to what happened in Afghanistan. You have a significant number of special forces and special operations forces representing coalition countries operating in the northern part of Iraq in harmony with Kurdish forces who know the terrain, know the places of interest, and with this cooperation between coalition special forces and Kurdish forces, targets are being relayed back to coalition bombers and fighters. Those targets are being dealt with, being softened up, as you will. These are very similar to the kind of tactics engaged in Afghanistan in the coalition efforts to rout the Taliban. Now, what's happening in the south is a much more traditional form of ground warfare, where you have armored divisions and Marine companies moving very expeditiously through southern Iraq, bypassing several largely populated cities in hopes of moving closer to Baghdad, and as they move across those cities and around those cities in many cases, some flaring up of resistance from the Fedayeen, which is a paramilitary group loyal to Saddam Hussein. And General Tommy Franks talked about these engagements with the Fedayeen, not unexpected, typically small, sometimes being engaged in where these Fedayeen paramilitary forces are not wearing uniforms. They, in some cases, look like they're surrendering. That's what happened yesterday in Nasiriyah. Several Marines were killed because they thought they were coming along, Iraqi civilians getting ready to surrender. They then returned fire, surprisingly, with a rocket-propelled grenade. Several Marines died in that engagement. That is going to lead to a review, a very substantial review, of how coalition forces engage and deal with civilian populations. But the overall thrust of the campaign is to bypass large cities in the south, not deal or in any way inflict heavy casualties on civilians, and continue the march forward to Baghdad. That's essentially what's happening in both theaters in Iraq. Back to you in New York.
All right, Major Garrett at the Pentagon, thanks.
We just heard that briefing from CENTCOM in Qatar. One of the reporters who was there listening to General Tommy Franks during the briefing, our own David Lee Miller. He joins us now with an update. David?
Hi there, John. That's right. One of the things he underscored is that the resolve is good and morale is good of the coalition troops. And one of the headlines that came out of this news conference was that he did confirm that an Apache chopper did not return from one of its missions, but he did not elaborate any further. One of the reporters questioned him about the Iraqi position that two choppers had been shot down by farmers. The General refused to say that that report was in fact true. He would only say that one Apache had not returned from its mission. And that Apache, we learned, was attacking Republican Guard positions in the area surround Baghdad. There were about, he said, between 30 and 40 choppers involved in that, what he described as an effective operation. Let's listen now to the General's own words about what happened to that Apache helicopter. Okay, we do not have the actual sound of General Franks, but let me continue. Let me just continue and address some of the other points that the General made during this news conference today. He said that so far they have not been able to confirm that, in fact, the Iraqis have been manufacturing weapons of mass destruction. He said that it would not surprise him if one suspected site turned out to confirm that, but it would not surprise him, too, if that site turned out to be a disappointment. But at the end of the day, he says he is convinced that the Iraqis do have these weapons, and the U.S. and coalition forces are, in fact, going to find them. He also addressed the issue of the POWs. He says that he expects that they are going to be to hold up well because of their training, and he also said that it should not be long, he expects, until they meet with Red Cross officials. And he also said that the American prisoners being held by the Americans would also be afforded that same opportunity. It is something that is in fact now in the pipeline. That's the latest here from Central Command in Doha. Back to you in New York.
David, there were two challenging questions asked of General Franks in that briefing. One from China TV. The other one, did I get this right? The guy was from Iraqi TV in that briefing?
I didn't hear that, John. I didn't hear anyone from Iraqi TV, but there were a couple of people challenging the general, some of them suggesting that the U.S. was purposely misleading the public by flip-flopping on the issue, saying that they were taking territory, and then in fact later admitting that they had not progressed as far as they said. Well, he refuted those points and said that the U.S. is in fact making progress, and he underscored that American and allied forces are in fact in Nasiriyah, and they are going to remain there as well. So while it's going to be a difficult battle ahead, he said that coalition forces are continuing to make progress. John?
All right, David Lee Miller reporting live from Qatar. Thank you. Coalition troops have encountered some significant resistance, but the march to Baghdad is still on track. Let's get a progress check on Operation Iraqi Freedom from Fox military analyst Major General Paul Vallely. General, good morning.
Good morning, John. Good morning. Thank you.
Overall, how does it look to you?
John, hold 1 second. Let me make a change here.
All right.
Okay, I just had to mute something.
Yeah, I know.
Let's see if it's working.
All right, General,
we got it now.
All right.
No, I'm still getting feedback, John. Come back to me in a few seconds after we get this fixed.
All right. One of the questions that I want to ask General Vallely about, and you heard some of it there in the briefing with General Tommy Franks, we know that an Army Apache Longbow helicopter, one of the most sophisticated helicopters in the U.S. arsenal, is down on the ground in Iraq. We've seen pictures of it over and over again, broadcast on Iraqi TV, surrounded by cheering civilians. The Iraqis claim it was brought down by a farmer with some kind of a gun, like an AK-47, which is about as common as, I don't know, pencils over there. You got the sense from General Franks, and there are the pictures of that very sophisticated multi-million-dollar chopper. You got the sense from General Franks that the crew probably has already been rescued, although he didn't want to say so. There's certainly no sign of the crew, although the Iraqis said they will be showing the pilots if and when they get a chance to do that. If we have our connection up once again with General Vallely, maybe we can talk with him about that. All right.
Good morning, John.
Yeah,
John, here, John.
Okay, General, good. Real quickly, about that chopper, do you think we have the crew? Have we rescued the pilots, do you think?
Well, the rescue operation would be ongoing right now, John, and we don't have a report in there. Sorry about the little technological glip there, but we're back on track here.
No problem. You're a general, not a TV guy. We'll let you. We'll give you that one. How do you think it's going so far?
Well, John, let me try to summarize General Franks' briefing, if I may. So let's go to the screenwriter here. Now, if we look at what I call the move to Baghdad, as General Franks calls it, this is the war to win Baghdad here over the next few days. And basically what we have here is a conventional front, conventional war front, moving up from several directions from the south here, John. And that's the use, of course, of the tank forces and the ground forces here. Now, over in this area, we have another operation going on, and it appears this may be an assault helicopter type operation, 101st perhaps, that we're going to use that front over there, that direction, a little differently. Interestingly also, John, we do have another front up here, as was reported, and this is more unconventional, working with the Kurdish forces up there, perhaps to move then south to Baghdad. And when you look at all of this, John, there's a lot of things going on over there. Let me go to another map and just highlight another story, because this was asked previously. Here you have the battle in Nasiriyah. And of course, what's happened there, we've had some of the soldiers taken prisoner. Now, I can tell you,
General, hate to interrupt you, but Kofi Annan is speaking at the United Nations this morning. We want to hear what he has to say. Let's listen to the Secretary General of the United Nations in this Fox News alert.
For the welfare of the people. Without detracting from those responsibilities, the UN will do whatever it can to help the Iraqi population, and we would want to resume the oil for food as soon as possible. In these conflict situations, it is urgent that humanitarian agencies and actors are given the space to act, and we will be able to act using that space. And I should also remind all concerned that they must respect international humanitarian law, the Fourth Geneva Convention and the Hague Regulation. On your second question, the position of the Council and the United Nations is that Council resolutions are valid, including the mandate for UNMOVIC. They have only been suspended temporarily because it's inoperable given the situations on the ground. The expectation is that as soon as...
As to where he is today, U.S. officials say they don't know. They are operating under the assumption that he is alive, but they are not even certain of that. What they do say is they believe that his ability to communicate with his commanders, if he is still alive, has been severely impacted. Paula?
The British Defense Secretary Geoffrey Hoon, actually, John, we got to leave you. Prime Minister Tony Blair is now speaking to the House of Commons. We're going to go back
I send the deepest
to that right now and then come back to you.
Again, I hope of the whole House, to the families of those who have died. They gave their lives for our safety. They had the courage to take the ultimate risk in the service of their country and of those who value freedom everywhere in the world. We owe them an immense debt. I would like also to extend my condolences and those of our nation to the families of the American personnel who have sadly been lost in recent days. Mr. Speaker, we are now just 4 days into this conflict. It is worth restating our central objectives. They are to remove Saddam Hussein from power and ensure Iraq is disarmed of all chemical, biological, nuclear weapons programs. But in achieving these objectives, we have also embraced other considerations. We want to do this campaign in a way that minimizes the suffering of ordinary Iraqi people brutalized by Saddam, to safeguard the wealth of the country for the future prosperity of the people, and to make this a war not of conquest but of liberation. For this reason, we did not, as some expected, mount a heavy bombing campaign first, followed by a land campaign. Instead, land forces were immediately in action, securing oil installations, gaining strategic assets and retaining them, not destroying them. The air campaign has been precisely targeted. Of course, there will have been civilian casualties, but we have done all we humanly can to keep them to a minimum. Water and electricity supplies are being spared. The targets are the infrastructure, command and control of Saddam's regime, not of the civilian population. And we are making massive efforts to clear lines of supply for humanitarian aid, though the presence of mines is hindering us. By contrast, the nature of Saddam's regime is all too plainly expressed in its actions. The oil wealth was mined, and deep mined at that. Had we not struck quickly, Iraq's future wealth would even now be burning away. Prisoners are being paraded in defiance of all international conventions. Those who dare speak criticism of the regime are being executed. Now let me give the House some detail, if I may, of the military campaign. In the south, our aim was to secure the key oil installations on the Al-Faw Peninsula, to take the port of Qasr, the only Iraqi port to the outside world, and to render Basra, the second largest city in Iraq, ineffective as a basis for military operations by Saddam against coalition troops. In the west of the desert, our aim is to prevent Saddam from using it as a base for hostile external aggression. In the north, our objective is to protect people in the Kurdish Autonomous Zone, to secure the northern oil fields, and to ensure the north cannot provide a base for Saddam's resistance. Then, of course, the vital goal is to reach Baghdad as swiftly as possible, thus bringing the end of the regime closer. I hope the House will understand that there is a limit to how much I can say about the detail of our operations, especially those involving special forces. But with that caveat, at present, British and US troops have taken the Al-Faw Peninsula. That is now secure. The southern oil installations are under coalition control. The port of Qasr, despite continuing pockets of resistance, is under Allied control, but the waterway, essential for humanitarian aid, may be blocked by mines and will take some days to sweep. Basra is surrounded and cannot be used as an Iraqi base, but in Basra, there are pockets of Saddam's most fiercely loyal security services who are holding out. They are contained, but still able to inflict casualties on our troops, and so we are proceeding with caution. Basra International Airport has been made secure. The Western Desert is largely secure. In the north, there have been air attacks on regime targets in Mosul, Kirkuk, and Tikrit. We've been in constant contact with the Turkish government and the Kurdish authorities to urge calm. Meanwhile, coalition forces led by the American 5th Corps, are on the way to Baghdad. As we speak, they are about 60 miles south of Baghdad, near Kabbalah. It is a little way from there that they will encounter the Medina division of the Republican Guard, who are defending the route to Baghdad. This will plainly be a crucial moment. Coalition forces are also advancing on Al-Qut in the east of Iraq. The two main bridges over the Euphrates south of Baghdad have been taken intact. This is of critical significance. The air campaign has attacked Iraqi military installations, the centers of Saddam's regime and command and control centers. A total of over 5,000 sorties has taken place. Thousands of Iraqi soldiers have surrendered. Still more have simply left the field, their units disintegrating. But there are those closest to Saddam that are resisting and will resist strongly. They are the elite that are hated by the local population and have little to lose. There are bound, therefore, to be difficult days ahead, but the strategy and its timing are proceeding according to plan. At the European Council, Mr. Speaker, there were, of course, deep divisions over the coalition action. That is well known. But it is not that all of European opinion is one way. On the contrary, there was both understanding and support for the British position from many nations represented at the Council, and near unanimous endorsement from the 10 accession countries who joined our Council on Friday afternoon. In any event, whatever disagreements about the conflict itself, Europe came together to set out clearly its wishes and responsibilities in post-conflict Iraq. The Council agreed the need to be active in the humanitarian field and to ensure that the oil revenues are held for the Iraqi people by the United Nations and that the Oil for Food programme continues. The Council further agreed that the UN Security Council should give the UN a strong mandate for post-conflict Iraq and make sure that the new administration is one that is representative, careful of the human rights of the Iraqi people, and allows the people to live at peace inside Iraq and with their neighbours. In addition, the Council stressed the vital importance of the Middle East peace process and the publication of the roadmap drawn up by the US, EU, Russia and the UN, and now endorsed by us all. I reported on the talks we had had both with the US administration and the Palestinian Authority. We welcomed the appointment of Abu Mazen as Palestinian Prime Minister. I also welcomed the US intention to publish the roadmap for peace as soon as the Prime Minister and his government are in place. Mr. Speaker, I know it seems somewhat incongruous and out of place, but I should say one word on the conventional subject matter of the summit. Though overshadowed by Iraq, this summit on economic reform regained some momentum. In the last few months, energy liberalisation, a single European-wide patent and a single Europe Sky policy have all been agreed. An employment task force due to report on ways to cut unemployment without generating new regulation was also agreed. This marks progress, though much remains to be done. To return to the conflict, there are, of course, difficulties that have arisen, tragedies and accidents, and we grieve for the lives lost. That is in the nature of war. And it is in the nature of today's instant live reporting of war that people see the pain and the blood in vivid and shocking terms. But it is worth recalling the nature of what is not always apparent, what we do not see. An Iraqi nation degraded and brutalized by decades of barbarous rule, a country that is potentially rich, but whose people go hungry and whose children die needlessly from malnutrition and disease, and a regime to whom repression, torture, the abuse of human rights and the possession of weapons of mass destruction define their very nature. That is why we must achieve our objectives. Saddam will go, this regime will be replaced, the Iraqi people will be helped to a better future. The weapons of mass destruction for which a peaceful Iraq has no use will be eliminated. That we will encounter more difficulties and anxious moments in the days ahead is certain, but no less certain, indeed more so, is coalition victory.
Mr. Speaker, may I join the Prime Minister in paying tribute to the brave servicemen who have lost their lives, to their families who now mourn, and to those who continue to put their lives at risk.
Oh, you're going to get muted?
I would also like to send my condolences to the families of the journalists who have also lost their loved ones as well. And may I also join the Prime Minister in paying tribute to those US servicemen who have put their lives at risk and whose families now wonder, in many cases, about their futures as well. May I also thank the Prime Minister for his words about the roadmap and for the importance that he places on assessing and addressing this matter, as he knows and has said on a number of occasions, this holds the key to future stability in that region. This war was never going to be easy, but the cause, I believe, is just. Despite the tragic losses of individual lives and the resistance that has been encountered, I agree that we must keep sight of the bigger picture. The pace of the advance towards Baghdad has been rapid. The capture and preservation of the oil wells has been a notable success, and the seizure of the bridges intact has been absolutely vital. The objectives, as the Prime Minister says, remain the same. But there do remain a number of questions. What assessment has the Prime Minister made of the impact that the campaign has had on the cohesion of the Iraqi regime? In particular, given Saddam Hussein's television broadcast and some questions over whether this was live or recorded, what is the latest assessment of Saddam Hussein, his sons, and the regional commanders in Iraq today? In terms of strategy, can the Prime Minister confirm that the coalition is continuing to isolate towns to protect the civilian population and that there is no change? And specifically with reference to Basra, there are now serious concerns about the shortages of water and electricity in the city. What steps does he believe can be taken to put this right? Turning to the treatment of coalition prisoners of war, it was degrading and a clear breach of the Geneva Convention. This gross spectacle yet again shows the nature of Saddam's regime and must be considered a war crime. Will he reassure the House and the British people that the perpetrators will be brought to justice? And isn't it vital that we, in our treatment of prisoners of war, continue to show that we have come to free the people of Iraq, not to conquer them? There is continued concern at the talk of Turkish troop movements in northern Iraq. The situation is extremely delicate, I'm aware, and there are reports that the Iraqi Kurds are now diverting forces towards the Turkish border. Would the Prime Minister agree that a major Turkish incursion into northern Iraq would be and is wholly unacceptable? And what assurances has he sought and received from the Turkish authorities that this will not happen? Is there any prospect of Turkish forces now being placed under coalition command? Further, on the humanitarian crisis, can he tell the House how soon aid can be deployed in Iraq and who will actually be in charge of the delivery of that aid? Will he also confirm that in the early stages of delivery, the armed forces' participation is absolutely essential? Perhaps he could confirm that HMS Sir Galahad is standing by with large amounts of humanitarian aid for delivery as soon as the port of Qusar is cleared. And the House should also note the more successful operation has been carried out by American troops under British command. At a time of heightened national security, the Prime Minister will be aware that there is currently no Minister of State at the Home Office, the Security Services and Home Defence. When will he replace the Right Honourable Member for Southampton Itchen? And also at this vital time, when will the new ambassador to Washington officially take up his post? The Prime Minister referred to the European Council. I have one question. Does he now accept the need to reassess fundamentally the concept of a common foreign and security policy? Surely now is the time for a new Europe rooted in its nation states, not this deeper and deeper process that we are engaged in. Mr. Speaker, the days ahead may well be difficult. The Prime Minister has assured us that our objectives remain clear: the complete ridding of weapons of mass destruction from Iraq and the end of Saddam Hussein and his brutal regime. Our forces out there will carry out tasks which we know will place them in great danger, and I have no doubt that they will carry them out with efficiency, bravery and success. For our part, it is essential that we send our forces the clearest message that they have our unflagging support.
Well, first of all, can I thank him for the general message that he has given, and obviously I'm in agreement with him, and thank him for his support at this difficult time. And I would like to express my own condolences to the family of Terry Lloyd and to the other people who lost their lives. He was a brave and distinguished correspondent, and it is true also that those people run considerable risks in trying to inform the outside world of what is happening. I agree with them, obviously, about the roadmap. In respect of the questions about Saddam and the leading members of the regime, I mean, the truthful position is that we cannot be sure. We cannot be sure whether these recordings are pre-recorded. Some of them appear to be dated, but I don't think there is an exact science in this. And at the present time, we simply do not know for certain. In respect of the water supplies in Basra, there should be, as a result of arrangements that are being made by the Red Crescent and also with help from British engineers, we believe that we should get 40% of those back, I think, by Sunday, within the next few days at any rate. And we are certainly doing everything we can to protect the essential infrastructure of the country, whilst obviously attacking the command and control centres of the regime. In relation to Turkey, it would be entirely unacceptable for there to be any incursion. That has been made very, very clear to the Turkish government and to the Turkish military. I believe that they have understood those messages, given not just by ourselves, but by the United States of America as well. They are obviously not, of course, Turkish troops under coalition command. As for the humanitarian aid, it depends in part as to how soon we can clear the waterway. He's right in saying Sir Galahad is standing by. It has got a very large amount of humanitarian aid and provision on board, and I hope very much within the next few days that we will be able to achieve that, but I know my right honourable friend will say some more about that in a moment following her talks in Washington. In respect of home security, obviously the Home Secretary has taken personal charge of that. In respect of the new U.S. ambassador, the person who is to be new U.S. ambassador is presently my advisor, so I prefer him not to take up that post immediately, if that's all right. But since I've a lot of use for him here, in respect of the one area I'm afraid we will disagree is on the European Common Foreign Security Policy. I mean, I think rather than re-evaluate it, what he really means is get rid of it. Well, I don't think that would be wise. And in any event, if Britain opted out of it, it wouldn't actually get rid of it. It would just mean it would go forward without British participation. And I'm afraid this is an argument we can return to in later and more peaceful times, but we will just have to register it as at least one point of disagreement.
Kennedy. You've been listening to the Prime Minister of Great Britain, Tony Blair, in a passionate way defend the efforts of coalition forces so far. He said it is the goal of the coalition to reach Baghdad as soon as possible to bring the end of the regime closer. It's interesting to note he's using the same kind of language we heard from Defense Secretary Rumsfeld yesterday when he said, left no doubt in any of our minds where he thinks this war is going. He said, quote, Saddam will go, he will be replaced, and then he went on to say the Iraqi people will be freed. It's also interesting to note this is the kind of encounter that he has on a weekly basis with members of the House of Commons. It was a much more muted response from the opposition leader Smith than we've seen in the past. He did not have much to say about the status of Saddam Hussein, who we've been talking a lot about this morning. And the question is, when it comes to this, yet another message we've seen from Saddam Hussein, is he alive? And was this tape taped a couple days ago, weeks ago, or whatever? Let's turn to David Ensor, who is our national security correspondent, who might be able to give us some insights. David, before you describe to us what you've learned about this tape specifically, John King and I were just talking about this, and I asked him about this theory put forward by Senator Lugar yesterday, that some intelligence has suggested that Saddam Hussein was seen being carried out on a stretcher on the first night of the decapitation attack, or the first night that preceded the shock and awe campaign.
Well, that's right. There is some intelligence suggesting that, Paula, but I'm told by U.S. officials, knowledgeable U.S. officials, there's also some evidence suggesting that he may not have been injured, and even some suggesting he may have been killed. So they are really reserving judgment and saying that they do not have a clear picture as to whether this man is alive or dead or injured, exactly what his status is. Now, on this tape that we're looking at, U.S. officials who are analyzing it, and you know that's the intelligence community that looks at the tape very closely with a number of different techniques, both listening to the voice and using various visual techniques to try to identify whether it's the right face or not. Officials say they are looking at this tape very skeptically. They point out that in the tape, Saddam Hussein praises some military units as having supposedly attacked the U.S., which my sources tell me were not involved in the action. They note that this tape has on it jump cuts, what we call them in the business jump cuts, which suggest to them that the tape may have been doctored to fit current reality. And they say that just in general, this tape has to be viewed as very skeptically. There's nothing on it to prove that Saddam is still alive. At the same time, as I say, they have intelligence evidence suggesting he may be. So it's just very much an open question. Now, as to reports in Newsweek, for example, that there may have been someone close to Saddam who may have betrayed his position to U.S. intelligence, that U.S. intelligence might have an agent close to him that might have allowed them to attack his compound, the place where he's believed to have been sleeping on Wednesday night. Officials have absolutely no comment on that. I would point out, however, that in the immediate aftermath of those attacks, a couple of U.S. officials said to me that given where they had hit, given that they believed they'd hit a site that Saddam Hussein was in fact in, he would now have to have real question, real fear that someone close to him might have betrayed him. So certainly U.S. intelligence is happy to have the idea out there that they may have an agent in the inner circle close to Saddam, but they are certainly not confirming that, Paula.
And David, could you quickly share with us some of the techniques they use as they try to analyze this tape?
Sure. Well, voice identification, of course, is a well-known art practiced by the National Security Agency, which is the signals intelligence agency. Their specialty is listening in on, eavesdropping on various people. And there are people there who know Saddam Hussein's voice, who've been listening to it for years, and who are native speakers. So that's the first step. Then you take the visual. There is a method called triangulation, where you put points on the eyes, the nose, the mouth, various parts of the face, and create triangles, and measure the distances between the eyes, the nose, the mouth, compare it, as we are here on the screen, with previous pictures, and you are able to use that technique to come to some assessment as to whether a double might be being used. Of course, as we know, in the past Saddam Hussein has used lookalikes. He's had them out in public for security reasons. He, of course, has had attempts on his life a number of times in the past. It wasn't just the U.S. military that wanted to kill him. So he's used these doubles. Generally speaking, though, they do not speak in public. So these tapes with a voice on them most officials seem to believe, are probably Saddam Hussein himself. The question they have is, when were they taped? Did he survive, or did he survive unscathed the massive bombing of a compound they do believe he was in on Wednesday night? Paula.
Well, we'd love to come back to you often throughout the day because a lot of us find this absolutely fascinating. David Ensor, thanks so much for that report. We're going to go back to CNN Center now, and Leon Harris. Haven't had a chance to say hello to you lately. Good morning again, Leon.
It's been a while, Paula. Yes, good morning. Hey, good morning, folks. We're going to talk now about the shifts we're seeing now that are becoming evident in public opinion about this war, actually, now that it is actually engaged. We're joined here now by our senior political analyst, Bill Schneider, who's been watching the polls. And what are you seeing out there?
What we're seeing is that Americans have a new sense of sober realism about what's going on. We interviewed people on Saturday and Sunday, and we found a real shift in the public's view. For instance, on Saturday, 46% of Americans thought there'd be fewer than 100 casualties. That is dropped to 35% on Sunday. But look at this. The percentage of Americans who favor war with Iraq, who continue to support this policy, has held up pretty well. It says that even though Americans are becoming more realistic about how many Americans are likely to be killed or wounded, and about how long the war is likely to last after yesterday's events, support for the war is holding up. The home front morale is strong.
Okay, but of course the one factor that may change everything is the number of casualties. What about questions about numbers of casualties? Does that matter at all with the public?
Well, right now the public sees this as another Gulf War. It's interesting. When we ask people how many casualties do you expect, the number is somewhere in the range of 100 to 300 casualties. That is on the scale of the Gulf War, where about 1 out of every 1,500 members of the service assigned to that theater was killed or wounded. In all previous wars, for the past century, World War I, World War II, Korea, Vietnam, the casualty rate was about 1 in 15. Well, if the casualty rate were to turn out to be 1 in 15 in this war, the United States would experience 17,000 casualties, and I don't think any Americans are prepared for that.
I don't think so either, not from what we've been hearing in our informal conversations with people and all.
That's right.
Now, we were talking as well here going into this about the situation that Prime Minister Tony Blair is in, where his public was much more against this war than the U.S. public has been. And the expectation has been that once things get underway and you actually get people in harm's way, that the public would actually come on board with him in Britain as well. Have we seen that happen there?
We have. There's some polling in Britain that suggests the British public has turned around. There was a poll recently that support for the war in Britain went from 29% before the war started, and the latest figure in yesterday's newspaper is 55%. Tony Blair is famous for being a poll-driven politician. Everyone said he does everything according to the polls. This time, the polls aren't driving him, he's driving the polls.
Well, big payoff for him in the end then, possibly.
Could very well be, yes. If he could end up looking like a hero, because he led the country when it was an unpopular thing, and even more than President Bush, he has confronted his critics. He has spoken eloquently, as we just heard, vocally in defense of this policy.
And of course, things could change overnight.
Absolutely.
All right, we'll keep our eye on that. Thanks, Bill. Bill Schneider, as always. Paula, back to you in New York.
All right, Lee, and you and Bill were just talking about public opinion polls. I guess the one place where you get an instant analysis is the stock markets. Andy Serwer is our man analyzing that today. Ouch.
Good morning to you, Paula. Yes, the stock market is sharply lower this morning, reflecting really the opinion and the anxiety of the course of the war. You can see here's a live shot of the board. The Dow is down 258 points this morning.
What percentage is that?
That's about a 3% drop. The market had been rallying tremendously over the past 8 sessions as the war buildup came and the anticipation that victory would come quickly. Now that we've meeting some intensified resistance from the Iraqis, people are concerned and they're selling stocks this morning. The price of oil obviously has been fluctuating rapidly. It was down tremendously for a while. Now it's up $1 this morning. And of course, the airline industry really feeling the pinch here. Report out this morning that the airline industry could be facing a $10 billion hit. We all know what trouble it's been in here. Take a look at some of these reports from some of these companies. American cutting international flights, same with Continental. Northwest cutting flights and cutting jobs. United Airlines laying off more workers, 3,400 more layoffs. And Hawaiian Air, which is actually the 12th largest carrier, announcing bankruptcy over the weekend. Tourism obviously is really down. I was at JFK Airport over the weekend and it was very, very quiet. Starwood, the hotel chain, saying that their business is really drying up. And a note here that Walmart was complaining about a CNN effect, people staying home and watching coverage of the war rather than going out and shopping.
So I know you're a smart guy, but all the smart folks you talk to down on Wall Street are saying what? We're going to continue to see this volatility?
Yeah, well, you know, it's very hard to tell where the market's going on any given day or any given weeks, but one thing is for sure, the market will follow the course of the war very closely over the next couple days. If we have progress, the market will bounce back. If things get sticky, it will continue to decline.
Thanks so much, Andy.
Okay,
good to see you. Haven't seen you in a while.
Yep.
Bill, Andy, as you might have heard, was able to sneak in a couple days off.
Yes, but I was watching
Spring break with his kids, but he was watching us on TV.
You guys faithfully.
Minute by minute, right?
Yep. No, it was.
Back to Bill now in Kuwait City.
All right, let them know we're jealous, Paula, when you get a chance. Back here live in Kuwait, Paula. Last hour, we got a rather dramatic video feed from Dr. Sanjay Gupta. Sanjay is embedded with the U.S. Marines, a group of people known as the Devil Docs. They've already gone deep into Iraq, setting up what amounts to a mobile MASH unit. Last time we checked with Sanjay, he had incoming casualties at the time. He filed this report to bring us up to date on what he is seeing from his location.
We're here in central Iraq. Behind me are 2 operating rooms in the desert. They're known as FRSS, or Forward Resuscitative Surgical Suites, and I can assure you they're both in use right now. Surgeons are operating on 2 patients. Just about a half an hour ago, 6 patients came via helo, all Iraqis, all with gunshot wounds. 4 of them did not need operations right away, and they're in the triage area right now. 2 patients did need immediate operations, and they're in the operating rooms behind me. The Forward Resuscitative Surgical Suite is designed for this purpose. It can be torn down and built back up in about 2 hours' time. It is totally mobile and travels as do the troops. Dr. Sanjay Gupta in central Iraq.
And we have been seeing just priceless stories filed by Sanjay, and as we've noted many times here, Paula, the casualty list, as we get the reports, oftentimes Sanjay sees them in southern Iraq with his group. Let's get to Atlanta quickly. Once again, here's Leon Harris watching all the developments at this hour. Leon, good morning to you.
And good morning here, and good evening to you there, Bill. And good morning, folks at home. At this hour, military planners are moving forward with their operations in Iraq. Earlier, live right here on CNN, we heard Commander Tommy Franks say that his forces have made rapid progress inside Iraq. He also showed this nose cone video of bombs hitting their targets from
the closer forces got to Baghdad. Let's listen to what he had to say.
There is a school of thought that says as the compression becomes tighter and tighter and tighter, the pressure will be greater and greater to use these weapons. So we don't know. We don't know whether the regime will use these weapons. My encouragement is not to the regime highest leadership. Rather, my encouragement is to the people who will have their fingers on the trigger to use such weapons. We have very carefully said, don't do it.
Now, there's no new information on the 12 missing Americans that were part of that supply convoy that went missing. We found out about it yesterday, nor the 2 pilots that are confirmed missing now from that downed Apache helicopter about 50 miles south of Baghdad. With regard to any kind of rescue mission that might ever be underway, the general is speaking in, of course, very broad terms, saying that these types of operations have been done in the past, and they have been done successfully in the past. He also disputed a report that that Apache helicopter was brought down by a peasant's gunfire. We saw some images from the podium today, and we can share some of them with you. The CENTCOM officials obviously very eager to show off the precision-guided munitions and the successes they're having with them. The first image we have here is of a special security palace. You can see the before and after images. The Special Security Force is an enforcement arm of the regime. We also have a before and after image of a palace guard facility. This would include barracks and office facilities. So according to the general today, everything right now is going on schedule. He maintains that. He said it from the very beginning. And he also came out showing a very confident air, trying to get the message across that everything is going according to plan. Back to you.
All right, Rob Morrison in Doha, Qatar. Rob, thank you. Now to another story. At least 5 Americans are being held as prisoners of war in Iraq. Dozens are missing and even more injured. But will they get the medical attention they need? Joining me here in the studio is Dr. Sue Bailey, the former Undersecretary of Defense for Health Affairs and now an MSNBC analyst. Doctor, welcome. Thanks for being with us. First of all, talk about these POWs. The Geneva Convention says one thing, and Iraq clearly is doing something else entirely. There's no way to force them to do anything, is there?
Well, exactly. The Geneva Convention from 1949 says that in Article 15 that these POWs clearly have a right to medical treatment. We can see, though, that that may not be the case here.
Even if they got medical attention, wouldn't be good enough, would it?
Well, that's the other question. You know, we have really high-tech battlefield medicine available to our forces. But even though in Article 30, interestingly, it says if they need extra surgical care or they're really, really sick, it says they shall, in fact, provide for them hospitalization in a military or civilian hospital. But again, even though this is a very sophisticated country, whether or not their battlefield medicine is up to ours is in serious question.
The courageous U.S. troops out there, but they are sustaining some casualties, some injuries. What kind of injuries do you see on the battlefield in this kind of war?
Well, interestingly, about 67% of the injury are limb injuries. You know, they wear these Kevlar vests and they're really well protected over much of their body, but the majority of the injuries are to the limbs, and we've seen some of that, unfortunately, already. That can be a mortal wound, however, because the problem is about half of the people on the battlefield bleed to death. Fortunately, we have forward surgical teams, medics there on the spot, and a whole system moving them through within a period of time very quickly back to our combat support hospitals, and we can save many of these people who years ago would not have been saved, for instance, in the other Gulf War.
How long does it take? They move, well, you say they move quickly.
Well, if they're at the front, they're going to do buddy aid, which they're trained to do back and forth. They're going to call for a medic. They're going to move back to a battalion-level medical system onto the division where we have fast teams, which are forward surgical teams where they can do resuscitation treatment. That may take hours. It's 10 hours to get all the way back to Germany, to the hospital there. But
we saw some soldiers go back.
We did. But they probably first were at the combat support hospitals where you can do high-level surgery and really save a lot of lives. So again, with high-tech battlefield medicine today, a lot of these people are going to be saved.
All right, let's change the subject for a moment and talk, if we can, about the discovery of what some suspect is a chemical plant, a place that could have been used or may have been used to make chemical or biological weapons. How do you determine that, and what's the significance of this find?
Well, I think you heard General Franks say today that it could have been there and it may not have been. It doesn't necessarily mean anything. We know that there is in theater there, or we seriously suspect that there, for instance, is VX already in munitions that the Iraqi Republican Guard is thought to have at their disposal. And that's, of course, real concern now as we go into Baghdad.
So, some people would ask, why haven't they used them yet?
Well, clearly, but I think we're unfortunately about at that point now. We also know that General Army units have mustard gas, possibly as well, Iraqi Army units. So that's a real concern. Although one thing to remember about mustard is, even though it's been around since World War I, only about 5% of those who died in World War I from gassing died from mustard gas. It mostly disables you.
How difficult is it going to be for scientists to really determine whether there are chemicals in some of these sites?
Well, we have high-level detectors now. Particularly for chemical. You know, we had detectors where there were a lot of false alarms in the first Gulf War. These have been refined, so all the way up to the high-tech detectors, which will alert the troops, allow them to put on those JS list suits, which give them great mechanical protection. And I understand the Marines also have pigeons with them. Go back to the low-tech, because pigeons are particularly sensitive to some of these agents.
Yeah, I believe we saw a parakeet in Kuwait where somebody was using outside their window after they taped up the window just to make sure. Now, you talk about those chemical suits. We've seen them on all the soldiers, even some of the journalists wearing those chemical suits. How long does it take to put on the gloves, the gas mask, everything to cover up your body so that you have no skin exposed and won't be at risk?
Well, this is MOP gear, or mission-oriented protective posture. And to go through the whole 1 up to 4 level, you start out with putting on the suit, which is carbon laced actually into the fibers of the suit. It's very protective. From there, you go through other steps, and it can take, they'd like to do it in about 15 seconds, but whether or not that can happen, particularly if you go from level 1 to level 4, which goes all the way up to having boots, gloves, and the integrated hood, which gives them a complete encapsulated protection.
As you can see, Dr. Bailey is an expert on a wide range of topics, and we use you for that as well. Thanks very much, and we'll talk to you again. Now over to Chris.
Thanks to both of you. 38 after the hour, and a memorial service was held today for that U.S. soldier who was killed over the weekend in a grenade attack in Kuwait. 15 other soldiers were wounded. The suspect, like the victims, is from the Army's 101st Airborne Division. NBC's Ashley Banfield joins us now from their home base in Fort Campbell, Kentucky. Ashley?
Chris, let's begin hopscotching the oceans, in fact, leaving here and going right over to Camp Pennsylvania in Kuwait, where a very emotional service was held by Army Captain Chris Seifert's colleagues and obviously comrades in arms. They held a memorial service for him after he was killed in that grenade attack that injured more than a dozen other of his fellow officers and one enlisted man as well. The person who's being held right now, as we watch some of those pictures, hopefully, that you're running, the person who's being held right now is Sergeant Hassan Akbar, who is a sergeant who apparently changed his name from Mark Cools, his given name, to Hassan Akbar when he converted to Islam sometime when he was stationed in California, according to a neighbor of his here. In fact, that neighbor tells us several things about Hassan Akbar. Apparently that the FBI has already visited his home in the Clarksville area, about 20 minutes drive from where I'm standing at the front gate here at Fort Campbell. Not only that, but that there was absolutely no evidence of any kind of Islamic extremism. He'd been inside his home and in fact said there was nothing in there that suggested anything out of the ordinary. He also said that Hassan Akbar was not reluctant to go on this mission. In fact, he was ready to go and looking forward to go. And that's important because we're hearing at NBC News from top-level military officials that the reason that's being cited as a potential motivation for this grenade attack was that Sergeant Akbar allegedly was against this war with Iraq and was against the killing of fellow Muslims. I want to play for you now an interview that we conducted yesterday with this neighbor who said what he felt when he heard the news that it was in fact his neighbor who was being held in this attack. Have a listen now.
I'm just amazed and surprised to wake up, you know, to this news. You know, and I saw him on TV because I wasn't really sure, but then they said the FBI been by earlier and all that. So I was like, oh my God.
Willie Shamel, that neighbor, also told us a little bit about what Sergeant Akbar was like personally, because one of the first questions you would ask when you hear about an incident like this is, did he have friends? Who did he see? What kind of habits did he have? And this neighbor, Willie Shamel, said this about those questions.
Quiet. He kept to himself. You know, he never was out. To me, he was always gone. Like work, he was always gone from here. He comes in like 3 or 4 in the morning. I usually see him going to work in his PT clothes. You know, I'm usually up at that time. But other than that, he always kept to himself.
Still obviously a lot more questions than answers at this time, but at the same time we should also let you know that earlier this morning 12 soldiers were airlifted from the Kuwaiti area to Ramstein Air Base in Germany, and 5 minutes away from that air base is Landstuhl Regional Medical Center. Apparently 7 of the combat injuries that were coming in were going to be transferred to that medical center. 5 of those injuries were non-combat. At this time it is believed that some of those combat injuries were those who were injured in the grenade attack, but that hasn't yet been independently confirmed. And I also want to let you know about a local development here as well, because as you know, this military installation behind me is home to those 19,000 101st Airborne Division members who were sent over to Kuwait. We are now told that some of the reservists and National Guard who have come in to essentially get processed through this base to be sent overseas are getting ready for deployment. We're told that the 79th Quartermaster Reserve Unit from Ohio that stores and supplies water, essentially a water expert unit, has been on the runway on the military post here waiting for deployment. As of about 9 o'clock local time, 10 o'clock Eastern time this morning, approximately 100 of these members were awaiting deployment from on the military post. But we should tell you as well, we are not allowed on this military post right now. There's been sort of a lid, a cap on allowing media on post for several days now. Back to you, Chris.
Ashley Banfield from Fort Campbell, Kentucky. And Ashley mentioned that news conference that's about to get underway at Landstuhl. That is the hospital that is just down the road from Ramstein Air Base. We did see the 12 wounded, including 7 combat wounded, being brought in earlier today, and we will have that for you live when it happens. In the meantime, we want to talk about those 4 Americans who are being held as prisoners of war in Iraq right now. Al Jazeera showed it yesterday. They were being interrogated by their captors. What can or can't they say? Joining me here in the studio is Christopher Whitcomb, former FBI special agent, now MSNBC analyst. Good to see you.
Morning, Chris.
Of course, this was asked about at the CENTCOM briefing today, and General Tommy Franks said they are highly trained, highly motivated. How are they trained?
Look, everyone as part of their indoctrination going into the military gets some training in what they're guaranteed, what they are guaranteed for protections under the Geneva Convention. All they have to give, Chris, basically are the name, rank, and serial number. Everyone knows that. But these protections exist to try to give soldiers a sense when they are taken captive in a foreign land about what they have to do and what they don't. That's the bottom line. Other than that, they get training through specific advanced courses like SEER, Search Evasion, Escape Resistance School, where they teach them how to resist physical torture. Many things are guaranteed under the Geneva Convention. They're not always lived up to.
You know, when you talk about being highly motivated, I would think, obviously, you have a great motivation to save your own life. So they have to be given some very specific instructions about how to make sure that they maximize their chances of survival.
They do, Chris, and I think the problem here is that the soldiers taken prisoners of war didn't have a lot of advanced training. They were not combat troops, they were logistical support troops, and I think that they fell into this and didn't have a lot of the advanced training. But I think it's very important people need to know the provisions. Under Article 17 of the Geneva Rules, it says no physical or mental torture nor any other coercion may be inflicted on prisoners of war to secure from them information of any kind whatsoever. Prisoners of war who refuse to answer may not be threatened, insulted, or exposed to any unpleasant or disadvantaged treatment mistreatment of any kind. That's what we're dealing with here right now. You saw from the faces of these people, they are very, very frightened. They're being very brave in the face of this, of these threats. But I think right now the Iraqis need to know, and the United States government has made clear to them in no uncertain terms that if they are mistreated, they'll be held accountable as war criminals.
All right, thanks very much, Christopher Whitcomb. We do want to go now live to Landstuhl. We understand that we are seeing some movement around the podium there. There you have it. 12 Americans transferred there to Landstuhl today for treatment. We just heard that they actually have 10 patients. 2 arrived yesterday and the rest today. 6 of them are U.S. Marines. 2 are U.S. Army, and let's hear what more we can learn there at Landstuhl. Again, this is the major U.S. military hospital for all of Europe. It is just a few miles down the road from Ramstein Air Base, where we saw earlier today the arrival of some of those U.S. military. Let's listen in.
Let me introduce our panel today from left to right. We have Senior Airman Christina Marie A. Loving, Intensive Care Unit Technician from the Air Force. Army Colonel David Rubenstein, Commander, Landstuhl Regional Medical Center, Landstuhl, Germany. Army Major Yang Chun, Medical Director for Deployed Warrior Medical Management Center, Landstuhl Regional Medical Center. He's a family practice physician. And Army First Lieutenant Christine Gerba, Staff Nurse, Medical Surgical Ward. Colonel Rubenstein will give the opening statement, and then we'll open for questions and answers for about 25 minutes. Colonel Rubenstein.
Thank you, and good afternoon to you all. It's a pleasure to have you here this afternoon on the hilltop in Landstuhl, Germany. Before we begin, I'd like to ask us all to remember that soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and civilians are in harm's way as we meet here today at Landstuhl. Of course, our heartfelt condolences go out to the family members and other loved ones of those service members who have given their life on the battlefield in and around Iraq. And we think about the casualties that have been generated, those who have come here and those who have yet to come here from those military operations. On behalf of an absolutely outstanding medical staff, nursing staff, and support staff in Landstuhl, I'd like to let you all know that the quality of care, the readiness to provide quality care to our patients is absolutely the highest order. We have a staff made up of soldiers, sailors, airmen, of civilians, and the Department of Veterans Affairs who are well prepared and absolutely ready to provide quality health care. They work every day to meet their mission statement. The mission for Landstuhl is to serve as America's beacon of health care for its sons and daughters abroad. And we take that mission very, very seriously indeed. On the 19th of October 2001, the first 2 casualties generated from Operation Enduring Freedom in Afghanistan arrived here at Landstuhl. Since that time, over almost 2,000 patients have come here from operations in and around Afghanistan, operations in and around Iraq, and the preparation and build-up in Kuwait and the area around Kuwait during that time. In all instances, the care is absolutely top-notch in this fully accredited facility, and the patients are well cared for, returned to duty, or evacuated to home stations in the United States or here in Europe. We prepare every day for what we have been doing the last 24 hours, the last year and several months, and what we will be doing in the future. Today, 12 patients arrived from Operation Iraqi Freedom. Those 12 patients consisted of 8 combat injuries and 4 non-combat injuries. We had 6 Marines and 2 soldiers who are counted among the combat-related injuries, and I'll let Dr. Chun and others take care of the specifics there. We are pleased to have you here today. We're pleased to be able to take care of America's finest and those of our allied forces should they come this way as well. And now we'll open it up to your questions. Andy.
Can you tell us anything about the type of environment they were in, what kind of combat they were actually in, and what kind of injuries you're actually looking at?
I don't believe we can. I'll ask Major Chun.
I can answer the type of injuries that we're getting. Type of those combat injuries are mostly from blast injuries.
You cannot give any specifics of where, was it in battle, was it a blast that happened?
I cannot give you that detail.
We can tell you that 8 of those casualties were our combat casualties, and that they received blast injuries as a result of combat operations. Quite honestly, we're concerned with taking care of the patient and the series of injuries that the patient presents with. If during the course of their stay here they talk to us about what they were doing at the time, that's a conversation we'll have. But first and foremost, these patients who have been here for just a few hours, we're taking care of first. Sal.
Can you track the combat injury group for us in terms of the levels of care that they've received prior to coming to Landstuhl?
Sure. When a service member, whether that's a soldier, sailor, airman, Marine, or more often on the battlefield a civilian is injured, they first receive level 1 care, which is defined as care provided by fellow soldiers or by combat medics. They're then evacuated to what is called a battalion aid station, where we'll find 2 physicians and about 30 medics. And at the battalion aid station, they'll receive initial life-saving care. That's level 1 care. They will then be evacuated to level 2 care, which we categorize as more intense care. We now have 8 physicians, and we start including surgeons at the level 2 facility. From there, they would be evacuated to a combat support hospital or a mobile Army surgical hospital or a field hospital, where we have more definitive care. The specialization of the surgeons is a little more acute, and their ability to further stabilize the patient is more pronounced. That takes you from level 1 to level 3, and that's what you find on the battlefield or immediately behind the battlefield. Landstuhl is a level 4 facility, and we would receive the patient, we would treat them, stabilize them, and prepare them for evacuation to their next facility or to return them to duty. A level 5 facility is considered rehabilitative care. Yes, please, over here.
Can you say how severe are the injuries and how long the patients are going to stay here in Landstuhl?
Okay.
We have, of those battle injuries, 2 are currently in ICU, intensive care unit, and 6 are in medical surgical ward. Of those 6, actually, only 4 of them are combat casualties. And out of those 2 intensive care unit, they're in stable condition, and we're fully expecting them to recover. And they may have some long rehab process to go on, but they'll be stabilized here, and we'll transfer them back to the United States as necessary.
Right here in the green.
Can you comment on you talked about those different levels of care. How much confidence is there in that level 1, that battlefield, the medic or the buddy aid that comes into practice? And in what condition do these soldiers come to you in? Is the level of care sufficient enough that when they get to you, they're in relatively good shape?
I'll answer the first part, and I'll ask the staff here who takes care of the patients answer the second part. About 2 years ago, Lieutenant General Jim Peake, who was the Surgeon General of the United States Army, instituted, and I can only speak about the Army, not the Navy or Air Force, instituted a program to dramatically increase the quality of training that our medics receive. Our combat medics are now EMT qualified, national registered. They receive pre-hospital trauma training and additional training. The quality of medic on the battlefield is much improved over the previous combat medics who were very, very good in their own generations. The patients are well cared for. Once a casualty on the battlefield reaches a combat support hospital, their likelihood of surviving is very great. The issue has always been to get them to that combat support hospital or field hospital alive. Our current day combat medic, under what we call the 91 Whiskey program, which is their identifier, their current combat medic is very capable of getting that soldier to a proper combat support hospital alive. As far as the quality of the condition of the patients when they get here, I'll defer to the medical and nursing staff.
It seems as if the quality of care is very good. I don't have much information or specific information from the patients about the level 1 care, but patients come to us very much stabilized, very much in good condition, and from my experience.
And in certain cases, they actually receive definitive care downrange location or in the area of operation. And when they get here, it makes our job easier to take care of them and rehab them. So the quality of medical treatment that they receive in the combat area is superb.
I basically say the same thing, that the patients received excellent care before they came to us. And we just basically made them comfortable, and we're able to let them contact home.
Yes, right here.
Thomas Catabialos with AP. 2 questions. First question, this morning at Ramstein, we saw one patient come in who was put in an ambulance. I suppose he's the most serious condition. Can you tell us about this patient?
He is one of the 2 patients that are in ICU, and he's on ventilator support, but I cannot discuss any further specific on each individual patient.
And the second question was going back to the levels of care. There's the boat, the ship.
The USNS Comfort.
Right, thanks. What role does that play in these levels of care?
The USNS Comfort is a level 3 facility. They'll receive and stabilize patients and then evacuate them to the receiving hospitals to Landstuhl. Yes, please. And then here.
Marty McIntyre from Star of the Stripes. I have 2 questions for you. Can you talk about what caused the blast injuries? Are we talking about artillery, grenades, what sort of weapon it was? And the second question is, do you know what units these personnel are from?
I do not have specific information as to which unit they belong to. I can tell you only Army and Marine, Air Force breakdown. As far as what type of blast injuries, there's so many different blast injuries, but the combat injuries, we know some are caused by rocket-propelled grenade blast injuries, but there are various other types. And again, I can't really specify all that detail at this point.
Right here, and then back.
This is not a question specifically about the injuries that come in, but we've seen a lot about these so-called devil docs, the Marine doctors treating people in the field, also treating Iraqi soldiers in the field. Is it likely that in some time in the future
Apparently lost the signal there at Landstuhl Air Base, but basically we're getting an update on the condition of the soldiers as they continue to come in, those who've been injured in the war in Iraq.
Yeah, 2 of them seriously injured, obviously, John. 2 in ICU. These are among those who had battle wounds, combat wounds, and although it may be a long rehab, I think the really good news out of this news conference is that they believe they will indeed recover, and obviously the long-term goal for those who are really seriously injured, because this is not a rehab facility, get them stabilized. They were able to talk to their families, which probably was the best part of getting to Landstuhl, to be able to let the folks at home know where they are and how they were doing. But then they will probably be transferred back to the States to a hospital very near their base so they can be with their families.
We've got a lot more coming up, but this will do it for Chris Jansing. I'm John Siegenthaler, and our coverage continues on MSNBC.
Operation Iraqi Freedom. Wherever the story goes, we take you there with exclusive coverage from the home front to the front lines 24/7.
Anti-aircraft artillery fire in the air.
MSNBC, fast Fast, accurate reporting from around the globe.
This specific plane is just about to fly up over Iraq.
With more than 100 reporters in more than a dozen countries.
The news here from northern Iraq.
Here in Kuwait. For the people of Tel Aviv, the best experts.
It will be a period of enormous peril to the Iraqi Republican Guard.
The latest technology, the #1 internet news site, the most experienced Washington insiders with balanced reporting and insight on what's really happening in the nation's capital.
Never have I heard a more romantic notion of what will come out of this war with Iraq.
With due respect to your party, I think you got to stop acting like the Dixie Chicks.
The United Nations finds itself sitting on the sidelines again in a major world conflict.
One of the most respected independent voices in America, and the only cable news network with National Geographic explorers Peter Arnett live from Baghdad.
This is a war to the finish.
Teamed with 95 Newsweek correspondents and 275 reporters from the Washington Post, all backed by the #1 name in news.
NBC's David Bloom is in Kuwait.
Washington Bureau Chief Tim Russert.
The country is galvanized around the president.
First, fast, accurate. That's why now more than ever, wherever the story goes, we take you there. MSNBC.
And good day, everyone. I'm Lester Holt at the top of the hour.
Is an important crossroads. Hello, everyone. I'm Patty Ann Brown.
And I'm David Asman. We want to take you immediately to our own Greg Kelly. We just mentioned the 3rd Infantry Division. Our own Greg Kelly has been embedded with that division, and I believe we have him on video phone right now. Of course, he's a Marine. These are live shots from Iraq. Greg Kelly, we can't tell our viewers exactly where we are, but you are on the road to Baghdad.
David, we are very deep inside Baghdad, and now for about the 3rd day in a row, the 2nd Brigade combat team has taken fire. Today, a few hours ago, our Fox News crew and the soldiers we were with took some fire extremely close to our position, maybe 100 feet or so. Mortar fire came in, and we're happy to report no casualties. We moved out quickly. Everyone really kept their heads, particularly the soldiers we were with, and we moved out into a convoy. Now, further up that convoy, they also received mortar fire. The 2nd Brigade combat team did a couple of things. They figured out where that fire was coming from. They responded with artillery, and Air Force helped out with a close air support mission. We're not sure if it was F-15s or the A-10 Warthogs that you referred to a little bit ago. Now, who's doing this? Well, we believe Iraqi militia, possibly Al-Quds. Now, they are extremely loyal to Saddam Hussein. They are motivated, some might say fanatical, but fortunately, they are poorly trained. They aren't very good with the weapon systems they do have. What do they have? Rocket-propelled grenades, AK-47s, and today and last night we learned they have mortars as well. How has this impacted our movement? Actually, it hasn't impacted it that much. We are still making remarkable progress toward our objective. We are actually still on the original timeline that was planned out before we crossed the border into Iraq. Right now, the commander's telling us that this is really harassment fire, kind of probing fire. They're trying to see where we are, what we're capable of, but it has not held up our progress. And again, we are happy to report no casualties. There was one soldier slightly injured from the 2nd Brigade combat team. He was treated medically, and he is now back on duty as we proceed toward our objective. I will point out, though, that Brigade combat team is a pretty big place, 4,000 soldiers. We talked about the fire from the other night. Not every soldier gets to see that fire up close. The soldiers we were with today who saw it up close drove home to them that this is war, this counts, and that people can die in this type of situation. This is certainly no walk in the park, but 2nd Brigade combat team out of Fort Stewart, Georgia, continues to make progress toward its objective. David?
Greg, as you move forward, how concerned are you about your flank, about your rear?
Well, we have a fairly long logistics trail behind us. Probably 100, 150 kilometers. They have very good security themselves, but that is an issue. We can't really tell you where that mortar came from today, but security is an issue from the flanks, from the rear. That's one of the reasons why we rely so heavily on close air support. We do know, however, that the 3rd Infantry Division, obviously a pretty big fighting force, and our security, we're told, has been provided in the rear and on our flanks.
Greg, as soon as you are caught in one of these firefights, do you call in for air support, and have you seen the A-10 Warthogs come in to get you out of a jam?
I think it was early yesterday morning. The A-10 Warthogs specifically responded. We called them in. I wouldn't say it was so much as a jam as it was. We just felt it would, or the commanders felt it would be better handled by A-10s. We had been ambushed. The lead tank elements had been ambushed by rocket-propelled grenades and AK-47s. A firefight ensued there. They put themselves down into a pretty heavily fortified bunker. It was judged that A-10s would do the job, and they did. We saw it early yesterday morning, maybe 2, 3 o'clock. They dropped about 4 Mark 82s. That's the 500-pound bombs. Pretty dazzling display. The next day, Colonel Perkins checked out the damage, and they certainly did hit their targets.
Greg, I got to ask, you're a Marine, you're a reserve Marine in there with the Army. Any hard feelings, or are you all fighting the same battle?
Oh, we're all definitely fighting the same battle. Every now and then I'm tempted to pick up the radio when they're calling in close air support, because it's a pilot who does that. But we are here as observers, and I never worked much with the Army before. As you mentioned, I'm a Marine, but very, very impressive combat team. These are all professionals, and they're all highly motivated, and really things are going like clockwork.
Very impressive from you yourself as well. Our own Greg Kelly, embedded with the 3rd Infantry Division. Greg, thanks so much. Appreciate it. And we want to let you know once again about a very special event here on Fox, an exclusive interview with a man we haven't heard much from because the diplomacy is over for now as we've begun the war, a week into it, but we still are interested in the views of Colin Powell, of course, a military man very much involved as the head of the Joint Chiefs back during the Gulf War of '91. Our own Britt Hume has an exclusive interview with him, about 2 hours right here on Fox. Don't miss it.
And our Team Fox coverage continues now. Let's get the very latest from one of our own frontline heroes, Fox's Rick Leventhal, who's with the 1st Marines 3rd Light Armored Reconnaissance Battalion.
A long convoy of Marines is on the move here in south central Iraq. Because of operational security, we can't tell you where they're going, but there are many, many Marines in armored vehicles, in tanks, and armored personnel carriers that are heading for some very strategic locations. Meanwhile, the members of the 3rd Light Armored Reconnaissance Battalion, who we're embedding with, spent this day stocking up on fuel and food and water and rest. They need rest after a fierce firefight that we were involved in last night. We were traveling along a dark road headed for a strategic objective. The 3rd LAR then came under attack from more than 300 Iraqis, firing rocket-propelled grenades, mortars, and small arms at the Marines, who immediately fired back from their light armored vehicles with 25mm chain guns and machine guns and other weapons. Many of the Iraqis dismounted their vehicles and began running towards our convoy using sand dunes for cover, hopping up and down to get shots off. But the Marines won this battle. Well over 50 Iraqis were killed. The Marines suffered no casualties, but were surprised at the level of resistance they faced.
We lit them up. They hit the deck, but they continued to advance. They were within probably 50, 60 meters. So we just kept the fire up, and then the 25 right next to me, he let up his coax, and then they started to retreat finally.
So what was going through your mind last night?
I hope I don't die. I hope I don't kill any friendlies. No fratricide. Hope everyone makes it out alive. A lot of my buddies were up farther up doing what the company push was doing, so just hope everyone was all right.
Someone told me it was your birthday yesterday.
It was.
It's quite a birthday party.
Not really.
And this is one of the RPGs that the Marines recovered when they went back to the scene today. They tell me that if a round from one of these had hit one of these LAVs, it would have done some serious damage. With the Wolfpack in Iraq, Rick Leventhal, Fox News.
All right, Command Central for this particular war is in Doha, Qatar. That's where our own Mike Tobin has been hanging out. He joins us now with the very latest from Central Command. Mike?
And David, we just heard from General Franks today in his second briefing since the war began. He talked about one of the complications of battle, particularly because there is an interest on the part of the coalition forces in preserving civilian lives. What General Franks characterized as a propensity of the Iraqi regime to put civilians in or around military targets, something General Franks says he is not surprised by. Here's his take on it.
Anytime you find well, I guess I'll say perhaps criminal behavior of intentionally placing non-combatants in close proximity to military equipment and to military formations and so forth, then then you certainly are abusing your people, and this regime has done that.
Brigadier General Vince Brooks has been present at each of the briefings, and he's the one who generally uses this high-tech briefing set in the media center to show images from the battlefield. Some of the most informative images he showed today, I think we can put those up, show before and after photographs of targets inside of Iraq, and particularly these are targets such as Republican Guard installations and intelligence facilities. Brigadier General Brooks says they show how the precision-guided weapons are finding their marks here and not resulting in a great deal of collateral damage. There was another gripping subject, of course, addressed by General Franks here, and that is the fate of this Apache crew out of the 101st Airborne Division, a crew that went down after what he characterized as a successful engagement of the Republican Guard outside of Baghdad. He seemed to dismiss the idea that Iraqi farmers brought down the Apache, but he did confirm that the crew at this point is missing. Again, here's General Franks.
The fate of the crew is uncertain right now. We characterize that crew of 2 men as missing in action. We're not sure. We know that this particular helicopter was one of between 30 and 40 attack helicopters that we moved into this particular target set. We know that they were very effective in their mission.
And we've got some more information about what happened immediately after that Apache went down. There was a UH-60 helicopter in the area that went in, attempted to effect a rescue, came under heavy fire and had to pull out. There was also another Apache in the area that attempted to get in close, came under fire and had to pull out. And again, as you heard General Franks say, the fate of that crew is unknown at this time. David?
Mike Tobin, very quick question for you. This attack helicopter was apparently fully loaded. Now the Iraqis have it. Is there concern that the Iraqis might be able to fly that thing and use it against our troops?
Well, I don't have any information specific to that particular Apache helicopter. Of course, you'd have to know how to fly that particular aircraft. But oftentimes what they do in these situations when you lose an aircraft to prevent just a scenario like you talked about, as long as they know that the crew is out of there, they'll go ahead and destroy the aircraft with an airstrike.
Unfortunately, they didn't have time to do it this time. Mike Tobin, thanks very much from CENTCOM.
And Fox's White House correspondent Wendell Goler now has the very latest from the North Lawn of the White House. Wendell?
Patty Ann, the White House says there's credible evidence that Russia is providing Iraq with prohibited equipment, things like night vision goggles and equipment intended to be used to jam the guidance systems of smart bombs and cruise missiles. Press Secretary Ari Fleischer called the revelation disturbing. This equipment is strictly prohibited under the sanctions imposed on Iraq more than a decade ago, and Fleischer says the U.S. has asked the Russian government to end the assistance immediately. Fleischer said that he blamed Russian companies, not the Russian government, for this, but all of this equipment the export has to be certified by Russia's government, though officials say it could be shipped through a third country. The President and First Lady, of course, spent the weekend at Camp David. Returning yesterday, Mr. Bush said he was outraged that pictures of American prisoners of war and had been broadcast on Arab television. Mr. Bush said he prayed for the soldiers and their families. Aides say he had not watched the gruesome videotape. He warned Iraqi military officials, however, to treat American prisoners of war humanely.
The POWs I expect to be treated humanely. And just like we're treating the prisoners that we have captured humanely. If not, the people who mistreat the prisoners will be treated as war criminals.
Officials here say the latest videotape of Saddam Hussein has some interesting elements that raise questions about when it was made. In it, Hussein praises units like the 51st Division, which is largely surrendered, and he said to mention units that haven't really been involved much in the fighting. Because of that, officials say, the tape could have been made weeks ago. There's still no definitive proof about how Hussein fared in last Wednesday's missile strike, which began the war. The President's having lunch right now with his Joint Chiefs of Staff. He will travel on Wednesday to Tampa, Florida, to meet with the Central Command. Aides say Mr. Bush will be a bit more visible this week than he has been in the past couple of weeks as diplomacy failed and the military action in Iraq began. He will also send Congress a supplemental budget request to pay for the war, expected to be in the neighborhood of $70 to $75 billion. The president meets late this afternoon with congressional appropriators to talk about that request, which officially goes up to Capitol Hill tomorrow. Patty Ann, David?
All right, Wendell Goler, live on the North Lawn. Thank you.
By the way, you may have just heard me ask our correspondent at CENTCOM whether or not the Iraqis could fly this fully loaded helicopter that landed on its property. We're told by our in-house military experts that, in fact, this is an Apache helicopter. It takes a long time to learn how to fly this thing, months and months, by folks who are already trained to fly helicopters. So it's very unlikely, if not impossible, that the Iraqis themselves could get that thing back up in the air and use it against our troops. Moving on now, Saddam Hussein pops up on Iraqi TV once again. Questions about whether or not the address was live or on tape. Correspondent William Lajeunesse in Kuwait City with the very latest on this mystery. Hi, William.
Good morning, David. Indeed, there are questions about, is it a pre-tape or was it done today? The address was today, Monday, on Iraqi TV, where Saddam Hussein addressed the nation, basically saying that the U.S. is hemmed in his country and doomed to defeat. Now, the big question in that address, while he does not hold up a newspaper, nor does he make any time references, he does make references to the 51st Brigade. Now, we've heard publicity in America that they largely gave up in Basra. However, on television yesterday, members of the 51st Mechanized Brigade Division stood up and say, "Hi, we're the 51st. We did not surrender," like American television is saying. However, there was no mechanized, there was no tanks, no APCs behind them when that was made, and only about 100 members. The point being, we really don't know yet if that indeed is real time or was taped some period back. There's a situation developing on the border here between Iraq and Kuwait that really underscores the dangerous and tenuous situation inside Iraq. As you know, there are about 500 embedded journalists, about 1,400 others, many of them here in Kuwait City. Well, about 40 to 100 jumped over the border in the first hours of the war to cover that situation. They have, because it has become a very hostile situation, many of them have packed and tried to get back onto the Kuwait side of the border, and they've been stopped by the Kuwaiti military because of fear of infiltrators, Iraqi infiltrators, getting involved with these journalists. And so they are, in some senses, stuck or stranded there, of course, of their, you may say, of their own doing. Also, we did receive an email from one of those correspondents, an experienced newspaper, or rather television or a magazine reporter from the United States, who basically said he'd spent time in Bosnia, Kosovo, Afghanistan, and Pakistan, and he said, "This is the most dangerous place I've ever been, and we haven't even been shot at yet. If you come over, bring plenty of spare tires and gasoline." The U.S. and the British are not securing anything. It is a mad rush for Baghdad, he said, and we only keep going forward because we're afraid to go back. One other note I want to make here about the U.S. Patriot missile system. It is definitely earning its stripes. Once again today, the Patriot knocking out a Iraqi missile. We had 7 entire alerts. There were 2 rockets landed in the Gulf harmlessly. Another one landed in the sand out on the beach here. So far, there have been 20 missile warnings inside of Kuwait. As we believe, there have been 7 to 9 missiles have been knocked out of the sky successfully by the Patriot. And finally, David, Betty Ann, we have just received word that one of those oil wells, one of the 9 oil wells that was on fire in the Rumelia oil fields near Basra, has been successfully put out. Many of the other personnel have been kept back yet because of the dangerous situation that remains in Iraq. The firefighting teams, that is, from Boots and Coots and those from Houston, are being kept back until the situation there improves. David, back to you.
Yeah, once again, kudos to those SEALs, those Navy SEALs who got in there and stopped more sabotage. Could have been dozens, if not hundreds, of wells that had been lit off if the Iraqis had time and the SEALs had not gotten in. William Lajeunesse from Kuwait. Great to see you, William. Thanks very much.
Well, meanwhile, U.S. Central Command says coalition forces have had, quote, terrific firefights with what they refer to as rear-enders. Fox News correspondent Major Garrett has the very latest on all this from the Pentagon. Major?
The very latest on several fronts. Patty Ann and David. And I just got off the phone with a senior defense official, and one thing I'd like to try to convey to our viewers is, as so much video comes pouring across from the front, there is a tendency to sort of get whipsawed around the country of Iraq. And what military planners are doing here is trying to assess the progress so far as to the entire battle plan as they laid it out before hostilities began. And the senior defense official just told me, look, when you look at our key objectives early on in this battle plan, many of them have already been achieved. Let's review them. We have, I'm being told we have air raid sirens anew in Baghdad. That is an ongoing and almost continuous process when night falls in the capital city of Iraq. Reviewing some of the early objectives that have so far been achieved. The secured oil fields in southern Iraq, 1,000. A few sporadic oil well fires, those will be dealt with in time. The oil well terminals have been secured in the Persian Gulf. That was a key objective. The two key airfields in western Iraq, H2 and H3, very near the so-called Scud box, which could have menaced both Jordan and Israel with Scud missiles, largely secure. They feel very confident that there will be no Scud missile launches from there to Jordan or Israel. Another key early objective. Casualties, though they grieve here at the Pentagon over them, have been lighter than expected, and almost half of them have been related to accidents. And those that have been sustained on the combat field have been in largely illegal tactics, where people have either pretended to be surrendering and then fired. That is an illegal war tactic, or an ambushing of lightly armed and, generally speaking, undefended Army maintenance crews that took a wrong turn yesterday in the open desert of Iraq. So generally speaking, the feeling at the Pentagon is things are going well, especially with the key early objectives, and the march to Baghdad also continues. One other thing I want to point out, the commanding general at Central Command, Tommy Franks, said today that in fact, as they encounter regular military of the Iraqi forces, they're seeing many orders being undealt with. Here's how he described it.
Red Cross report, only 1 dead.
It would not surprise you that, that at this point, even 5 days into this operation, many orders which have been given by this regime have not been obeyed by a great many.
David and Patty Ann, I also want to bring you up to date on an assessment made by the International Committee of the Red Cross in the capital city of Baghdad itself. After days and days of sustained bombing, Central Command went through great care today to show the precision of that bombing. The International Committee of the Red Cross, I've just been handed a bulletin, discovered 32 injuries, 1 civilian death in the capital city. Evidence to them that the bombing of Iraq has in fact, Baghdad, forgive me, has in fact been extremely precise. Civilian casualties very limited compared to the sustained and extensive bombardment of that capital city. That's just been a bulletin I've been handed. I wanted to convey that to you in New York. Back to you.
All right, Major Garrett, live at the Pentagon. Thank you.
And we just want to keep you up to date to what is coming up in the next hour or two right here on Fox. First of all, in about 40 minutes, well, this is going to happen in about an hour and a half. We're having an exclusive interview with our own Brit Hume, interviewing Colin Powell, our Secretary of State. Of course, he was also chairman of the Joint Chiefs back in the '91 Gulf War. He has some things to say about this particular war, as well as our diplomatic efforts. Of course, the French want to get back in. What are we going to do with them? What about the UN? Do they play any kind of role in post-Saddam Iraq? He'll be asking those questions. Also at 1 p.m., that's about 40 minutes from now, we have a presser at Ari Fleischer's briefing room in the White House. We'll take you there as well. Patty Ann?
Well, joining us now from Washington to assess our military's latest moves is retired Army Lieutenant Colonel and now Fox News military analyst Tim Eads. Thank you for joining us, Colonel Eads.
Thank you, Patty Ann.
Well, the latest news is that this U.S. Apache helicopter was shot down in Iraq. Iraqi TV was showing pictures of that chopper on the ground. At this point, there's no word on the fate of the pilots, but also Iraq is claiming it was shot down by peasant farmers. General Tommy Franks came out earlier today from Central Command and basically scoffed at that idea, saying there's no way peasants could knock down one of our sophisticated choppers, but those reports are still drifting around. Let's address those first. Is it possible that this could have been downed by peasant farmers, or is it anti-aircraft fire, heavy artillery fire, as General Franks claims?
Technically, yes. Somebody with a AK-47 could shoot down one of these Apaches. It would require the Apache helicopter to basically be hovering right above the peasant farmer, and the peasant farmer shoot directly into probably the tail rotor system and cause enough damage for the aircraft to be downed. Even if that happened, the aircraft can still probably fly a long way as David was saying earlier, you know, the chances of somebody being able to get in this airplane and fly it away are next to nil. Because if it was flyable, those pilots would have flown it back as far as they could have flown it. So I don't think, although it's great PR to say that a peasant shot the aircraft down, the chances of that are very, very slim.
And what is the likely fate of the two pilots of the chopper at this point?
Well, there's one or two things. What it appears is, number one, they're either captured, or number two, they're on the run. And whenever somebody is down and they're on the run, the command is very, very silent about what's going on, what efforts are going on, because we don't want anybody to know what is going on.
Right.
A search and rescue mission is one of the most critical and high priority missions that any command has, because you want your soldiers to believe that if something happens to them, you're going to move heaven and earth to get them back.
All right.
And so I'm sure every effort's being put to get those guys back.
All right. Now, Colonel, I see you have the screen reader behind you. Please just demonstrate for us what's going on right now currently in Iraq.
Right. As we know, the Marines and the 3rd ID are moving up towards Baghdad from the south. And at the end of this, maybe we can talk a little about what's going on in the north. But I thought it would be helpful if we talked a little about this Karbala Pass and what it's going to be like to cross the river. So if we go to the Fox flyover, we'll see we're going to zoom in on this river crossing, and you're going to see a couple of things that will occur as we clearly, if we're coming from this direction, if we're coming from this direction, we want to put people on the far side just as fast as we can do it, and we'll probably put air assault over there. That'll secure the far side. You've heard the reports of we've got a lot of people sniping at us, some skirmishes. So we're going to get Apache helicopters up on these ridge lines as we come across this this river crossing to guard against people actually shooting down on us. Our people will assemble a long distance back. Everybody will get ready, and then as soon as this site is secure, they will go across it just as quickly as they can, because this is a choke point. It's very dangerous in there. You're bottled up, you're tied up, there's no maneuver room, so you want to get guys through that funnel just as fast as you can. If we got time, I'd like to talk just quickly about what's happening up in Mosul and Kirkuk.
Please do.
We haven't heard a lot about this area up here, other than there's some bombing going on. Special Operations Forces, is my guess, is that's their mission right now. They're coordinating with the opposition. They're getting ready to put some pressure from the north down on Baghdad using those opposition forces. And we haven't heard a lot about where the 82nd Airborne and where the 101st are, although we have heard some elements of the 101st, but not everybody's accounted for. So the possibility is that these guys are in the north getting ready to do a movement to contact down towards Baghdad and secure Mosul and Kirkuk en route.
All right, interesting stuff. Lieutenant Colonel Tim Eads, thank you as always.
Thank you.
And once again, we want to let you know that in about an hour and a half right here on Fox, a Fox News exclusive with our own Britt Hume, he is going to be interviewing our Secretary of State, Colin Powell, a man who no doubt has a lot to say not only about the military progress of this war, but also about what's to come diplomatically as the world prepares to deal with a post-Saddam Hussein Iraq. And also coming up at about 1 o'clock in short order, we've got a White House briefing with Ari Fleischer at the White House briefing room, keeping us up to date on what the president is doing to once again secure the support that we have among the coalition of the willing in this war, and also how to piece together, cobble together a post-Saddam Iraq. And then we're told that at 3:30 today, Eastern Time, for those out west and so forth, it's about 2.5 hours from now. 2.5 hours, there'll be a Pentagon briefing. We assume Donald Rumsfeld is going to be giving that briefing. We will take that live, of course. And then also we're keeping our eye on the 332nd Airborne. This particular plane you're looking at is one that comes in to support the troops on the ground. When the troops are caught in a firefight, they call in for air support. This is the plane that usually comes to give them that support. We just heard from our own Greg Kelly who's embedded with the troops on their way to Baghdad, that indeed this plane came in. It's an A-10 Warthog, also known as a tank buster, came in. It was a welcome sight by the troops on the ground in order to take out those divisions and those Iraqis who were looking to pin them down. So once again, we're keeping an eye. This is a live shot of 332nd Airborne. And also Baghdad, where again air raid sirens just went off moments ago. About an hour ago, we heard that there were 3 large explosions. We couldn't see them, although we did in videotape capture some of those explosions. We may be able to bring that to you, but we're looking now at live pictures. Once again, the lights are on, the water is running, the civilian population is being as unaffected as possible. Of course, a war is always devastating to people that are in the midst of it. It's a frightening thing, no matter how often you hear these bombs go off. You never get used to them. But the latest assessment from the International Red Cross, as we heard from Major Garrett at the Pentagon, is that in all of these bombings, we've had 1 civilian death, about 30 to 40 injured. We don't know the severity of those injuries, but again, any civilian death is a tragedy. However, these deaths and civilian casualties are clearly being kept to a minimum.
Here's the latest on Operation Iraqi Freedom. Warplanes have been heard roaring over Baghdad. A news agency correspondent reports hearing explosions. It's the 4th air raid of the day. As coalition forces advance on Baghdad, Saddam Hussein goes on Iraqi TV to rally his people and his troops. He predicts victory and vows allied forces will be crushed. But U.S. intelligence believes the speech was pre-recorded. U.S. and British forces are mopping up after an armored battle about 3 miles west of Basra, Iraq's second largest city. And Britain's defense ministry confirms a British soldier was killed today in southern Iraq. It's the first British combat death since the war started. Hello, everyone. I'm Patty Ann Brown here with David Asman.
And we are going to take it close by to Iraq. Amman, Jordan has been a historical neighbor and traitor with Iraq. They've been reluctant to go into any conflict with that country, but our own Todd Connor is standing by with the very latest on how this war is playing out with its neighbors. Todd?
Hi there, David. Well, they are definitely walking a very tight rope, as government officials put it here. Meantime, it certainly has been a very rough road for coalition troops on their way to Baghdad over the past, say, 24 or 36 hours. CENTCOM now says it is missing one of its Apache helicopters, and General Tommy Franks has confirmed that a helicopter crew has gone missing as well. Men waving rifles shown on Iraqi television celebrating that downed chopper. Baghdad saying local farmers actually shot down 2 coalition helicopters, and they also claim to have captured the pilots, so CENTCOM is not confirming this. And Iraqis are also claiming to have shot down a U.S. Predator drone. People were shown on Iraqi TV once again standing near part of an aircraft, and others holding up what appeared to be pieces of wreckage. No confirmation from CENTCOM on this either, on whether it is missing one of its Predators. But the coalition planes do push ahead with more bombing runs on and around Baghdad. Explosions heard in the last couple of hours, even the last couple of minutes around the city. It's believed coalition aircraft have been striking Republican Guard positions circling the city. And senior U.S. officials now telling Fox News they believe Saddam's latest speech was taped prior to the beginning of the war, in part because of his praise for the 51st Division, which surrendered early in the fighting. In that 20-minute speech on Iraqi TV today, Saddam promised that victory is soon, and he said to his people, quote, "God has ordered you to cut their throats." And here in Amman, Jordan, the government really putting up with a lot of unrest among the people here. In just the last couple of days, there have been 55 protests all around Jordan, and they seem to become more violent as each day goes along. David, back to you.
All right, our own Todd Connor in Amman. Todd, thanks very much. Patty Ann?
And on the front lines, Fox's Greg Kelly traveling with the Army's 3rd Infantry Division. Greg, what's the very latest from there?
Well, Patty Ann, now for about the third day in the row, we have encountered fire. Today, we had an attack extremely close to our position, about maybe 100, 150 feet. Really hard to say, but mortars were inbound. Now, let's recap the last couple of days. I guess it was the day before yesterday. We were ambushed, the lead tank elements ambushed by RPGs, rocket-propelled grenades, as well as dismounts with AK-47s. Now, today, we were struck at our assembly area, and later on, this convoy that you're seeing also hit by a mortar attack. A mortar, basically a small field artillery piece. It can fire a projectile about 2 kilometers. Now, the 2nd Brigade combat team responded with artillery of their own, also close air support. The strike today, though, extremely close, and it got the attention of a lot of people, reminding them that this is the real thing. This is war, and it is dangerous. However, point out that our progress is still good. We are at the point that we planned to be even before we crossed the border into Iraq in the first place. So they are pleased with the amount of progress they are making. The resistance is being dealt with. They say it is more of a harassment type than anything that could stop this brigade's progress toward its objective. David, Patty Ann.
All right, Greg Kelly, thank you.
Well, let's see if we can stay on Greg for a minute. Do we still have Greg Kelly? All right, let's let Greg, again, stop us if you have to leave for any emergency. We know you're dealt those emergencies constantly there, but we just want to get as much out of you as we can. The morale of the troops, I don't know if you're aware of the capture of the troops yesterday and how they were displayed in a disgusting manner, not only by the Iraqis, but by Al Jazeera television all over the Arab world. We, of course, chose not to show those pictures. Is word of those captures getting around there? And if so, how is it affecting the mood of the troops?
A lot of people don't know about that information that you just shared. A lot of the troops really not getting much news. We actually told the brigade commander ourselves last night, and it was news to him. Morale overall is still pretty positive. Again, they had a reminder today that this is the real deal, and they need to be careful, and they are being careful as they execute their mission. So basically, I don't have an answer for you as to how that specific incident affected morale. One more thing, David, you mentioned about our security to our flanks and to our rear, and that is a big concern. The logistics trail is a long one, maybe as long as 100, 150 kilometers. A lot of those vehicles back there are what they call soft vehicles. They're not armored like the tanks and the other heavy equipment we have up here. So they are perhaps more vulnerable, but they have healthy weapon systems of their own.
Understood. Well, in fact, Greg, we should point out, very important fact, those who were captured were logistics. They were apparently mechanics who were along helping out those tanks and vehicles that were down, and they took a wrong turn. So very important for those logistics people to stay online with the troop convoy. Greg, I guess you know that. I'm just repeating the obvious for you. We have breaking news. Greg, please stay with us if you can, Patty Ann.
And we have word right now, David, of fighting going on right now near Nasiriyah in southern Iraq. And we are joined right now on the phone by Fox producer Christian Jacks, who is embedded with the Naval Seabees construction force in that area. Christian, what can you tell us?
Well, convoys keep coming on. Yesterday, a convoy lost its way while trying to cross the river and came under fire. Several Americans may have been taken prisoners. Several Americans also drowned in one of the Euphrates irrigation canals while trying to purify water. But there are signs that tensions are easing. A naval construction force is making preparation to go repair one of the bridges over the Euphrates.
So, Christian, tell us a little bit more about these reports that some of our troops drowned in the Euphrates while they were purifying water. That's something we're not hearing much about.
I'm not sure I have any information on that, except that a Seabees unit is standing by to go recover the bodies. I'm not sure how one drives in an irrigation canal, but it seems to have happened. This would not have taken place in the river, but on one of the huge irrigation rivers that runs parallel to the river.
Christian Jacks, I got to ask you a personal question, if you don't mind. I understand that the Marines, the Tarawa, the Task Force Tarawa, is involved in that engagement. Have you seen anything of that particular troop?
No, I haven't. We're somewhere near the Euphrates, but not on the Euphrates. we're part of several units who have had trouble crossing and are waiting for the bridges to be secure, are waiting for Nasiriyah to be secure.
Now, Christian, are you getting air support? We've heard that there were some problems earlier about that.
We have been seeing Apaches helicopters flying overhead, heading for Nasiriyah all evening, during the night, and this morning. Flights were interrupted because of a strong sandstorm.
And who are you engaging? Are these? Do you get the sense that these are Iraqi Army regulars? That they are the parts of the Republican Guard unit, militia? Who are they?
I've been told that they're irregulars. They may have been part of the Republican Guard, but they're now in civilian clothes and hiding out amongst the population of Nasiriyah.
Now, Christian, when we heard reports of recent fighting in Nasiriyah, how recently are we talking about? Is all clear right now? And how recently was there active fighting going on?
It seems to have cleared a little bit because soft units, construction units are getting ready to go towards it. But earlier today, I saw lots of Cobras and Apaches heading for Nasiriyah. Some of the reports I've heard where I was told of some of those reports around noon today.
All right, Christian.
The flights, the Apaches were still flying at dusk this evening.
All right, Christian Jacks, a Fox News producer who is traveling with a construction force as part of the Navy Seabees, and he is in southern Iraq and reporting on what's going on near Nasiriyah. Thank you so much, Christian.
And all of this information is being fed into Command Central, which is in Doha, Qatar. There's a lot of bits and pieces to the war story from the north, from the south, as we move in towards Baghdad in the middle. Our own Mike Tobin has been following the progress as all this information is computed together to get an overall game plan for this war. Mike?
That's exactly right, David. So let me focus on a couple of bits and pieces right now. One of those subjects, General Franks was peppered with the questions when he gave his second briefing of the war here today. He was peppered with the question, if Saddam Hussein has chemical and biological weapons, when do you expect him to use them? Here's General Franks' response.
We fully understand that he has the ability to instruct, to demand of his subordinates the use of these weapons. But it would not surprise you that, that at this point, even 5 days into this operation, many orders which have been given by this regime have not been obeyed by a great many of the subordinates in his armed forces.
And with so much outrage generated with the video of the U.S. Prisoners apparently being held by a ragtag bunch of Iraqis being exploited on Iraqi television, General Franks was presented with questions about those coalition prisoners of war, those Iraqis who are being held by the coalition. He brought up the obvious point that anyone held prisoner by the coalition would be monitored by an outside force, specifically the ICRC. Again, here's General Franks.
I'm sure that the Red Cross will be in there with them and reporting very soon. I know that were these prisoners of war we held, then the Red Cross would certainly be in there in order to provide fact and provide accountability and to ensure that they're well cared for.
And of course, everyone here is gripped with the information that came from General Franks about the fate of this Apache crew from the 101st Airborne Division that went down after what General Franks characterized as a successful engagement of Republican Guards in the outskirts of Baghdad, more specifically in and around Karbala. Following up on information that you were asking about, David, we do know at this point you're asking about what happened to the aircraft. You saw it was armed, laying there in the field, possibly something that could fall into enemy hands. Standard operating procedure for something like that would be to get the aircraft out of there if you can. If you can't, go ahead and destroy the aircraft. The only information I'm getting out of Central Command here, because that would be classified, is just that it stands to reason they would follow standard operating procedure. Back to you in New York.
All right, and Mike, just a word also on that is that apparently Iraqis are incapable of flying a machine as complex as the Apache takes months and months of training to do that. Mike Tobin, thanks very much. Patty Ann?
And just a reminder, about 15 minutes from now, the White House will hold its daily briefing with White House spokesman Ari Fleischer, and Fox News Channel will carry that live. But right now, let's get the very latest on those 5 American prisoners of war who were paraded yesterday on Iraqi TV. Fox's Trace Gallagher is live at the soldiers' home base, Fort Bliss in Texas. Trace?
Hey, Patty Ann. Fort Bliss was supposed to hold a press briefing yesterday afternoon. That was abruptly canceled. The next one was scheduled for 12 o'clock today. That one has now been canceled. Fort Bliss saying they just have no new information, so now the press briefings are on hold indefinitely at this base. We can tell you the 507th Maintenance Company was in southern Iraq near Nasiriyah yesterday, following well behind their tank battalion when apparently they made a wrong turn and they were ambushed by some Iraqi troops. 12 of those soldiers went missing, but a few hours later, 5 of them turned up on Iraqi state TV. Subsequently, they were also on Al Jazeera, broadcast to the world. One of those soldiers, of course, 23-year-old Army Specialist Joseph Hudson. He, in fact, was born and raised just a few miles away from this military base across the border in New Mexico at Alamodoro. His mother was actually watching television, and she looked up and saw her son.
As I saw him, he looks fine. But of course, I know my son. He looks so scared, being the interview live. Of course, the rest of his people, I think they killed him.
We also know that 23-year-old Patrick Miller from Park City, Kansas, is also one of the POWs, as is James Riley from Woodbury, New Jersey. The 2 others have not yet been identified. We know their names, but their families may not have been identified, so right now we are withholding those names. The 507th is a maintenance company. They do just that. They repair equipment. They normally lag well behind their tank battalions, but the Army says they are always well armed and well trained. They can handle themselves in battle. The Iraqis, of course, have already violated the Geneva Convention by parading those people on television. Well, now the Iraqis say they will abide by the Geneva Convention. Keep in mind, some military experts say in the long run it might be a good thing that these military personnel were put on television, because it proves they were alive, and it becomes incumbent upon Iraq to make sure they stay alive. Fort Bliss back in 1991 also had 2 other soldiers who were taken captive by the Iraqis. They were held for 33 days and then released. There's been a lot of talk around here about a possible rescue mission, but a lot of the experts we talked to say that's probably not going to happen. Don't expect a commando raid to go in there and try and rescue these POWs. Instead, they say the best and easiest way for these people to go free is for us to win the war. Patty Ann?
Trace Gallagher live at Fort Bliss in Texas. Thank you.
And once again, we want to update you on a couple of pressers that are coming up, press conferences. Pressers is our lingo. At 1 o'clock, it's just about 14 minutes from now, Ari Fleischer at the White House going to be pressing us on the movements and the activities of the president as he continues to engage this war with our coalition of the willing. At 3:30, there will be a Pentagon press briefing, and we will cover that live as well. And in just about an hour and 15 minutes from now, our own Britt Hume has a very special exclusive interview that we will be covering live right here on Fox with Colin Powell, our Secretary of State. He handled center stage for quite a while as the diplomatic activity surrounding Iraq was taking place. Haven't heard much from him in the past 2 weeks since we joined the war, but we will today. That's about an hour and 15 minutes from now. Of course, it's going to be seen exclusively here on Fox. Well, we heard a lot about the brutalization of American prisoners by the Iraqis. Of course, they've been brutalizing their own citizens for years. While they are doing that, we are very concerned about getting aid to those people who become refugees as a result of this particular conflict. Wherever there are refugees in need of support, the International Rescue Committee can usually be found. They're anxious to help in Iraq, but when will things calm down enough to allow them to bring in their help? We're asking Zaki Khoury. He is regional coordinator for the committee, and he is now in Amman, Jordan. Mr. Khoury, first of all, this is hot off the wires. Russia's President Putin has warned now, and I use that in quotation mark, his word warns, Bush to avoid a humanitarian catastrophe in Iraq. How do we do that?
Well, I have to remind, first of all, that the Iraqi people already suffered from 12 years of sanctions. So even before this war, this population is in bad need of humanitarian assistance.
By the way, Mr. Khoury, I got to emphasize, as I usually do when I hear that while the Iraqi people were suffering, Saddam Hussein was using a lot of the oil for food money instead to build up his own palaces, and God knows what else he was doing, right?
That's true, but in the same time, we have also to emphasize that there is children, there is mothers that they are suffering. And our role really is to maintain this humanitarian assistance, the flow of it, the provision of it in a direct way.
Well, now, your specialty is refugee care, and you folks have done an extraordinary job through the years in tending to refugees. When will the situation, the war itself, calm down enough so that you can get in there and provide direct aid?
In fact, I have to tell you that it's not only refugees that we are caring about, but also displaced persons. So internally, inside of Iraq, there is also a lot of people and a lot of movement of the population, and we are caring about this population. Right now, there is in fact some difficulty in order to provide the humanitarian assistance. One of them is really, we don't have a lot of access to information. As you know, there is military activities going on, so it's very difficult to get the right answers to a lot of questions. Also, for the humanitarian assistance organization, still we do suffer of lack of funding. The U.S. government and other donors are really cutting some funds here. We are working on it, and I do hope that within the near future we can get some funding.
Mr. Khoury, we have some more specific questions for you. We have some breaking news, though. If you could stay with us, we're going to go back to Zaki Khoury in just a moment. But first, we're going to go to Major Garrett. He is at the Pentagon with some breaking news. Major?
Well, David, it's not necessarily breaking news other than a very clear and very direct assessment Fox News has received from a very senior military official here at the Pentagon, conversation I just had a few moments ago. And if my colleagues in New York could bring up a live picture of Baghdad, if at all possible. One of the things that we've been told is, essentially, when you see the lights on in Baghdad, the coalition forces are leaving the lights on, and the senior military official said, look, we have been very, very precise in our targeting of Baghdad, and when the lights are left on, they're left on for a reason. Shock and awe is designed to shock and awe the Iraqi leadership, not the people of Iraq. And there is backup data to suggest that is precisely what is happening. The International Committee of the Red Cross has tallied civilian casualties in the capital city of Baghdad. Only 1 dead, 32 injured in the last 24 to 48 hours. Much, much lower than would have been associated with any other type of indiscriminate or carpet bombing in previous campaigns. The U.S. military, according to the senior official, is stopping ourselves from doing what we could do. That's not only true in Baghdad, but in other cities. One other thing that is crucial and is breaking news to point out, David, that this involvement of the Apache helicopter that was downed and appeared on Iraqi TV tape, that was part of a vanguard of Apache helicopters that had its first coalition encounter with the Medina division of the Republican Guard. That happened near Karbala, about 60 miles south and west of the capital city of Baghdad. That is the first direct coalition involvement with a Republican Guard division, the Medina division. And it was a pretty tough scrap in the air, so we are told by the embedded reporters. The senior military official also had said it appeared that Apache helicopter landed in a way that did not suggest it had been shot down, did not land in distress. It had not fired its armaments, and there is a suggestion that the disposition of the crew, though still classified as missing, might be more promising than originally understood. One other thing the senior military official pointed out, look, the British and U.S. forces that are moving very rapidly south to north toward Baghdad are looking for fights. And when they encounter fights, they are winning the fights, military to military. The casualties sustained yesterday were in ambushes or in cases where illegal wartime tactics were used, civilians, apparently civilians, trying to surrender and then firing on Marines. The senior military official said the Iraqis are trying to get us to change our tactics, to try to have us deal much more aggressively and indiscriminately with civilians. We are not going to change our tactics, but we will review the way we encounter and deal with civilians. That's the latest from the Pentagon, David. Back to you in New York.
You brought some startling information, and we may all have been burying the lead in this story of the Apache helicopter that went down. But this is the first encounter then. We've seen these 4 or 5 divisions, a division being anywhere from 3 to 5 to 6,000 people around Baghdad, and so far our troops haven't engaged them. You're suggesting that this is the first time that we have actually made contact and engaged one of those major divisions.
That's right, and this was an aerial engagement, an advanced aerial Apache helicopter engagement, 30 to 40 Apaches being part of a forward aerial vanguard, if you will, probably accompanied by artillery fire coming from deep behind the battlefield. And that is meant to soften up and destroy as many targets as possible in advance of the then ground forces that would follow after it. It was a pretty good scrape in the air. It has been described by the embedded reporters who witnessed it and who talked to the pilots who returned from it. But this is the first direct engagement with a Republican Guard division, the Medina Division, about 60 miles south and west of Baghdad, and that's the first time that's happened on the Iraqi battlefield.
Well, I don't want to get too much ahead of ourselves here, Major, but the question always arises, as it has over the weekend, if we know where these divisions are and now we've actually engaged them, why aren't we unleashing terror on them and using perhaps even these Moab, these massive bombs, to take out an entire division?
Well, I would only say to that, David, that the battle plan evolves, it continues, and to stay tuned. And as the Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld has said, and it's been proved clear day after day, the embedded reporters give us a slice of the battlefield. They don't give us the whole battlefield. And the military commanders are looking at the entire battlefield. They have now learned some things about the tactics and approach that the Medina Division, at least, received them with. That's being dealt with. That's being absorbed. And then as the ground campaign gets nearer to the Medina Division, they'll also find out what they destroyed, what's still there, and how to best tactically defeat it.
Understood. Understood. Major Garrett, for some very startling breaking news, we have actually engaged one of those, at least one of those major divisions that are now circling Baghdad. There are anywhere from 4 to 5. Each one has anywhere from 4,000 to 6,000 troops, maybe a little less, maybe a little more. But again, this is the first significant battle as we go into Baghdad for that. By the way, the White House is undoubtedly going to give us more information about these battles as we come up. You can see the briefing room. Ari Fleischer will be at the podium in about 5 or 6 minutes. We'll go there live. And then Britt Hume at 2:10 p.m. Eastern Time. It's about an hour and 10 minutes from now. We'll be talking exclusively with our own Secretary of State, Colin Powell. Of course, he, former general, head of the Joint Chiefs during the '91 Gulf War. He is now Secretary of State, and this is the first time that I've seen him in quite a while, at least since we've joined the war. It'll be interesting to see what he has to say. Britt Hume will be asking him questions, and then at about 3:30, a Pentagon briefing will take place. Just want to finish up with a guest that we had. A very important aspect of all this is how we deal. There is the Pentagon briefing room. We'll be hearing from them at about 3:30 p.m. Zaki Khoury is with the International Rescue Committee. We were talking with him before about how to deal with the humanitarian situation as this war progresses. Zaki Khoury, there's an irony here, of course, which is that we and you are in charge of providing food and water and basic medical supplies to one of the richest countries, oil-wise anyway, in the world. There is an irony about that. And how do we turn all the oil that Iraq has into money that we can use to provide the humanitarian aid that the people there now need?
It's not only about money, it's also about human beings suffering from the impact of war.
Well, of course, but the point is that the money is used to relieve that suffering. How do we do it?
It's not only from the oil that we have to bring the money. There is also inside the country human resources that can help us in order really to help the others. So this is another point. Iraq is rich with the human resources. It's rich also with the money coming from the oil. So we have to take into consideration that there is some resources, we have to build on it, and we have also to help them in order to self-rely on themselves.
Now, we are attempting at the moment to secure those port facilities in the Persian Gulf, right on the border with Iraq, in order to get humanitarian aid in. Are you engaged, or are you helping out or being helped out by the U.S. government in any way in assisting to get those supplies in right now?
In fact, that's exactly what we are waiting for. We have emergency teams waiting right now, and we are working in order to get them enter Iraq from different points.
Well, tell us specifically. I mean, the folks in the Pentagon, the folks doing logistics are some of whom anyway tune into Fox News Channel. Tell them right now what you need in order to facilitate humanitarian aid.
What we need is access. It's time to stabilize a little bit and give some importance to humanitarian assistance. This is our 5th day, and it's time really to help people. We need to help human beings on both sides. So it's time to enter, it's time to help us and support our cause. This is what I would like to tell them.
Now, the infrastructure of Iraq is going to change dramatically after the removal of Saddam Hussein, or even right now. You have established workings with the old folks, the old regime of Saddam Hussein. Are you likely to have difficulty getting these new contact lines into Iraq? Because the administration clearly is going to change in the coming weeks and months.
In fact, we are not right now inside of Iraq, and our organization has never worked during the last 10 years in Iraq. We helped during the first Gulf War, but not after that. Right now, we are really keen in order to help the people and to help to build the infrastructure. We really need to help in the rehabilitation. We do expect that NGOs can play a role, especially during the emergency period, and we do urge the government in order really to give us a chance and to help people.
Now, as you know, the UN and the U.S. aren't on the best of terms at the moment for all the problems we've had in the past couple of months diplomatically. Are we likely to deal specifically, the U.S., with groups like yours rather than using the UN as the umbrella to cover humanitarian aid?
In fact, what I can tell you is that NGO, the non-governmental organization, are ready right now in order to go, but ready from our own resources. We wanted to be more ready and more prepared if there is some funds that can help us. But unfortunately, till now, we didn't receive any support, funding support from the government or any other donors.
Yeah, well, listen to this. For those government workers who are listening, the International Rescue Committee needs your help. Needs some at least coordination help. And Zaki Khoury, we appreciate what you're doing. We hope you get help soon. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
And we continue now with our coverage of Iraqi freedom.
It is 1 p.m. Eastern Time, 9 p.m. in Baghdad. Here's the latest on Operation Iraqi Freedom. Coalition Commander General Tommy Franks is saying that Allied forces can expect much more fighting ahead. He's admitting that the resistance is stiff. At the same time, he says the troops are making rapid and sometimes dramatic progress. At the same time, military doctors are saying that some Americans wounded in Iraq.
Quarters in New York. This is World News Tonight with Peter Jennings.
Good evening, everyone. We're actually going to begin with what we know. South of Baghdad tonight, maybe 60 miles away from the outskirts, the first elements of the U.S. invasion force are moving slowly and deliberately towards the country's most important city. The U.S. commander, General Franks, says his forces are meeting resistance, which can have many meanings, as we'll see. The Iraqis shot down an Apache helicopter today and displayed its two-man crew on television. Iraq's deputy prime minister said today that Saddam Hussein is in full control of his army and his country, which we know is not true. The Iraqi leader was seen on television again praising Iraqis for fighting the Americans. And the UN Secretary General warned today of a possible humanitarian disaster. The city of Basra is said to be running out of drinking water. We're going to go first, as always, to ABC's John McCarthy at the Pentagon for the bigger picture. John?
Peter, commanders on the ground are now warning that they are facing a monster sandstorm that could delay for 3 or 4 days the beginning of what could be the largest land battle of this war thus far, first contact with the Republican Guard. Before the storm started rolling in late today, the U.S. intensified its air attacks against what U.S. officials say could be as many as 70,000 Iraqi troops. They are arrayed across a 100-mile front just south of Baghdad. Sources say 90% of the air missions in the last 24 hours have concentrated on the destruction of these Iraqi troops, their armored personnel carriers, and their tanks.
We find ourselves doing a lot of ground interdiction in support of the ground forces a lot earlier in the war than we were really planning on.
The U.S. effort has come at a cost. An Apache helicopter, the Army's most lethal tank killer, was shot down. The 2 pilots are now in Iraqi hands and were shown on regional television. Because families have been notified, ABC News is identifying them, Ronald Young and David Williams, both chief warrant officers from Fort Hood, Texas. Since yesterday's ambushes and casualties, even support troops, those not primarily engaged in combat, are becoming the targets of roving bands of Saddam Hussein's most ardent followers, the Fedayeen.
We are receiving harassing occasional fire from the northwest.
Mike Saray is a reporter for ABC News.
Now, instead of cruising past locals with a wave, the Marines are training their weapons on them and slowing down to look for any signs of hostile intent they might have to respond to.
In the city of Nasiriyah, it was still a very difficult fight today, as described by ABC News correspondent John Berman.
The Marines are still inside the city of Al-Nasiriyah, slugging it out in street-to-street fighting. 1 battalion of Marines has been there for over 36 hours now, engaged in serious fighting.
In the southern oil fields, though still racked with sporadic fighting, private American contractors were already working to cap the remaining 7 burning wells.
This could be in, 5-10 years' time, probably one of the premier oil fields in the entire world.
And in the port city of Qasr, through which crucial supplies of food and medicine for the Iraqi people were already supposed to be flowing, still trouble. Today, helicopters were sweeping the harbor for mines. British commandos found 2 more Iraqi boats loaded with mines, and it now looks like days more before even the first ships can safely get in. Another delay in the war plan. That slows the effort to win over Iraqi civilians. The sandstorms are likely to delay the attempt to go after the regime's toughest troops. Not helpful to a strategy that relies on moving quickly, Peter.
Thank you, John. John McCarthy of the Pentagon. We'll talk a little more about strategy in just a minute. The Pentagon said today the U.S. accidentally bombed a bus in western Iraq, killing 5 Syrian civilians who were trying to leave the country. They say the bus was crossing a bridge about 100 miles from the border at the time. 10 people were injured. The Syrian government called it a criminal act. Iraqi television was still available to the world today, was broadcasting pictures of its leaders seeming to be in charge, and of dead American troops and American captives. It certainly gives off something of an image of success. But the U.S. was bombing Iraq all the same, all the time. ABC's Richard Engel is in Baghdad.
Peter, on Iraqi television today, Saddam Hussein made specific references to the fighting in Qasr and called the performance of Iraqi soldiers and pro-government militias there heroic. The details of the recent battle in southern Iraq suggest that the tape was made after the attempt on Saddam's life last week. The Iraqi president said his fighters were inflicting heavy American and British casualties and that the war would be long and painful for coalition forces. Iraq says the United States told its people that its army would be greeted as liberators and given flowers, but that instead the troops are being met with bullets. Iraq today also celebrated the downing of a U.S. Apache attack helicopter outside of Baghdad. These pictures were shown repeatedly on Iraqi television, as was a video of the 2 pilots, new American POWs. Iraq's foreign minister told ABC News that the helicopter was shot down by a poor Iraqi farmer. Iraq says he did it with his own rifle. In Baghdad, the air campaign continues night and day. There's no way for journalists to independently verify exactly what is being destroyed. Iraq says U.S. and British fighters are targeting civilian areas, and today took reporters to see a university damaged by the bombing. Iraqi officials also claim that 62 civilians have been killed throughout Iraq and 500 wounded in the past 24 hours. They've released no figures for the number of soldiers killed in the fighting. Peter?
Thank you, Richard. As you probably know, we have many reporters traveling with American forces. Here's a quick glimpse of ABC's Bob Woodruff in southern Iraq with the Marines. He had an interesting thought as they were rolling along.
After seeing very few people in the first 24 hours of this campaign, we are seeing many more Iraqis along the side of the road. And some of the vehicle commanders are throwing out humanitarian rations to them. They smile, they wave. It's hard to know what they're thinking, what is in their hearts, whether they are welcoming the U.S. military or whether we are simply a curiosity, maybe a source of food.
The U.S. Army units between Nasiriyah and Baghdad today were, in language they would use, trying to shape the battlefield, which means that with artillery and helicopters and calling in bombers as well, they were trying to reduce the Iraqi army so that U.S. ground forces can go forward. Ted Koppel called in earlier and told us they had several issues to contend with, not least of which is the weather.
When you have 40-mile-an-hour winds whipping up the sand, which is all around you, these men can still move in their tanks and in their Bradleys. They can still fight in their tanks and in their Bradleys. But what cannot be done is you can't get those Warthogs, those A-10s up in the air. You can't get the Apache longbow helicopters up in the air.
As you know, one Apache is down today and has already been seen on Iraqi television. What about the other Apaches in combat today?
They flew 32 Apache longbow helicopters. As you just mentioned, Peter, one of them was shot down. We don't know what's happened to the crew. Every one of the 32 helicopters was hit by small arms fire, which is to say the other 31 returned safely, but they all had hits, every single one of them.
And now let's talk about this particular area of the country with our military analyst, Tony Cordesman. Tony, this is one of the most heavily occupied, that is by Iraqis, parts of the entire country, and as best I can understand it, there are at least three major U.S. columns going north towards Baghdad, correct?
You're absolutely right, Peter. We have the 3rd Mechanized driving north of An-Najaf. We have one Marine Corps task force driving in this direction, another driving up here. And as you can see, we're getting into urban areas, we're getting into rural areas, water barriers, a lot of population.
But now, and these are fairly significant towns you're looking at. These are not farming villages.
That's right. You have an area filled with cities, more than we can show on this map. But throughout the area are also small villages, roads, other areas where the Iraqi forces can hide and disperse.
And what is the principal opposition that U.S. forces are getting on the ground? Is it these roving bands of Fedayeen? What are they getting from the regular army?
They do seem to be getting steady resistance from elements of the regular army. There are reports that the El Medina division, elements of the Republican Guards, is already beginning to engage the 3rd Mechanized.
Anything else, Tone, for the moment?
Just one thing, Peter. If you look at this area, I think we should remember, as John mentioned, probably the most intensive precision air campaign in history, hitting at the Republican Guards, those Iraqi forces in the area where we can't see it, but critical to our advance.
Okay, Tony Cordesman, thanks very much. Talk to you later, as always. Also, a lot of people who live in that area fought in the Gulf War and are, we are told, pretty battle-hardened. And as Richard Engel said, the Iraqi government said today that farmers shot down that Apache helicopter today. As you heard from Ted Koppel today, most of the other Apaches that were attacking came home covered in bullet holes. ABC's Ned Potter reports tonight on the Apache, powerful and vulnerable.
The Apaches were designed to run interference for troops on the ground, and analysts say they are powerful weapons, perhaps the most lethal helicopters ever designed. They carry 30mm guns, an array of rockets, and laser-guided Hellfire missiles. They have a top range of 170 miles an hour and a range of 300 miles. They are highly maneuverable, and if they came back to base with bullet holes in them, analysts say that's because they were doing a dangerous job.
The aircraft is armored and can take a lot of hits.
But the Apaches also have a history as finicky machines. Government audits reported costly maintenance problems in the late 1990s. The Pentagon says those problems have been solved, and the Apaches proved themselves in Afghanistan.
They took a lot of fire, but they kept flying, and in fact, they were very effective. So the aircraft is a tough aircraft.
Still, the Iraqi military says this chopper was forced down today by a peasant with an old Czechoslovakian rifle. Is that claim at all credible?
I find that story incredible, bordering on fantasy.
Other analysts say it is possible that someone on the ground made a lucky shot, but U.S. troops will still rely on the Apache to run cover for them as they move toward Baghdad. Ned Potter, ABC News, New York.
Previous campaigns, helicopters often brought down with lucky shots. The Bush administration has alleged today that Russian companies are putting U.S. troops at risk by selling military equipment to Iraq. The administration says Russian companies are providing the Iraqi military with anti-tank missiles, night vision goggles, and equipment for jamming the global positioning system, which the U.S. has used so effectively so far. The Russian government has said today the charges have no basis. In fact, the President, Mr. Bush, and the President, Mr. Putin, have been talking about it today. President Bush asked Congress today for $75 billion to pay for the initial cost of what he is estimating will be a 30-day war in Iraq. Included in the $75 billion is humanitarian aid for Iraq and some money for rebuilding the country after the war, and also for homeland security here. Administration is also including economic assistance and loan guarantees to Israel, Egypt, and Jordan, 3 American allies in the region. Analysts will try to break it down in the days ahead. On Wall Street today, the Dow Jones Industrial Average had the biggest one-day drop in 7 months. At the closing bell, the Dow was down 307 points to close at just below 82.15. On the NASDAQ, stocks were down 52 points. One analyst said that last week investors thought it was going to be a 5-day war. Today they estimated it's more likely to last 5 weeks. The president's estimate went in for 30 days. When we come back, the first U.S. prisoners in the war with Iraq and their families. And we'll take a closer look tonight at the challenge of feeding the Iraqi people who need it as the war continues around them and past them.
In the future, everyone's glasses will automatically adjust to changing light and block out harmful UV rays that can damage the eyes. But for those with transitions lenses, the future is already here. Ask your eye care professional, because the danger is real now, and so is the protection. Transitions.
Men over 40 are waking up to a surprising fact. They may already be at risk of a heart attack. Doctors recommend Bayer low-dose aspirin as part of a routine to help prevent a heart attack. Be sure to talk to your doctor before you begin an aspirin regimen. Trust your heart to Bayer.
Inside every can of Minwax is the secret to enhancing wood's natural beauty. Minwax rich wood stains and long-lasting protective finishes make it easy to turn any house into a beautiful home. Minwax makes and keeps wood beautiful.
How old do you have to be to run away from home? 8? 68? Somewhere in between? What would you take with you? And where would you go if you could go anywhere? We have a lot of places to explore out there. The kind of places that require a map and a friend. There are over 4 million miles of roads in Alamo country, and with values like this, they're easy to explore. Alamo, the official rental car of the American vacation.
The first major advance for the fastest treatment of athlete's foot was Lamisil AT. Lamisil AT was the first non-prescription medicine proven to kill the fungus with just 1 week's use. Not even a prescription can beat that. Lotrimin AF and Tinactin still expect you to treat for 4 weeks. Who's going to do that? When your feet itch and burn, using Lamisil AT 1 week keeps you athlete's foot free 3 months. Lamisil AT. There's no better way to cure athlete's foot.
Introducing new 3-in-1 pillar candles from Glade. Starlit Garden has 3 individual fragrance layers. Moonflower, Lemon Lily, and Jade Orchid, each designed to blend beautifully from one scent to the next, so you can enjoy 3 spellbinding fragrances in one enchanting candle. New Glade 3-in-1 candles, because 3 scents are better than 1.
We're going to take a closer look tonight at one of the issues that's been a huge question mark ever since it was clear this war was going to be waged. The UN Secretary General said today he's already worried there will be a humanitarian disaster in Iraq's second largest city, Basra, which may be running out of drinking water. The President Bush, said yesterday relief would be heading to Iraq within 36 hours. And ABC's John Donvan reports tonight that in the south, the people are anxious for help and wonder where it is.
Can you speak for me? Where is the helping? No helping. Give me the helping. My children is hungry. My old man hungry. My women hungry. Where is? No matching, no water, no food.
This was over the weekend in the southern Iraqi town of Safwan, where we were besieged by people demanding food and water, angry that the U.S. was not providing it. Although there are warehouses ready in northern Kuwait to ship through supplies organized by private aid organizations, although there's a team of more than 60 U.S. aid officials in the region ready to move into Iraq, they are going nowhere until southern Iraq is secure. Today, British troops declared the Iraqi port of Qusar under their control after several days of fighting, but that is not the first time that declaration's been made. Very little aid, if any, has been moving yet through Qusar. It's the same for the major roads into Iraq from Kuwait. Military convoys cross all day long, but almost nothing else passes. We did see a small team of Red Cross officials get through, but it took them 2 hours of phone calls to Kuwaiti authorities.
So there's a water problem in Basra, in the city of Basra, and we're working on that one.
The city of Basra lies some 30 miles north of the Kuwaiti border. 60% of the city is without clean water because there's no power for the water treatment plants. In a city of 1 million people, that could be the prelude to a disaster. Averting a humanitarian crisis is crucial for the Iraqis, obviously, but also for American aspirations for Iraq. If the U.S. fails, if there is a disaster, the case that this war has made Iraqis' lives better gets much harder to make. John Donovan, ABC News, near the Iraqi border.
When we come back, the prisoners of war and their families.
I'm happily married with 827 kids, 2 of them my own. So you can imagine the headaches, the kind that start here and move up right between your eyes.
Deal with a bad headache fast. Extra strength Tylenol for fast relief of even tough headaches.
On days like this, it's nice to have control over something.
Tylenol. For tough headaches, take comfort in our strength.
This year, 1 out of every 4 Americans will have a tax bill hanging over their head. Now you can have more time to pay it. With H&R Block's Easy Pay loan, you can delay paying until July 15th, free, no fees, no interest. See if you qualify. Because more time may be your best tax shelter.
Mr. Goodwrench, who is this one and only GM expert? I gotta find this guy. So, Fred, you are Mr. Goodwrench?
That's right.
You say you're Mr. Goodwrench, but that guy says he's Mr. Goodwrench. Well, I'd have a little talk with Chirpy over there, but that's just me. That's how I roll. And you're Mr. Goodwrench.
That's right.
Huh. Will the real Mr. Goodwrench please step forward?
Find Mr. Goodwrench at over 7,000 GM dealerships nationwide.
All right, pal. Give me the bullhorn.
No.
Now there's a new and different way to treat seasonal allergies. Singulair, the only seasonal allergy medicine that specifically blocks leukotrienes, an underlying cause of allergy symptoms. It's a once-a-day chewable tablet that helps relieve a broad range of symptoms for a full 24 hours. It's available for children as young as 2. Side effects are generally mild and vary by age and may include headache, ear infection, sore throat, and upper respiratory infection. Ask your child's doctor about Singulair. Singulair, a different way to treat seasonal allergies.
Swimming, we went canoeing, we did all kinds of fun stuff.
War with Iraq. When it matters most, stay with ABC News. And tomorrow, for breaking new developments from deep inside Iraq's front lines, turn to Peter Jennings in World News Tonight.
In Texas today, the families of the first U.S. soldiers captured in Iraq saw their faces as recorded by Iraqi television. 5 members of the Army's 507th Maintenance Company were taken on Sunday when they made a wrong turn outside the city of Nasiriyah. ABC's Jeff Kofferman reports today from their home base, Fort Bliss in Texas.
At times frightened, at times defiant.
Where do you come from? Coming from El Paso, Texas.
These chilling images of the first U.S. POWs were released by Iraqi TV.
What's your name? PFC Miller. PSV Miller, Private First Class Miller.
It just tore me up inside. I mean, I didn't think it could be my brother, but it was.
The prisoners, it's believed there are 5 in this group, are from this Texas Army base. Mechanics, basically, who took a wrong turn. These reservists, fuel handlers from Tucson, are preparing to ship out from here later this week. All have been instructed not to talk, but the POWs are the talk of El Paso, a community with deep military roots.
I knew it was going to be bad, but I didn't think it would be this bad.
As an ex-soldier myself, it always does happen. It always can happen.
U.S. POWs were paraded publicly in the last war, some beaten, but all eventually released. The troops from here have not been trained for the psychological ordeal of being held prisoner. Ultimately, for any captive, it is a test of will.
The better emotional health they have to begin with, the better they're going to do.
Specialist Joseph Hudson has been planning to leave the Army in a few months. His future is now in the hands of his Iraqi captors.
I just want him to go home. I wish the president will do something about this and they get this prisoner out. Not only my son, but everybody.
The Iraqis have said they will treat the POWs humanely, a claim their families desperately want to believe. Jeffrey Kaufman, ABC News, El Paso, Texas.
When we come back, 4 photographs you'll remember.
Living with my kid sister taught me how not to take care of contact lenses. I love her, but gross.
Using Bausch & Lomb Renew helps keep eyes healthy. It kills germs fast, helps eliminate irritation so contacts stay comfortable.
It's not just about your contacts, it's about your eyes, okay? Okay.
Ask your eye doctor about Renew Eye Health Rewards from Bausch & Lomb. For 150 years, perfecting vision, enhancing life.
That's me. And this is Kate. She's just like me. First bike ride. First prom. Then my little girl grew up. Around then, I was diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis. Still, things were looking up. Until I turned 50. I felt 90.
For some, there's Remicade. Remicade relieves pain and helps stop further damage to your joints. Your doctor may add Remicade if you're on methotrexate already and not responding well. Remicade is not for everyone. Certain people with heart failure should not take Remicade. Serious, sometimes fatal infections such as TB have been reported. Your doctor should evaluate your risk of infection. Tell your doctor right away if you develop any sign of an infection while on Remicade. There is a risk of serious infusion reactions, which may include hives, difficulty breathing, and low blood pressure. Call today and talk to your rheumatologist.
Last year, Kate was diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis. And she's so young. At least she won't suffer like I did.
Serenity Dry Active Liners from Tena, designed to fit your style.
When my doctor said Zocor was right for me, I stayed with it. Ask your doctor if Zocor could work for you. Zocor. Be there.
Yes, let's stay together.
Tonight, 9/8 Central on ABC. It's a special 2-hour practice.
Your son's a serial killer.
2 lawyers become the targets of 2 serial killers.
He will kill again.
And Christopher Reeve guest stars in a role that will shock you.
You make me sound villainous.
A special all-new 2-hour practice, ABC Tonight, 9/8 Central.
War with Iraq. When it matters most, stay with ABC News. And tomorrow, Diane Sawyer reports live straight from the war zone with breaking new developments on Good Morning America.
Finally this evening, the template for drama, There Is Nothing to Compare with War. Just take a look at some. Here are the noses of an F-14 Tomcat about to take off on a mission over Iraq from the USS Harry Truman. This is from the suburbs of Baghdad, a woman trying to keep from breathing in the smoke from the oil fires which have been lit around the city. You can see them in the background. The Associated Press says this mother and little girl were wounded when a U.S. missile landed in Baghdad. The child reaches for her mother. And these American soldiers in Kuwait are paying their respects to a comrade who was killed in that grenade attack by a fellow soldier last weekend. That is our report on World News Tonight. We'll continue with an ABC News special about the war later this evening. There'll be full reports on Nightline and tomorrow on Good Morning America. I'm Peter Jennings. Good night.
War with Iraq. When it matters most, stay with ABC News. And tonight, turn to Peter Jennings and ABC News, reporting live with advancing U.S. troops. The very latest on the American POWs. A vital ABC News special tonight at 8, 7 Central.
Good Morning Connecticut starts at 5 a.m. Tuesday. How the military prepares men and women for the possibility of becoming prisoners of war.
And it looks like the easygoing fair weather will continue on Tuesday. Have the details at 5.
Hollywood's finest hours are on ABC. The practice raises the bar again.
You want to hear my plan?
With special stars and explosive stories. Tonight, 9, 8 Central, the first of 7 straight all-new episodes begins with 2 extraordinary hours.
He will kill again.
2 lawyers become a serial killer's target. Plus, Christopher Reeve in the most shocking role of his life.
You make me sound villainous.
A special all-new 2-hour practice begins tonight, 9, 8 Central on ABC.
When you need to know, just click on WTNH.com. When you need to know about severe storms heading your way, click on Storm Team 8 Doppler for up-to-the-minute radar images. Saving time and avoiding traffic problems on your morning commute are a click away at WTNH.com with Traffic Cam. And for the latest news from across Connecticut, WTNH.com is the only place you need to go. WTNH.com. Coverage you can count on.
This is Jeopardy! Let's meet today's contestants. A technical writer from Chatsworth, California, Sean Wilson. An office manager from Plymouth, Massachusetts, Donna Corbett. And our returning champion, a college theater manager from Roxbury, Massachusetts, Sarah Glidden, whose 2-day cash winnings total $27,950. And now, here is the host of Jeopardy, Alex Trebek.
Thanks, Johnny. Hello. Beirut on Monday. There were no injuries. A stick of dynamite was thrown at Britain's Cultural Center in West Beirut in the first attack on a Western institution in Lebanon since the start of the war in Iraq. A reminder, we recap the latest headlines of the Iraq crisis for you every 15 minutes right here on MSNBC.
Time now for the Military Minute. MSNBC military analyst Dan Garay is the vice president of the Lexington Institute. Dan.
Yes, Chris. Well, what we're seeing now, I think, is the campaign beginning to unfold to its final phase. We know that the 3rd Armored Division, or 3rd Infantry Division, is moving up that direction, is met with the El Medina Division. We now also know that the Marines, along with the British Division, are moving up this way. We're having the start of a pincer movement that is going to squeeze first the Republican Guard and then all of Baghdad. If we go to the second map, we can begin to see how that's actually going to play out around Baghdad. This is the area now where the Republican Guard, the 3rd Division rather, is working. Around Karbala is where we lost that Apache helicopter, the other 30 that were pounding the Republican Guards. And now we have the Marines going to move up here on Route 6. You can see how this goes, possibly moving up on Route 8, and then possibly even coming in here on Route 10. And you're going to approach the city from multiple axes while air power pounds the Iraqis, and then probably the 101st Airborne blocking the roads to the north. The city will be invested perhaps in 72 hours. Chris?
Thank you very much, Dan. National Geographic Explorer's Peter Arnett is reporting exclusively for MSNBC. He's in Baghdad now with the latest. Peter.
وشجاعتها وبسالتها وحكمتها في إدارة هذه المعركة
I don't think we got Peter in Baghdad. Anyway, Peter, can you hear me now?
Republican Guard defenses are located within Baghdad itself. They're still quiet. Tariq Aziz, the deputy prime minister, asserting that Saddam Hussein is alive and well and will lead the defense of the city. He said Saddam is in charge and in contact with his military commanders. Chris?
Thank you. Let me ask you about Tariq Aziz. Do you think that's there's any credibility that deserves to be attached to his promise to treat our prisoners according to the Geneva Conventions?
Well, in the Gulf War, Chris, I can tell you that there were 1825 Western flyers that were captured, and their initial treatment tended to be brutal in the field, but they were brought to Baghdad and relatively well treated until the end of the war, when they were released back to the U.S. and the other countries from where they came, Chris.
Let me ask you about the Medina division. If the strongest and most impressive division of the Iraqi National Guard, Republican Guard, is beaten in the next several days, will that cause panic in the streets of Baghdad?
The streets of Baghdad basically are relatively quiet. People are hunkered down in their homes. The Iraqi people, aware of the bombing, are not aware of close action combat events. And when that happens, that seems to be coming relatively soon. It'll be interesting to see how they do react. But basically, Chris, they're already off the streets. What will be more interesting will be the reaction of the officials we're dealing with within the Iraqi government on a day-to-day basis, where we're meeting officials, we're meeting the senior officials like Tariq Aziz and Vice President Taha Ramadan. Will they continue to meet with us is our question as this battle swirls across the city, Chris.
Do you have a sense of one man calling the shots from inside Baghdad? I don't know if you can say this now, given the situation there, but can you sense the presence, the living presence of the leadership of Saddam Hussein?
Well, if you can look at his regime, the Ba'ath Socialist Party is a governing body, sort of a political apparatus that has existed in controlling this country for 34 years. That apparatus does really exist, Chris. There's no doubt about it. In fact, Tariq Aziz today pointed to the defenses of the country from the southernmost little towns to the north, saying, this is proof that there is a central authority. This is proof Saddam Hussein survives, because if he was dead, we would not be able to put up this kind of defense. So that's his argument. And certainly within Baghdad, disciplined police, disciplined military here, no chaos at all at this point, Chris.
What did you make of that smirking picture? I don't know if you've seen it. We've seen it all over this country, of that Iraqi soldier, I guess you'd call him a soldier, although he wasn't acting like one, as he was mistreating the bodies of our dead, our KIAs, enjoying the moment. Is that a sign of almost smug confidence that they're actually going to win this war and repel the American invasion?
Well, we asked Tariq Aziz about, the Battle of Baghdad and how would, what is the Iraqi attitude. He was very belligerent. He said, let the Americans come and we'll react with bullets rather than music and flowers, which apparently someone in the West had reported some time ago.
Right.
In reality, Chris, the Iraqis know that American units, major units, are approaching. They do know that all their presidential compounds and command and control buildings in Iraq and Baghdad have been destroyed in the past week. They hear the bombing at night. They know the reality, but they are keeping up a very brave front, Chris.
And as well as you are. Thank you for your courageous work so far. Peter Arnett in Baghdad. Senator John McCain is an Arizona Republican, of course, and a member of the Armed Services Committee. How are we doing?
We're doing just fine.
And all the equipment and all the weaponry is performing as expected?
Yes, with the obvious exception that things happen in war. That's why it's the last option, that are tragic and saddening. And when we have this real-time television coverage of a conflict, small events are big events. Right. And I think it's important for us to recognize we've prevented an environmental disaster. We've secured the oil fields. They've gone faster, further than any time in history. And we've had a minimum of casualties, which does not mean we don't grieve over a single casualty. And so I think we're coming to a crucial point in the conflict to see how the Republican Guard reacts to the intensive pounding we're about to give them.
If we knock out Medina, the big division, do you think that might shudder them into reconsidering their position of fighting to the last man?
I don't know, Chris. I didn't think that they would have people embedded in Basra and some other places that would be doing, you know, faking surrenders and things. So there's always things that surprise you, but I don't think there's any doubt that the length of the conflict will be determined to a large degree by how much the Republican Guard resists or is capable of resisting. But look, this is a remarkable movement across the desert. They've done extremely well, and it has been somewhat more complicated, as you know, because we didn't use the Turkish basis as we had hoped we would.
You know, I've always said that it's not simply a question of power, but you're a military man and I'm not. That I always say to people, look at Israel, a little country. It could pound the hell out of every Arab capital in the world. It could kill all the Arabs tomorrow morning with its firepower, but it wants to be a neighbor ultimately. We want to ultimately be accepted in the Middle East. We don't want a bloodbath.
Exactly.
Tell me how.
Exactly. Let me just add.
Talk to that.
This is a time to keep our nerve, by the way.
Don't go to plan B.
Let's keep our nerve. This is a war maneuver. That the whole strategy was to move there quickly and decapitate. And also, we are risking American lives by trying to prevent civilian casualties. Tell me another nation in the world, but our British allies, but most others wouldn't do it, and so we are. Tell me
how we're doing that. Explain that to people.
Well, when these people surrender, if there's any suspicion at all, you might just kill them. I mean, well, that's the way you secure the safety of your troops. But we've actually gone out there and tried to treat them humanely. We've fed them. We've done everything that we could to encourage them. And now it's obvious that the Iraqi strategy is to provoke us into killing people that are trying to surrender.
To be the bad guy.
Americans won't do that. These are wonderful people.
Let's talk about the bombardment of Baghdad. It seems that, too, is surgical. We could destroy that city, a la Dresden, although one network commentator made the mistake, perhaps, of saying that. We don't say, because we're not doing that, are we?
No, and we're doing it very selectively. And again, what we're doing is trying to shock them. We're trying to destroy we're trying the decapitation, which the first effort was the first night. But
do you think it's working? Do you think we're going to shake them to the roots so they will give up eventually and avoid a huge bloodbath of people?
I don't know how long they'll hang out. It doesn't take a large number of people to cause difficulties in house-to-house fighting. We've just seen that in southern Iraq. But there's no doubt in my mind that we will prevail, and there's no doubt in my mind once these people are gone that we will be welcomed as liberators. Look, these guys are the real bad guys, and they're telling everybody, we're going to shoot you. And so, of course, we're not being welcomed because they've got people that are going to kill them if they do. But once that's done, I'm confident.
Let's talk about POWs, because one of the downsides, one of the weaknesses, of course, of this sort of charge of the light brigade, real quick movement into the capital, is we've exposed perhaps our rear, exposed some of the maintenance people. Some of the people don't have that big protection they would have if a big moving army of 500,000 people was moving toward Baghdad. Is that worth the risk? Because it has caused some POWs. Some guys are captured now, some are killed because of that very quick moving campaign.
I think that you could stretch this conflict out if you want to make sure that every single place was neutralized. This is the classic maneuver warfare. This is what Rommel and Patton made famous. And of course you expose yourself to vulnerabilities when you do it. But if you can take the head, which is in Baghdad, then you minimize the casualties overall. And again, I want to emphasize, no one ever said that this would be, you know, a few days. We're in our 5th day. My dear friend Carl Levin, who I love, said the other day, yesterday he said, this could really, war could really stretch out. It could be a month or two. Well,
yeah, I know, that's ironic.
I mean,
World
please.
War II, you were in a war for 7 or 10 years. My daughter asked me, how long the Vietnam War last? I said, well, if you count it from when we first went in under Ike, it went 15. I mean, we're from 59 to 74. Let me ask you about the POW situation. You've been there. And these young guys, especially these guys are engineers, sappers, they used to call them, guys who are building bridges, demolishing things. They're not fighting frontline. They got picked off in the rear. And the one guy said, you know, I'm just here to blow things up, or I'm just here to fix things. And tell me about that, how your reaction as an expert.
It's tough. The first 24 hours are tough, but they're brave young Americans, and they have received indoctrination. We'll be proud of them. I think that our job is to do what we're doing. Tell the Iraqis, if they harm these people, they will be held responsible, and we'll track them down, and we'll take care of them. And so, They know they're going to lose. So I'm hopeful then that the treatment will be less than what Peter Arnett described in the last conflict. There was a question about one pilot. As you know, there's still a remaining question, Commander Spiker. But they did restore him after the last war, and although it was very tough, they were
he was listed as MIA, then KIA, and now MIA again, and we don't know where he is yet.
No, and hopefully at the end of this one we'll find out. But the others were treated tough. I mean, it's, you know, you got to know it's
Did you recognize that guy who was smirking over the bodies of our guy? I remember the nicknames you gave. One was Bug, one was Prick. You had some tough language for these guys.
Same kind of people.
Same kind of guys, sadists.
Yeah. Could I just say one more time? Keep our nerve here. We're doing fine. This is what happens in wars and why it's the last option. And we're going to be fine. America's going to be fine. And Chris, look, you and I have been together long enough I know you've had serious concerns. Those concerns are legitimate. The debate is legitimate. But my point of view is that we're going to find the weapons of mass destruction, and the people are going to be better off.
Is that important?
Absolutely, and people.
Why is it important to the world and to the Arab world, to our Western world?
Well,
we find those weapons?
Because we said that these weapons of mass destruction were a clear and present danger to the United States of America. That's why we are attacking Iraq and not Korea or you know, or other countries that are, quote, rogue states that we haven't played out the string diplomatically. So it is important, but I'm confident we will.
Let's talk about this. I want to ask you to be an armchair general now. You never were an armchair general, but this is a war of great strategy. And Rummy impresses the hell out of me all the time. Every time I see him, I go, this guy's got something deep inside his brain we didn't even know about. Everybody thought it'd be one kind of a war. It's not that kind of war. And I think he loved the fact that we were all misled by him. A war based on psychology, a war based on convincing the leaders, especially the people at the second level, get rid of this guy. Do you think that's going to work? Get rid of Saddam Hussein from behind the scenes and save us 50,000 lives maybe or something?
And I think it was based on the accurate calculation that militarily they are far weaker than they were in 1991. They never rebuilt their military to the degree, and perhaps the 91 strategy was correct given the challenge they faced then, and this one is appropriate now. But it's a higher risk. There's no doubt about it. There is a higher risk, and we're already seeing that because we saw more resistance in some of these towns in the south, but it didn't keep us from moving so quickly. The reports I see were 50 miles from Baghdad. That's a pretty incredible
Who does President Bush, the Commander-in-Chief, remind you more of? The Commander-in-Chief Lyndon Johnson or the Commander-in-Chief Richard Nixon?
I think he's
because I know the answer. Because you like Nixon because he did a better job.
Yeah, and I think he's being very steadfast here, and he's been steadfast all along. What Americans need now, because we're seeing this 24/7.
Right.
They need confidence. They need calming, and I think the president is giving them that reassurance. Last time Americans saw any conflict was 12 years ago, and before that it was 30 years ago.
Yeah.
So this is a lot of this is brand new. A lot of it's brand new to me. I never thought I would see in real time the kind of activities that we're seeing. We've seen reporters with guns with shells being exchanged right behind them, and so Americans are naturally affected. You see a shot of these dead bodies you just referred to. That affects us terribly.
David Bloom would have been in the plane with you. Anyway, thank you very much, Senator John McCain. It's 15 minutes past the hour. Let's go to MSNBC headquarters and Lester Holt with the latest on Operation Iraqi Freedom.
Chris, hello again. It is about 15 past the hour, and here are the latest headlines. Iraq claimed Monday it had 4 more prisoners of war, adding to the 5 shown on Iraqi TV Sunday. The 4 were said to be the pilots of Apache helicopters Iraq claimed to have shot down. Iraqi television broadcast images of an Apache helicopter in a grassy field. U.S. General Tommy Franks denied that 2 helicopters were down, but did state that 2 pilots were missing in action from 1 chopper. Defense officials say Navy ships won't be firing Tomahawk cruise missiles across Turkish airspace and into Iraq for the time being. They're investigating why some Tomahawks mistakenly hit parts of Turkey yesterday. But Turkish airspace is still being used by Navy jets flying from aircraft carriers in the Mediterranean. And Iraq's Foreign Minister Naji Sabri getting some encouragement at a meeting of the Arab League in Cairo today. The organization condemned the, quote, aggression against Iraq and called for the withdrawal of U.S. and British forces from the country. A reminder, we recap the latest headlines on the Iraq crisis every 15 minutes at the top of the hour, 15 after, 30 after, and 45 after the hour right here on MSNBC. Chris?
Thank you, Lester. For more on the war effort, let's go to NBC's Jim Miklaszewski, who's at the Pentagon and has this report.
Cruise cruise missiles off Navy ships, and relentless attacks from B-1, B-52, and stealth bombers, all aimed at Iraqi Republican guards dug in around Baghdad. NBC's Chip Reed, embedded with U.S. troops, is close to the bombing.
You would have thought it was thunder and lightning if you didn't know you were in Iraq and it was a sign of war.
Apache attack helicopters led the way in the first phase of this ground battle to attack Republican guards just north of Karbala. U.S. Army officials say the Apaches took out 10 Iraqi tanks and inflicted heavy enemy casualties. But the choppers also take heavy enemy fire. More than 30 reportedly hit and forced to retreat. One Apache is downed, its two-man crew captured. Tonight, the Iraqis put the two pilots on television. Army Chief Warrant Officer David Williams and Chief Warrant Officer Ronald Young. This was the U.S. military's first direct battle with the Republican Guard's tough Medina division, and the worst may be yet to come.
It is one of the best of the Republican Guard divisions, one of the most powerful of the Republican Guard divisions.
The U.S. Army's 3rd Infantry Division, backed up by the 101st Airborne, will attack the Republican Guard's Medina Division north of Karbala, while the Marines' 1st Expeditionary Force will hit the Republican Guard's Baghdad Division outside Al-Qud. In Baghdad today, Tariq Aziz warned coalition forces what they'd face, saying the Americans and British would be welcomed in Baghdad the same way they were welcomed in Nasiriyah and Qasr, with bullets, not flowers. But U.S. military officials fear the Iraqi forces may soon use chemical weapons. Intelligence officials say, based on intercepts of Iraqi communications, it's believed once U.S. ground troops cross the line drawn roughly between Karbala and Al-Qud, the Republican Guards are under orders to attack with chemical weapons. At his command center in Qatar, General Tommy Franks warned the toughest part of the war in Iraq may still lie ahead.
But as our troops fight, even in isolated areas, there will be casualties.
In the rest of Iraq, the fighting is far from over. Heavy U.S. bombing continues throughout the north. In the south, U.S. forces still face stiff resistance at Nasiriyah. And while coalition troops have Basra surrounded, it's still considered too dangerous to enter the city.
That was NBC's Jim Miklashevsky reporting from the Pentagon. Some of the fiercest fighting so far has been in Nasiriyah, of course, and that's now we're going to go right now to Kerry Sanders with NBC. He's with the Marines there and has this report.
The battle in Nasiriyah is not for control of this city. It's for ownership of Highway 8, which leads north towards Baghdad. Highway 8 is tonight called by Marines Ambush Allen. During the last 2 days, heavy street fighting here has killed at least 9 Marines and left 50 wounded. This highway has 2 bridges, one across the Euphrates River, the other 2.5 miles to the north across the Saddam Canal. Yesterday, the 1st Battalion, 2nd Marines crossed the Euphrates Bridge and then sent a column of tracked vehicles to cover its flank as it approached the Saddam Canal Bridge. But that's when things went bad. The lead vehicle sank in the swampy soil and got stuck. When the Marines in the following vehicle came out to help, they were ambushed by waiting Iraqi soldiers, most of those soldiers dressed in civilian clothes. Today, another ambush. The 2nd Battalion, 8th Marines coming under heavy attack from Iraqi soldiers hiding in a hospital nearby the Euphrates Bridge.
Helicopter to land now. We got a critical patient, needs to get out of here.
Among 4 Marines injured today, Lance Corporal Joshua Menard, a 21-year-old from Texas who was shot in his left hand.
There must have been tons of them because I just heard walls of fire, mortars, everything.
Later, he called home.
I just wanted to call and talk to you. I'm okay.
The injured were flown to a hospital for treatment. A battlefield doctor said none of the injuries was life-threatening.
Military leaders say their fear is this continued battle for control of these 2 bridges and the route north will likely result in more casualties.
U.S. Marines say it's been so difficult here because they are fighting an unconventional enemy, guerrillas using hit-and-run tactics. While the U.S. fired artillery and missiles, the U.S. Marines warned civilians to leave their homes and seek safe shelter. The U.S. Marines claim they now control the 2 bridges, and a column of assault vehicles and trucks from the 1st Marine Division should soon be on its way up the highway. Destination, Baghdad. Kerry Sanders, NBC News, Nasiriyah.
General Norman Schwarzkopf commanded coalition forces during the first Persian Gulf War. General Schwarzkopf, are you surprised by this sneaky stuff on the other side?
No, I don't think so. You know, you got to realize that we've got the heavy equipment, we've got the tanks, we've got all the other things, and they've got just small arms, and that's probably their way of doing business anyhow. So I'm not the least bit surprised.
What are the rules in terms of dropping your uniform and wearing civvies and going into combat? Is this punishable by death, or what are the rules on that in the military?
Well, I don't think it's punishable by death, but it's one of those things that's always considered. It's considered if you get out of uniform and you put on civilian clothes, and then you commit an act of military nature of one sort or another, you're considered to be illegal and a guerrilla, and therefore subject to execution.
I thought so. Let me ask you about the progress of the war so far. It began lickety-split for us watching here. Very fast movement of material, of troops so fast up into Iraq, and now the real fighting has begun. When do you think the tough part will really come? Is this the tough part right now, breaking the Medina division?
Well, supposedly when the Medina breaks, that's going to open up the doors for us to go into Baghdad. But, you know, if we run into the same thing inside the city that we're running into right now, and that's pockets of resistance and the Fedayeen and suicide bombers and this sort of thing, that could be a very, very nasty time in the city. So I think we're very, very well prepared for the tank battle, and we should prevail rather rapidly in that. But I don't think any of us are mentally prepared for what we might run into inside the streets of Baghdad. Do you think there's a possibility we might hold back and decide we're going to wait out the city, or try to continue this psychological warfare to avoid those sort of Mogadishu-type situations in Baghdad? Well, I don't. In this case, I think sooner is better. Once you've gained the upper hand over Medina and wiped them out, you don't want to stop and let them reinforce and move things into the city where they want to put them and that sort of thing. You want to take advantage of the momentum and try and get into, get the job done. Hopefully, if you destroy the Medina, and we know we're going for Baghdad and it's going to fall instantaneously, that might bring them to the bargaining table or something of the sort. But I think it'd be a big mistake to go ahead and win the battle against Medina and then just stop and don't do anything. In terms of military history, this fight for Baghdad, it seems to me it's going to be different than wars of annihilation like we saw with Japan and Germany in '45. We're not trying to pulverize the city. We're trying to knock it out, but also to allow them to continue to watch television, leaving the defense structure at the headquarters level still sitting there, allowing the electricity to continue to work at nighttime. What is that strategy about? Well, it's about winning the war, but winning the peace also. A lot of times we win the war, we lose the peace, and I think in this case, the hope is that we say that we are going in there to help out the Iraqi people, to free the Iraqi people. And I think that that's what it's all about. If, on the other hand, we allow a major buildup of forces and then have to level the city in order to get it, I mean, that's not the way you're going to free the people. Is this the first time you've heard of it where you try to win the hearts and minds of the enemy? Oh, we've tried to win the hearts and minds of the enemy big time in Vietnam. We did not succeed. But that was, the byline all the time. We're going to win the hearts and minds of the people. Let me ask you about the kind of war people. I noticed over the weekend, and I said so on this program or on the air on MSNBC, that I thought the embedding of reporters, almost Ernie Pyle-like, into these units, created a personal face for the war that you didn't have before. What do you think of that in terms of strategy, in terms of selling the war at home? Well, there's a lot of controversy. There's always been a lot of controversy of where the press goes and what they do. In Grenada, we treated them shabbily, and rightfully so. They were very upset. Then when we decided to use press pools, when we went into Desert Storm, we tried to use the press pool philosophy, but we had, over 20,000 reporters in the country, and what you had is those that were out on the pools were very happy, and those that didn't go out were very, very unhappy, so that didn't work very well. And then in Somalia, we tried another tactic of letting the media know ahead of time, and they were all lined up on the beach when the Marines came ashore. That wasn't a way to do it. So I think this embedding thing is working well. It is very definitely putting a face on battle, and it's reminding the folks at home that it's not machines and tanks and helicopters that fight wars, it's human beings. How do you tell the enlisted guys, the engineers who do the bridge building and demolition and those kinds of non-combat roles, that part of a campaign which is so swift and so light in a sense, that they're going to be exposed in the rear perhaps, as they have been, by a fast-moving military operation that may bypass some pockets of resistance? Oh, I think they've come to accept that. First of all, the Marines, you know, like to call themselves, I mean, the engineers like to call themselves the combat engineers, and they are combat engineers. They're trained to do their job in combat. I think we've known all along that, you know, the fast-moving type of campaign, you end up leaving pockets of resistance behind, which you then have to police up. Other forces have to come along and police them up. Right now, we don't have the forces ashore to do that, but we have the forces, I think, coming in that will be able to take care of things like that. MP brigades and armored cav squadrons and that sort of thing that traditionally are given rear area security missions.
How often do you check in on this war, General? Every couple hours, or how do you do it? How do you keep up with it?
Well, that's a tough question. You know, I'm very, very much involved in so many ways. I'm involved because the Middle East was my area of responsibility for a few years, 3 years, and of course Desert Storm was very much you know, on my plate. I have a lot of friends in that area, in the governments of that area, that sort of thing.
The reason I ask you is to give us a little advice for us who are civilians, how to watch it. I mean, everybody turns on the tube now. They go right to the news channels. How should you gauge our success of the effort itself?
Well, you know, you got to believe what Tommy Frank says. I think that's the first thing. You know, people forget. This is only 5 days. I mean, this is not 5 weeks or 5 years. It's 5 days, and we've taken very, very minimal casualties. If you want a comparison, think about Anzio Beachhead. Think how many casualties we took on the first day at Anzio, and you know, and yeah, you hate to lose even one human being out there. You hate to see anybody wounded. You hate to see anybody maimed, particularly when they're the sons and daughters of America, and that hurts. That hurts really bad. But on the other hand, when you stop and consider what's happened in past wars, so far this is pretty darn good.
Thank you very much, Norman Schwarzkopf. General, thank you very much for coming on the show. This network is lucky to have you. We're coming back in just a moment on this special edition of Hardball. Ahead, we're going to talk to NBC military analyst Bill Arkin about how the war is going, plus an update from Fort Bliss on those American prisoners of war. Hardball's back in just a minute.
This month on Showtime, Behind the Red Door, a powerful Showtime original picture. Go behind the secrets, the lies, and the fear to discover the truth behind the red door. The places other networks won't go. Things they will never show. Limits they will never test. Daring to do great TV. Showtime, no limits.
They say location is everything. At the Langen Volkswagen Group, we find ourselves in the perfect place, Route 5 Meriden. We're just a short drive from the New Haven area, a quick trip from Greater Waterbury, an easy excursion from the shoreline. All routes lead to Langen Volkswagen in Meriden, Connecticut's most convenient VW dealer. Your best choice is also easy to get to. Langen Volkswagen, Route 5 Meriden.
Operation Iraqi Freedom. Here again, Chris Matthews.
I'm Chris Matthews. Welcome back to our special edition of Hardball. As the 5th day of war, just 5 days so far, draws to a close, General Tommy Franks announces that coalition forces are making a rapid progress in their campaign against Saddam Hussein. Let's go back right now to MSNBC headquarters, where Lester Holt is standing by with the latest. Lester.
Chris, thanks. Hello, everyone. You're watching MSNBC's continuing coverage of Operation Iraqi Freedom. Here are the very latest headlines. British Prime Minister Tony Blair will come to Washington Wednesday night for a Thursday meeting with President Bush at Camp David. The two leaders will discuss the progress of the war on Iraq and humanitarian aid for the Iraqi people. Military officials say American troops have not found any chemical weapons at a site near Najaf, south of Baghdad. This particular facility was considered a suspect site because it was believed to be a fertilizer plant of some kind, and it could have been used to produce chemical weapons. Meteorologists say satellite pictures show large sandstorms spreading over a wide area of southern Iraq. This could have an effect on coalition troops moving through the south to get to Baghdad. And a reminder, we recap the latest headlines on the Iraq crisis every 15 minutes right here on MSNBC. Chris, back to you.
Thank you, Lester. NBC News military analyst Bill Arkin joins us right now from New York. Bill, I love having you on the show because you're a tough critic. Look at this big battle plan we've been watching for the last 5 days. How's it working? How's it not working?
Well, I think the battle plan actually is probably going okay, Chris, but the United States is certainly losing the most important war. Nobody questioned whether the U.S. was actually going to beat the Iraqi army or eventually defeat Saddam Hussein. The question is, how would it play in the rest of the world, and how much damage would eventually have to be done in Baghdad? I don't think that anything that we've seen...
We go. Let's go right back. I think we lost contact with Bill Arkin. Have we got him back yet? Bill? Bill, go ahead.
I don't know where I left off, Chris.
Well, you left off by saying that we always knew we could beat the Iraqis militarily. The larger question was the politics and the ultimate goal of the region, which is to stop the warfare over against the West.
Well, it seems to me that we're not doing well in terms of the information warfare. The reality is that this is playing terribly in the Arab world and much of Western Europe still.
Wasn't that predictable?
Well, I think it is predictable to some degree, but I think there were expectations that the U.S. government didn't adequately explain. First, there was this shock and awe campaign that was supposed to be all over in 2 or 3 days. Now we see it sort of going into 5, 6 days. And I imagine, Chris, that a week from now we'll still be fighting the so-called Battle of Baghdad. The Battle of Baghdad, of course, was the original objective in the whole war.
But, Bill, you know, I've said this before, and I'll say it 1,000,000 times because I believe it. Israel, there's a small country in that part of the world, surrounded by potential and real enemies. They never bomb everybody into the Stone Age. They don't go back and blow up every city. We're not going to do that to Baghdad because if we kill all the Iraqis, they're not going to like us.
Well, I think the truth will be that the attempt to take Baghdad will be far more cautious than we're hearing now on television. I don't think we're going to be marching into the streets of Baghdad, and I think even if we defeat the Medina division soundly over the next few days, the United States is still going to be very cautious as it approaches this city of 5 million people. My sense, Chris, is that what's happening in Basra in the south, Iraq's second largest city, where we're surrounding the city and trying to slowly coax a surrender out of it, is what we'll see in Baghdad as well. I certainly hope, and I really do, that the United States doesn't plan to engage in urban warfare in Baghdad. I think to some degree that would be playing right into the Iraqi strengths, which is bullet to bullet, man to man, where air power becomes less and less important. The United States is great when it's out fighting against the Iraqis at standoff distances.
Okay. Now, here's the tough question, the bottom line question. I asked the same question to General Schwarzkopf. He said if you knock out the Medina division, which is the strongest element in the Republican Guard, you go for it. You don't waste any time. Should we wait at the edge of the city and try to psych them out before we go in?
Absolutely yes, Chris. I think that once we defeat the Medina division and the Republican Guard's units to the east, the United States should mount the most aggressive diplomatic effort and psychological warfare effort to get the Iraqi government to capitulate. I don't think we lose anything by being cautious in our approach to Baghdad, and we prove to the rest of the world, in fact, that we know how to be patient and we know how to modulate our activities.
Should we consider conditional surrender?
Well, I don't know what conditional surrender means.
Well, it means you don't take everybody prisoner and put them up in The Hague or kill them.
No, I think that this regime is over, and we are going to hope that the Iraqi Republican Guards or the Iraqi army ultimately mutinies against Saddam Hussein. I think once they see the final handwriting on the wall, which they don't see yet, because what they're seeing is Apache helicopter pilots being marched on TV, and they see damage to the Americans, and they see continued fighting in Nasiriyah, and that's the Iraqis think they're doing better than
Why don't we knock out their TV sets, their TV conning towers or whatever? Why don't we knock out that system? Can't we do that with our surgical bombing? These bombs can stop at any floor of a building. Can't they stop at the floor that says televised television Baghdad?
Well, you know, radio and TV was one of the first targets in Desert Storm, and the United States bombed it really extensively and never put the Iraqis off the air because of mobile communications these days. Look, if we can see David Bloom in the desert in a sandstorm in the middle of the night, the Iraqi information warfare campaign is going to get through. I think bombing Iraqi radio and TV merely conveys to the Arab world and to the rest of the world that we're afraid of what Iraq has to say. I think there's good reason not to bomb it, and I think it's a sound decision.
Let me ask you this. How can we reach what's left of Saddam Hussein and end this fast? Is there any way we can send in special forces, find the guy, and save a lot of lives? Is that just impossible to imagine, or is it being imagined?
Well, I think it's being imagined, Chris, but again, we're in day 5 where everything that is about our expectations has gone wrong, and I think that we would be silly at this point to imagine that there's a silver bullet, a magic bullet that's going to win the war. There isn't going to be one. We are going to have to convince the Iraqi public in Baghdad, all 5 million of them, we're going to have to convince the Republican Guards and most of the regular army in and around this capital that their days are finished. And once we do that, and that's going to be a combination of military and psychological warfare and intense diplomatic activity, I believe we will win because they will take matters into their own hands. There might be a silver bullet. We might catch Saddam Hussein again sleeping in his compound. But the reality of the fact is that the tough work is ahead, and I frankly think, Chris, we have many, many days ahead of us before Saddam Hussein is finished.
Thank you very much, Bill Arkin. NBC's Carl Rochelle is at the Pentagon. Carl.
Chris, the Apache helicopters shot down. The pilots have been identified, and we have some pictures. We'd like to show you the pictures of these individuals. The pilot's Ronald Young of Georgia, been in the Army for 26 years. The other gentleman, David Williams of Orlando, Florida. They are the two pilots who were, this is David Williams here of Orlando, Florida. They were in the Apache helicopter that was shot down. We're not sure which one was flying the helicopter. The pilot, the command pilot, is the second one on the back seat in the back. The gunner is a seat in the front. It looks like it went down extremely hard, but there are no bullet holes that we see in it. The crew did survive. It was on a mission about 60 miles from Baghdad to take down some parts of the Medina Republican Guard. Here is Stanley McChrystal, a Major General at the Pentagon.
Coalition forces have engaged Republican Guard Medina Division troops with attack helicopters. And as General Franks mentioned, one Apache helicopter went down during this engagement. The crew is listed as missing.
But we were also told by defense officials that that attack took down as many as 10 Iraqi tanks and did some other damage in the area. The forces are supposedly doing very well, according to the Pentagon, more than 200 miles deep in Iraq, about 60 miles from Baghdad. And according to Pentagon officials, a senior Pentagon official says the 3rd Infantry Division is 60 miles southwest of Baghdad and is expected to encounter the Medina Division of the Republican Guard later tomorrow. In addition, British and U.S. Marine forces are advancing on the city of Kut to the southeast of Baghdad. Regarding the battle for Basra, the officials reported that Basra is surrounded and cannot be used as an Iraqi base. Pockets of services are holding out, but the situation is contained, and they are still able to inflict casualties. You get a sense now of where they are moving. General Tommy Franks down at CENTCOM headquarters said that he knew that there were pockets of resistance, even knew where they were, but they were going to bypass them and try to head for Baghdad.
Okay, Carl, one quick question. Are those pictures we just saw of the two downed flyers, are those Iraqi pictures or are they stock footage of them before?
No. They are the pictures off of Iraqi TV. We didn't show all of them. We didn't show any of the interviews. We took a brief because we wanted you to see these pictures. The family has been notified, Chris. They know of this.
Thank you very much. Carl Rochelle, who's at the Pentagon. Images of Saddam Hussein continue to be broadcast over Iraqi TV, but U.S. officials don't know when they were recorded. NBC's chief foreign affairs correspondent Andrea Mitchell has this report from the State Department.
Chris, U.S. officials tell NBC News that voice print technology confirms the man on today's videotape is Saddam Hussein, trying to rally his people and the Arab world against the U.S.
Today's televised speech and a later video showing Saddam with his powerful son Quzai, part of a media blitz to prove that Iraq's regime has not collapsed. He repeatedly said, "Victory is close. Believers will be victorious. The enemies are in real trouble right now. Hit them hard." He appeared against a makeshift backdrop, but looked much more vigorous than in last week's video just after the U.S. bombed his family compound.
I think the main purpose was to show that I'm here, I'm still in charge, the Americans have not defeated me.
Although the tape is edited, Saddam refers to fighting in Basra and compliments military commanders.
What is significant is Saddam is basically appealing to the wider Arab audience.
Despite signs of a breakdown in military command and control, Tariq Aziz said the broadcasts prove the Iraqi leader is in full control of the army and the country. If today's video is current, it could mean Saddam survived another close call. After the Baghdad bombing, the U.S. suspected he had escaped to his hometown of Tikrit, 90 miles to the north. So Friday night, coalition forces hit his enormous palace there with cruise missiles. But to the surprise of many, the U.S. has not taken out Iraq's TV headquarters.
The Iraqi television station would be a logical, strategic target that I would have struck on the first day.
But U.S. officials say the television headquarters is in a civilian area. Bombing it would further infuriate the Arab world, and the U.S. would need the TV station to get out its message once coalition forces reach Baghdad.
Still, allowing Iraqi TV to stay on the air gives Saddam a powerful tool to help keep his regime intact. Chris?
Thank you, Andrea Mitchell. Retired Lieutenant General Rick Francona is a Middle East military analyst. Rick, thanks for coming on. It's great to meet you because you know so much about what I know nothing about. That's the personality of Saddam Hussein himself. Looking at all the pictures you've seen since the beginning of the war, just last Wednesday, do you think he's alive?
Yes, I do. You know, I watched the tape today, and you know, of all the times I've watched him and listened to him speak over the years, this seems to be the same man.
Why doesn't he do what we call in movies about kidnappings and ransom situations? Just give us a proof of life. Just hold a newspaper, hold an Arabic newspaper with today's pictures on it and today's headlines.
I think he doesn't feel that he needs to answer to us, and by doing so, believes that he's subjugating himself to our desires.
Well, let me ask you about the pictures. Why do they roll out old tape of the guy, or these different pictures that don't look like they come from the same moment in time? Why so many different pictures from the past?
Well, they're not as sophisticated as we might think they are. I mean, they believe that they're putting forth the you know, the right message. You understand, a lot of this is for domestic consumption, not always for the international audience. And the people in Iraq are used to this kind of television.
Let me ask you about the guy's psychology, and this is always tricky. I hate motive, but we can't resist it. Does this guy have a plan to make it, or simply a plan to go down heroically?
I don't think he has. I don't think he plans to go down heroically. Saddam Hussein is a survivor. I think he's got something in mind. I think right now he's banking on the international community to come up with some face-saving way, some life-saving way to keep him
let me
alive.
suggest an historic precedent, which I grew up with and you grew up with too, although I think I'm older than you. Every time there's been an Arab-Israeli war, every single time, this is the Arab game plan. Attack, catch the Israelis by surprise if you can, although they didn't do it in '67. They did do it in '73. Get as much territory as you can, and then call your friends at the UN and arrange a truce, a ceasefire. Grab what you can. In this case, the Arab government's on the defensive. You hold the ground. You create lots of bloodshed. You fight for an extra 2 weeks. Say 2 weeks from now, they go to the UN and said, stop the UN forces. Is that his plan, to cut a conditional surrender or a conditional peace?
I don't think he himself will go to the UN. I think he's relying on the 3 permanent members of the Security Council that he regards as his friends. And in fact, on Arab TV, they call them my friends.
You mean Russia?
Russia, China, and France. He believes that those will come to his rescue.
And how will that work in his mind's eye? And we're talking about inside the brain of Saddam Hussein right now. What's his plan for survival?
Well, he believes that those 3 are going to bring enough international pressure to force us to stop and then consider one last diplomatic solution that allows him to survive. And I don't know if that means survive in power, but to survive maybe in exile.
There's a flaw in that. We didn't listen to those 3 countries on going in. Why would we listen to them on coming out?
Because I think we're very concerned about, 1, having to go street by street through Baghdad, and 2, the goal is to get him out. And if we can do it without the bloodshed, we might be amenable to that.
You think he might accept an exile to a friendly country then?
I think if that's his only choice, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. On to Mauritania. Anyway, thank you. It's great talking to you. Rick Francona, who knows his stuff. It's 45 minutes past the hour. Let's go to MSNBC headquarters, where Lester Holt is standing by with the latest news on the front.
Chris, hello again. You're watching MSNBC continuing coverage of Operation Iraqi Freedom, and here are the latest headlines. NBC News has learned from a senior Pentagon official that the American 3rd Infantry Division is 60 miles southwest of Baghdad and is expected to encounter the Medina Division of the Republican Guard later tomorrow. The official also noted the southern Iraqi city of Basra is surrounded by coalition forces and cannot be used as an Iraqi base. Iraq claimed Monday it had 4 more prisoners of war, adding to the 5 shown on Iraqi television Sunday. The 4 were said to be the pilots of 2 Apache helicopters Iraq claims to have shot down. Iraqi television broadcast images of an Apache helicopter in a grassy field. U.S. General Tommy Franks denied that 2 helicopters were down, but did state that 2 helicopter pilots were missing in action. The military continues to say it only lost 1 Apache. Meanwhile, on Wall Street, stocks sank more than 3% Monday as uncertainty grew about the length and intensity of the war in Iraq. The Dow Jones Industrial Average suffered its biggest percentage loss since September, and the Nasdaq drew its biggest loss since December. A reminder, we recap the latest headlines of the Iraq crisis every 15 minutes right here on MSNBC. Chris, let's go back to you now.
Thanks, Lester. At least 10 of the U.S. troops missing in Iraq are based at Fort Bliss in Texas, which is where NBC's Jim Cummins is standing by. Jim.
Yes, you're right, Chris. A lot of them are from here, and today there are even more POWs with the Texas connection. This time, 2 chopper pilots from Fort Hood, Texas are captured by the enemy as we learn more about all those POWs from here at Fort Bliss. Today, more families learn who was killed and who was captured by Iraqi forces at An-Nazariyah.
What's your name? Private First Class Miller.
These are Pat when he was little, kind of goofy.
PFC Patrick Miller's half-brother, Shane Parker of Derby, Kansas, says their mother weeps every time he tries to talk to her about Patrick.
It makes my heart hurt. I mean, because there's nothing I can do to get him here.
I start crying.
It's the same for Anacita Hudson.
Specialist Joseph Hudson, 585.
She wept the moment she saw her son, Joseph, on Filipino TV.
As I saw him, he looks fine. But of course, I know my son. He looks so scared.
Hudson Miller and the others are members of the 507th Maintenance Company here at Fort Bliss. They were ambushed by Iraqi forces after making a wrong turn during a convoy. A spokeswoman at Fort Bliss described the mood here as tragic, adding that in her 23 years at this post, this is the worst thing that I've seen. As difficult as it is for these families, there is always hope.
At least he's not dead. He's still alive. There's a chance he can come home.
I just want him to go home.
But the waiting will be painful. Jim Cummins, NBC News, Fort Bliss, Texas. And the 2 latest warrant officers, the 2 latest POWs with Texas connections, Chris, are warrant officers David Williams and Ronald Young. Iraq says they were captured from their downed helicopter. Chris?
It must be surprising to those folks back there in Texas that there are prisoners of war in this kind of a war where we're advancing so dramatically and the other side's retreating, and yet we get prisoners. I guess that was a surprise down there.
It was a big shock. We talked to a lot of people in the area around Fort Bliss in El Paso today, and most of them are very pessimistic, and they are shocked and stunned by the fact that this many people from this place, from Fort Bliss, would actually be POWs in a war that it looks like the U.S. is winning without even trying.
Exactly. Thank you very much for that sad story. Jim Cummins down at Fort Bliss. Specialist Phil Lepre is retired from the 10th Mountain Division. That's Bob Dole's old division of the U.S. Army. He was part of the Ranger Force that responded when a Black Hawk helicopter went down in Somalia. Lieutenant, thank you very much for joining us. You know, everybody's afraid of another Mogadishu, another Black Hawk down. We all saw the movie. We watched it from the chairs in the theater. But to be an officer or to be an enlisted man stuck in a surrounding where you're surrounded by thousands of people that hate your guts and are all trying to kill you, is this something we might face in this war, an urban setting where all the civilians are armed and killing us?
Yeah, I would say so, because every time you turn the corner, you have no idea if you're gonna be facing an enemy or a friendly person.
Have you noticed in this war already there are military men, not real civilians, phony civilians, dressed up in regular civilian clothes, regular everyday clothing over there in Iraq, and they're shooting at our guys under the cover of, either there's a phony a surrender, which turns out to be a booby trap, or they're just firing on us because the Jeep gets stuck in the mud. Does that remind you of that situation in Mogadishu already?
Yes, it does. It very much does. Brings back bad memories. It just, because every time we turned the corner, we had no idea if we were going to be facing a friend or foe. And those people were hiding behind women, children, and they're just bad.
Well, Phil, I watched that movie, and I can tell you, for 2 hours almost watching that movie, Black Hawk Down, about Mogadishu, an American GI stuck in a town where everybody hates him. I kept thinking, where's the damn general? Where are the smart guys who are supposed to be giving the orders? All I saw were middle-level officers, confused as hell, afraid to whether to bring the Pakistanis in, afraid to make any decision except to just grunt along there and take the hit. If we have better leadership in this situation, will it be better to be in this city with smart generals?
Yes, I would say so. The generals in Somalia were hovering over a helicopter a couple thousand feet above, and they were basically just trying to tell us what to do from being that far up. But being on the ground itself and facing the fierce firefights that we were fear
Let me ask you about Mogadishu. How do you know if you're not, even if you're trained up to you're a crack trained trooper and you've got your best weapon in the world and you're ready to use it, but yet somebody comes running around a corner, it's almost like a game board or something, or a video game. You don't know whether to shoot or not. How do you decide whether to shoot or not?
It's a split second. It's you got to make that decision. And for me, myself, I went around the corner, I just went firing. I was asking questions later. And then that's the situation that the soldiers are going to be put in front of when they get to Baghdad.
Phil Dupree, you survived, and congratulations. And thanks for coming on the show tonight to share that experience with us, because as everybody watching knows, that could face us in Mogadishu 2, which is called Baghdad. NBC's Bob Kerr is at the White House.
Chris, good evening. The two principal allies in this war, Britain's Prime Minister Tony Blair and President Bush, are going to meet again this week, this time in Camp David Thursday. We're told they're going to talk about the war, obviously, and about aid, humanitarian aid that they want to get into the people of Iraq as soon as possible. Late today, the president put a price tag on the war in a meeting he had with the congressional budget people. He said that the price tag would be just about $75 billion for a relatively short war. That would not include any of the post-war presence of U.S. troops. What it would include is homeland security money for this country. It would include the large bulk of that $75 billion, billion with a B, for the war itself. There'd be some foreign aid in it for countries like Israel, Jordan, Egypt, and several others. Then the White House addressed what it calls a problem today, a problem it's having with Russia. Problem enough to have the president get on the phone with his Russian counterpart, President Putin, and complain about what the White House calls credible evidence that Russia is letting Russian companies sell material to Iraq that is helping their soldiers, material like anti-tank missiles, GPS jamming devices for those global positioning systems, also night vision goggles, those kinds of things. Secretary of State Powell saying today he's got evidence, recent evidence, that he presented to the Russians, saying they've got to do something about it. That's why the president called the Russian president today.
Thank you very much, Bob Kerr at the White House. Former presidential advisor David Gergen now is editor-at-large of U.S. News & World Report. He's the author of the book, Eyewitness to Power. David, let me ask you about the bad news we've been reporting in the last hour. First of all, this Russian story. How does the president, who says he can look down into the soul of Mr. Putin, deal with the fact that this guy may be selling arms to the enemy?
Well, President Putin and Russians have been a disappointment to the president and the administration right through on this Iraqi question, Chris. Of course, they joined the French and the Chinese and the Germans in opposing their war effort. And after all that President Bush has invested in this relationship, he must be severely disappointed now. But the Russians do have strong continuing interest when this war is over in the price of oil. And they will want to work with us very cooperatively. It will make sense for them to get on our side very quickly on this. I can't believe that Putin would let this go on. He cannot be a secret ally of Iraq's and expect to have a friendly relationship with the United States during a period of reconstruction, and it's going to go directly to the bottom line for Russia, and that is how much they can get for their own oil.
Let's talk to the other bad development today. The Arab League, the ministers, the foreign ministers from all the Arab countries met, 22 of them in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia today. They voted to a country, once again, against us. We went into this war, one of the reasons was to look out for our friends and allies in the region. I think I've heard that 1,000,000 times in the last year, our friends and allies in the region. With the exception of Israel, they've not been very friendly. How do you explain the fact that the Egyptians, the Jordanians, the Saudis, the people from Morocco, the Algerians, everybody agreed that we're the bad guy today? What do you make of that? They're not only not helping us, they're trashing us.
Well, I think that's all about their own politics, Chris. What we're seeing is that the military management of this war is much more successful than the political management. That's been, the president he made the decisions on the military side, turned it over to the military. We have the best technologically unbelievable military, and they are moving on with some bumps to be sure, but they're moving on to a swift and sure victory in Iraq. But the political management of this thing has been much tougher than anybody expected right from the beginning, and now here we find that the Arab nations are speaking out against us. They'll probably seek seek a ceasefire when we're on the outskirts of Baghdad or just after that fighting begins. They'll probably look for a way for Hussein to get out. I think we've got some more severe bumps in the roads with the Arabs before this is over. But it's all about their domestic politics, keeping their streets as quiet as possible. Of course, there have been huge demonstrations in Egypt, but by and large, the Arab streets have not erupted the way some feared. And I'm sure this is a way to keep the streets as quiet as possible.
David, let's talk about a combine against the United States. We've seen it before in the negotiations that did not lead to a coalition going against Iraq, with us simply going with the British and a few allies like the Aussies and the British. Here the question was raised tonight of the possibility that inside Saddam Hussein's head, and I'm sure Tariq Aziz is working on this with him, is to try to hold us at the gates of Baghdad. We move right up to the gates of Baghdad, fearful as we are of urban fighting a la Mogadishu, where a bunch of our guys have to kill thousands of their people and get killed themselves in trying to bring that city down. To avoid that, countries like China, Russia, and of course France announced that they're siding with the Arab League, and they call for an American ceasefire at the gates of Baghdad. Can you see that scenario, and how do you see it working out if it occurs in the next couple of weeks?
I can see that scenario, and I think it's a very real possibility that at least the Arab League will call for a ceasefire. I'm not sure the other countries would, but there could be a motion at the UN. There could be a variety of things that would take place, but I think the Arab League and Saddam in particular would be underestimating the strength of determination that President Bush has about this. He's going to go all the way with this, Chris, and I think it's quite clear. That story that came out in Time magazine today, when he made it emphatically clear to 3 senators a year ago in March that he intended to take out Saddam, regardless of what the diplomacy was. I think he's straight as an arrow on this. I think he's going to go straight into the heart of Baghdad, and I think he's going to take Saddam out, and then we'll talk.
You're talking about his use of the F word in describing what he'd like to do to Saddam. In Time magazine. It was rather graphic, but it was in the magazine. I was struck by that, thinking, this is personal, this is tough, this guy wants to get rid of this guy. This is for real, and he's not going to quit.
I think we have seen some, yes, I think that's absolutely right. I think it was very personal the first night, Chris, when we first dropped those 31 cruise missiles or whatever the final number was, right on top of Saddam's head. That it made it very clear that this has a lot to do with the Bush family versus the Saddam family, in addition to all the other military reasons why they took that action.
Score one for the Hatfields. Anyway, thank you very much, David Gergen. Hardball will be on all week at 6:30 Eastern with the latest on the war in Iraq. Right now, NBC's coverage will continue right after this.
MSNBC, the first place for the latest on the war in Iraq. Wherever the story goes, we'll take you there. Operation Iraqi Freedom. Stay with MSNBC.
That's when I caught the round when we were lighting up the building, so not really too much sure more after that. I know the route, the mortars were everywhere. It was pretty bad.
Lance Corporal Joshua Menard, 2nd Battalion, 8th Marines, wounded in combat, just one of the men and women risking their lives on day 5 of Operation Iraqi Freedom. I'm Keith Olbermann. This is MSNBC's continuing coverage of the conflict in Iraq. In the hour ahead, yes, it was Saddam Hussein, but when was it Saddam Hussein?
Our senior Pentagon reporter, Jamie McIntyre, with us. Jamie, good evening to you.
Good evening, Aaron. Well, U.S. and British forces are girding for a showdown with Iraqi Republican Guard troops, and there is fresh evidence tonight, fresh indications that they may be facing chemical weapons. U.S. troops are within 50 miles of Baghdad, preparing to engage a key Republican Guard division in what may be a decisive battle in the war against Iraq. The first assault against Republican Guard troops has already been conducted south of Baghdad near Karbala, with more than 30 U.S. Apache Longbow helicopters and multiple launch rocket systems. From reporter accounts, it was a fierce fight. One Apache was lost, forced to put down in a field. Both crew members, Chief Warrant Officers Ronald Young and David Williams, were captured and later shown on Iraqi television.
All the other helicopters involved in the mission did accomplish the mission and returned safely to base.
The downed Apache was later destroyed by a U.S. airstrike, and most of the other helicopters on the mission sustained some damage from heavy Iraqi gunfire. Pentagon sources say punishing airstrikes are now in store to soften up the dug-in troops. In fact, sources say about half of the airstrikes conducted in the last 36 hours have been directed at Republican Guard positions around Baghdad, including one of the best divisions, the Medina Division.
I am sure that it has been degraded significantly in the last 48 hours or so. I couldn't judge its current strength, but it is a linchpin to the consistency of the Republican Guard defense.
U.S. commanders insist they are not at all surprised by the stiff Iraqi resistance.
We have come across dead enders, and we've had some terrific firefights with some of these. Not unexpected. I think our people are prepared to fight this war.
The Pentagon says most of the battle deaths so far are the result of deadly deceptions by fanatical Iraqi fighters, known as the Fedayeen Saddam, who the Pentagon alleges have staged false surrenders and posed as liberated civilians in order to ambush U.S. troops.
Such acts are strictly prohibited because they make it extraordinarily difficult for coalition forces to accept surrendering forces or protect civilians. Some liken these acts to terrorism.
Meanwhile, U.S. intelligence tonight suggests that some Iraqi Republican Guard troops may have been given orders to use chemical weapons if U.S. forces cross an imaginary red line that encircles Baghdad. The Pentagon simply has repeated what it said before, that it will hunt down and prosecute as war criminals anyone who either issues or follows such orders. Aaron?
Well, they are. Do we know where this line is? Because we have some sense of how close the coalition forces are already.
Well, presumably this was one of the lines of defense around Baghdad, but no, we don't know. It's not a line that we can draw on a map. It's supposedly there's a threshold once the U.S. troops pass that where commanders would be authorized to use chemical weapons. But the question really is, at that point, if the U.S. is getting that close, what is the morale, what is the command and control of the Iraqi forces? Will they be motivated to use those chemical weapons and perhaps even seal their own fate if they know Saddam Hussein is doomed and his regime is going? That's a big unknown.
It is a huge and unsettling unknown. And I guess we'll just have to wait and see what happens. Jamie, thank you. Jamie McIntyre, our senior Pentagon reporter. He'll be back with us as we go along tonight. This chopper, this Apache chopper assault began, or at least we began reporting on it about this time last night just south of Baghdad. We now have a view of some of what went on. CNN's Carl Penhall was the embedded correspondent with the 11th Attack Helicopter Regiment of the Army's 5th Corps, and he's filed now on that attack.
What I can tell you is that the other Apache helicopters that flew alongside that came under heavy anti-aircraft fire as they flew a mission to attack Republican Guard positions around the town of Karbala. The aim of the mission was to destroy some T-72 tank emplacements, up to 90 T-72 tanks in that region, and some heavy artillery pieces. But as the helicopters flew into the target area, they came under heavy anti-aircraft fire, both from military emplacements and also, commanders say, from residential areas. In an effort not to target civilians or cause possible civilian death, then many of the helicopters didn't unleash their Hellfire missiles for fear of destroying homes and the like. On return to the airfield where these Apache helicopters are now, the pilots throughout the day today have been assessing the damage that they received to their craft. Not one of them has escaped without a bullet impact. Most of them have anything between 10 and 20 bullet impacts. One even had an engine blown off by a rocket-propelled grenade.
Carl Penhall, who is with that group, and we expect we'll be hearing more from him as we go along. General Wesley Clark is here with us as always, and we can tell we just showed General a shot of that helicopter sitting in a field, and we can tell our viewers now that that helicopter is no longer sitting in that field, has been blown to bits because...
Well, we're not going to allow that technology to fall into the hands of the Iraqis or whoever's back there working with the Iraqis here.
Is that something that they send in, and how do they do that? Are there munitions on the helicopter that...
No, we would have sent in an airplane to just put a guided weapon right on the top of the helicopter.
How do you read this incident in the context of the overall plan? Because it, again, we tend to focus a lot on those specific things that we are witness to and can report, and it doesn't necessarily provide the broad picture. Is it the significance of it is good and bad? What?
Well, two things here. First, the reports we've been hearing have only talked about what happened to the Apaches. Nobody's reporting what happened to the Medina division.
Right.
In fact, I've received information from, indirectly from Army sources, that the Apache raid was effective. We destroyed a number of tanks, we destroyed a number of artillery pieces, killed a lot of Iraqi troops out there. That's been followed up today with more airstrikes. This is part of the process of breaking down and destroying the Medina division. Now, these Apache helicopters are built to take fire. And we knew when we designed them back 20-some-odd years ago that they were going to be in a tough ground environment. That's the reason why they came back with all those holes and an engine missing. So the pilots, they expect to do that. That's not to say that we won't do things differently the next time. We'd rather not have any fire at all. But as part of it, this is part of the campaign. It's, it's a give and take thing, and it's basically on track.
One more question on this before we move on. To any extent, do you think that our ability to report these things in the way that we are now able to report them through the embedding process places undue emphasis on any one incident, this one, in this case, at the expense of the broader picture?
Well, no, it's very hard to, when you get the information here, you're not receiving all the information that the Army has available. And even then, we don't know everything inside the Army. The soldiers there, the leaders don't know everything that's happened to the enemy. So you always know your own losses better than the enemy's losses. Right. You know your own movement better than the enemy's movements. So you tend to go from exhilaration that we had with Walter Rogers the other night when we were dashing across the desert to despair when suddenly you take losses and you have people captured and so forth, when in reality, neither of these is tactically significant. Is no more than of tactical significance. What strategically significance is, the force is moved up to close with the Iraqi Guard, it's consolidating its positions, it's preparing while the Air Force is continuing to grind away on Iraqi command and control.
It's just a good thing to keep in mind that it seems to me that there is a large picture, and we'll deal a lot with the large picture tonight, but along the way we also deal with these snapshots, and we ought not get, all of us who are learning about this and in our case reporting on it, ought not get confused about it. It's about 6:10 in the morning in Baghdad now on a Tuesday morning. Quiet there now. There has been some activity, some explosions heard last night, Baghdad time last night, and you heard in the update some reporting that the airport, Saddam Hussein Airport, has been under attack. I think it is generally believed that the coalition would rather not destroy that airport completely because they would only then have to go in and build it, but obviously they have decided to do some damage to it or around to it, and we keep our eye on Baghdad as we go. The other major storyline tonight is again, as it was last night, the story of prisoners of war. 2 more Americans taken prisoner of war today, 2 helicopter pilots. Technically, one would have been the weapons operator sitting in the front seat and the pilot sitting in the back seat, though both are certainly capable of flying and both have controls to fly if they had to. Those are the young men. Ronald Young, his family lives outside of Atlanta here, and CNN's Susan Candiotti has talked with them. She talked with the family earlier. I guess I just said that, Susan, so I'm now repeated myself for the first time tonight. Susan, good evening.
Good evening, Aaron. In fact, the family, as you can well imagine, has been glued around the television set all day long and all evening long, looking at everything they can possibly learn about their son, who they have now learned is a prisoner of war. Joining me now is Ronald Young's father, Ronald Young, also joining us. And one of the things we saw just a moment ago is General Clark saying that overall his information is that the attack, the Apache attack, was effective. But that also raises some questions in your mind, having seen your son's Apache helicopter.
Right, that helicopter looked like that he flew. Now, they used to talking about how it'll take a hit, but it didn't have any known hits on it, and I was just wondering why it didn't return too. Of course, I know engine malfunctions and things like that, things can go wrong, but it's still not easy, you know, when it's your son.
We had talked about also that your wife had sort of a premonition when she initially heard the reports of and saw the downed helicopter.
Right.
Tell me about that.
Well, she said about 12 o'clock, she said she had this feeling that, this warm feeling that Ron was there with her. It was just like she was dreaming it or something like that, and she said he had a soft smell, sweet smell about him when he was a baby, and she could detect that at that time, and I guess she felt like everything was, you know, that maybe something had really happened to him. I think it happens to do with mothers. I think maybe they're closer to their children than fathers are because they carry them for so long. But she does have this connection with her children, and it seems that it did pay off. This morning we found out that he was, you know, captured or was missing in action, is what they told us.
Well, clearly your entire family is very close. But when you were informed of this happening, I know your wife told me, she said, I knew it. Mm-hmm. And you were told that he was missing in action.
Right.
Then you saw for the first time pictures of him on television. Mm-hmm. Describe how that made you feel. First hearing that he was a prisoner of war, and then at least seeing him.
Well, at first I felt like I didn't know where he was alive or not, and that was a real big question for me. And as I went through the day, I said, well, he's got to be. I just feel like that's probably not him in the helicopter, and I convinced myself that it wasn't his. You know, that he had 1 out of 6 chances for it to be. But then when the Army came up and told us, you know, the bad news that it was his helicopter, I had this sinking feeling, and I didn't know where. They wouldn't give me any information really, so I didn't know whether he was alive or dead. He was just missing. That's all it was. And then, of course,
and then you saw some of the insignias on the side of the helicopter.
Yes,
then you knew it was certainly his helicopter.
I knew that we saw the insignias earlier, and I knew it was one out of his
there are the pictures of it now.
Right. And I knew that due to the fact that those were his helicopters, that you know, there were six helicopters flying out of his detachment, so I knew.
Because in fact you saw a bat wing on the side.
That's correct. That's right.
That was one indicator that it might have been him.
Yes, ma'am.
You've seen the tape, you've seen these people cheering, you've seen how he looks on television. How does he appear to you?
He looks good on, you know, when I saw him, he looked like he's been treated well. It looks like it's just another day in the service for him. I mean, he doesn't look like he's had anything noticeably done to him. I mean, he looks good. He looks like I'd expect him to look if he was coming home.
I understand he always wanted to be a pilot.
Always, ever since he was a little boy, he thought about being a pilot and wanted to be a pilot, and he, of course, got a chance with the Army, so that's where he took the opportunity to be able to go on to flight school and warrant officer school and become a pilot, and it's something he wanted to do. Of course, I've always been kind of fretful for him because I know being a pilot in the service is a dangerous occupation.
You didn't always want him to
No. I was fine with him being a pilot, but I wasn't fine with us going to war. I mean, you know, it was just a natural thing.
How confident are you he'll come out of this all right?
Well, I feel better than I did. I mean, you know, he's alive, and that's one big thing that was a question in my mind at first. So if the Iraqis would treat him right and we treat their prisoners of war honorably and right, then I think that we got a chance to get them all back home. And that's what I hope for, not just him, but all of them, because they all have families just like me.
Indeed, why did you feel it was important to share with everyone how you feel about your son?
Because I know they would feel the same way. And it's not a good situation to be in whenever you lose contact with somebody that is as close to you as your son or your daughter or whatever.
Mr. Young, did you ever talk about the possibility of capture with your son?
Ma'am. I never even thought about the possibility. You know, that's something that you always think that happens to somebody else, not me. You know, and I felt like, well, the odds are there's so many helicopters over there that he'll get through it. But you know, you just never can tell. And this is one of those times that you can't tell.
You feel he's prepared for it?
Well, he's a tough kid, and he's strong mentally. I think he's prepared for it. Yeah, I know he's got a long time and a tough road to hoe, but I believe he's prepared for it.
Well, you certainly have a lot of people pulling for you, Mr. Young.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for joining us. And as you heard him say, he not only wants his own son back, he also wants the other gentleman back also, who has also been taken prisoner, and everybody else for that matter, Aaron.
Susan, thank you. Susan Candiotti. Let me quickly turn to General Clark. You and I were talking last night about the 5 young Army soldiers who were taken as POWs yesterday, and that they would not have received any particular training to cope with that sort of situation. Would a helicopter pilot, an Apache helicopter pilot have?
He will have received more. He may or may not have gone through a special escape and evasion course, but he will have received more training. He's been through his commissioning school. He knows more about how to conduct himself. A little bit more mature is what you would expect from someone of that rank, and he'll make it.
And just on the subject of rank, for people who don't keep track of such things, a chief warrant officer fits in where in the scheme of things?
Well, warrant officers are technical, and so they're not in the leadership chain like officers,
like a lieutenant or a captain. Right.
You expect a lieutenant to later become a captain, become a major, and so forth. Warrant officers go from warrant officer 1 to warrant officer 2, 3, 4, and some warrant officer 5s. And so, for example, in the aviation field, they can stay and fly helicopters continuously, whereas an officer who's an aviator would rotate in and out of aviation assignments. These warrant officers are the real experts.
That's a nice way to put it. Thank you. So add tonight into your thoughts the names of these 2 young men, Ronald D. Young Jr., Chief Warrant Officer, family living in the state of Georgia, and also put into your thoughts tonight David Williams, David S. Williams, a Floridian. Both we know are in the custody of the Iraqi government, as are 5 other young Americans in the custody. Their families now have all been notified. As you can see, one of them is a young woman, Shoshana Johnson. We've heard from her family. They represent, in many respects, the true cross-section of the country. They come from the East Coast and the West, from the Midwest. They are African American and Hispanic and Caucasian. They are very much a cross-section of the diversity of the country, and they ought be very much in all of our thoughts tonight. Out in Fort Bliss, Texas, there's plenty of heartache there because of the fact it is home of the 507th Maintenance Company. 7 soldiers there are still listed as missing in action, and then there are the 5 that we just showed you who are, we know, prisoners of war. The 5th prisoner's family has now been notified, so now all 5 have been told formally by the Army that their son or daughter, husband, is a prisoner of war. Ed Lavandera has been at Fort Bliss, and this story broke, and he joins us again tonight. Ed.
Hi, Aaron. Well, you mentioned just a short while ago that Shoshana Johnson being the female prisoner of war. Just a few hours ago, we had the chance to speak with her father and sister, and we got into the issue of their concerns about her being a female prisoner of war and how that might or might not affect the situation she's in. They're really not sure exactly what to make of it, but they do say that it is a concern, and they wonder just exactly how she's being treated and whether or not she's being treated any differently from the male prisoners of war. So for them, there there is that issue outstanding. As I mentioned, we got to speak with them just a few hours ago. We spent 45 minutes with them talking about it. They explained to us how they found out about this situation. Sunday morning, about 8 o'clock, Claude Johnson, Shoshana's father, said he's flipping on the TV, trying to find some cartoons for his grandchild to watch. Instead, he flips across the Spanish language network, Telemundo, and finds that that network is broadcasting the images from the Iraqi front lines, and that is when he sees the images of his daughter in the custody of Iraqi soldiers. He said it wasn't until 6 hours later that they found out, got the official word from the Army officials here at Fort Bliss that in fact his daughter was a prisoner of war.
When she went over there, we knew that obviously this was a little bit more in-depth and more intensive, but I'm sure she didn't think that, I'm sure this is the last thing she thought was going to be on her mind. And she's in, maintenance is combat service support. You're not really supposed to be on the front lines at all. You know what I mean? They bring things back to you. You don't think about that stuff when you're a support element.
What happened? Did they miss a checkpoint? They made a wrong turn. Were they supposed to turn? What happened? Where's the breakdown?
You know you're going over there, but you never really think, you know, that this is going to happen. My sisters kind of have always had like a little angel following her around. She always manages to get out of stuff. So this was not something we thought was going to happen to her at all. You know, and in considering the whole situation in which some individuals did die, you know, and the fact that, you know, she was seen on TV, she looks to be staying strong. You know, hopefully her angel is still with her.
I'm hoping that because it was a big televised issue, that they will comply at least to show that they're not as much as the animals that they're portrayed to be.
Shoshana Johnson comes from a military family. Her father you just heard from is a 20-year Army veteran. He's also a veteran of the 1991 Gulf War. Her sister that you just heard from as well, Nikki Johnson, is an Army captain based out of Fort Lee, Virginia. So they say that background helps them cope with what's going on. But at some point you just stop being a military person and you become family, a mother, father, and a sister as well. And that is when the tears start to flow, they say. So as you've seen them very confident and stoic there, they do say that the last couple of days have been extremely emotional for them. And they also say, Aaron, that they have had very little contact with the officials here at Fort Bliss. And by the way, we've been here at Fort Bliss since Sunday. There have been several briefings that have been scheduled and canceled to talk about this. Officials here at this base say that is per the guidance of the Pentagon that has asked them not to comment publicly on any of the details of this case until they get a little bit clearer picture as to what has happened with the 5 POWs there in Iraq.
Well, it's, correct me if I'm wrong here, it's not simply the 5 POWs because they know about the 5 POWs. They've seen them. They've seen the tape. In total, that Iraqi State TV showed, they have some sense of their condition. The broader concern, I assume, at Fort Bliss and at the Pentagon is the 7 others. And there are some pictures. We started talking about this last night, but they want to be sure of where those 7 are, whether they are alive or not, before they say very much. Is that that's not much of a question, but
well, you're absolutely correct. They are the status of the other 7 isn't clear. There was 12 soldiers in all, part of the 507th maintenance company that was part of this unit that was taken into Iraqi custody. So yes, that's very much part of the concern and a lot of the reason why they haven't been able to answer any questions here just yet.
Thank you, Ed, very much. Ed Lavendero's down at Fort Bliss. General, 2 questions that were raised. Let me deal with the harder of the 2 first. I think when you talk about a woman being held as prisoner of war, I mean, there's certain sort of obvious and horrible things that run through your mind. This happened during the first Gulf War. There was a woman taken prisoner. She's now an Army colonel, as I recall. Do we have any evidence, one way or another, that women, in fact, were treated any worse by the Iraqis than the men were?
As far as I know, we don't. Okay. But the risk is always there, and you know, it's a terrifying thing.
And then the other part of this is there was this long national debate about whether women should be in combat, and that was answered in an interesting way. No, they are not involved in direct combat, but as we know now very clearly, we learned this in the first Gulf War and we see it again, women are very much engaged in military operations, including being helicopter pilots.
Anywhere on that battlefield, you're in danger of being in direct combat. And that means you're in danger of being killed, wounded, or taken prisoner. And it really doesn't matter what your military occupational specialty is. You are at risk. And by the way, we have female pilots as well who are flying our strike aircraft in the Army, in the Navy, in the Air Force. So it's not just the rear area.
It's funny that while a lot of people would assume this debate has gone on like about a lot of other debates, this one's long settled in the military. The military has in many ways led the way in certain respects in these areas of diversity and the like. They have integrated women in all sorts of ways. And we still sit around and argue about whether it makes sense or not. They just do the job.
We've moved past
way
this.
beyond it.
Women are great soldiers, airmen, sailors, Marines, and so forth. Can I just return for a second? I think, as I recall the story from Gulf War, there were some sexual connotations in some of the actions that the female aviator suffered. But she was badly injured.
Yes.
And I think that may have kept it from being worse than it was.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's what you worry about. And honestly, I mean, we looked at the tape of Shoshana Johnson yesterday, and she was obviously, as you would be or I would be or any human being on the planet would be, she was scared and nervous, and we just hope that they are decent and treat her decently.
Well, my heart goes out to them.
Yeah, it's all tricky business. We'll take a look at some of the politics of all of this as we go to the White House, other places, and obviously out to the battlefield too. We'll take a short break. First, our coverage continues in just a moment.
What can a pitching machine teach us about financial advisors? Working with one can leave you better prepared. At Wachovia Securities, we learn from the world around us and provide financial advice for whatever comes your way. Together, we can achieve uncommon results. Wachovia Securities.
CNN puts you alongside the troops with soldiers. Walter Rogers, Dr. Sanjay Gupta, Brian Chilcote with sailors. Frank Buckley, Kira Phillips, Gary Stryker with airmen. Gary Tuckman, Bob Franken with Marines. Jason Bellini, Art Harris, Martin Savage. Plus, CNN joins forces with top news organizations and our network of affiliates to put more reporters in the region than anyone. No one gets you closer than CNN, the most trusted name in news.
As the war in Iraq continues, CNN is there. From the front lines to the home front, around the world, around the clock. When you need to know, stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Good evening, everyone. From CNN Center, I'm Heidi Collins. Here's a look at our headlines before our coverage of the war continues. There was much more intense fighting in Nasiriyah today. Fighting has been underway since Sunday. Marines found unmanned guns and other weapons and blew them up. And in the north, U.S. and coalition aircraft pounded the city of Mosul for a third day. A video of what may be Saddam Hussein surfaced on Iraqi TV today. U.S. officials are not sure if the tape is new. On it, the man who appears to be Saddam is praising his troops for causing the infidels to suffer. Iraq's deputy prime minister says the tape is proof Saddam is in charge. President Bush has given key lawmakers his first estimate of how much the war in Iraq will cost. Officials say the administration is asking for $75 billion to cover 30 days of combat. That figure does not include any money for Iraq's reconstruction. And there is other news that we want to tell you about tonight, including this: new clues into the deadly like flu virus from Asia. Federal health officials that is, say the mystery virus appears to be caused by a new variety of a common cold virus, but more testing is needed to be certain. The virus is blamed on 17 deaths worldwide, none of them in America. And that is what's happening at this hour. Now back to more comprehensive coverage of the war in Iraq.
Heidi, thank you very much. As Heidi indicated, the president will send up to the Hill soon his supplemental budget request to pay for the war. The cost of the war was a very hot topic in Washington for many days leading up to it. At one point, there were estimates of anywhere from $60 to $100 billion, and it turns out the number they'll ask for is somewhere right in between, about $75 billion at least. That's the indication that Suzanne Malveaux has gotten in her work today at the White House. Suzanne joins us tonight. Suzanne.
Well, Aaron, I want to clarify a couple of things. The senior administration official briefed us on these numbers. First of all, he said it's $74.7 billion total, approximately $75 billion. But he said this is not over a 30-day combat period. He said what it is based on a model based on 6 months, where you'd have the troops inside, you would also have the reconstruction relief, and then you'd have the withdrawal of the troops. That is something the Pentagon had talked about before, that 30-day figure. But this is based on something else. Within that $75 billion, you have $63 billion for operations for the prosecution of the war. You have $8 billion for international operations, including the relief and reconstruction, and then $4 billion for Homeland Security. Also want to talk a bit about what happened today. President Bush called President Putin. It seems as if the two cannot seem to see things eye to eye, and today was no different.
Today, the Bush administration stated Russia was aiding the Iraqi military by allowing Russian companies to sell sensitive military technology to Iraqi forces in violation of UN sanctions.
We have credible evidence that Russian companies provided the assistance and the prohibited hardware to the Iraqi regime. That's why we have found these actions to be disturbing.
The big concern is that the Iraqis now have equipment that can jam GPS-guided American missiles used in its bombing campaign. While the administration has raised this issue before, today President Bush stepped in and called Russia's President Putin.
President Putin assured President Bush that he would look into it, and President Bush said he looked forward to hearing the results.
But Russia's Foreign Minister Igor Ivanov denied that Moscow had been involved in illegally shipping sensitive military equipment to Iraq, including anti-tank guided missiles and night vision goggles, saying
Russia invariably follows all international agreements and did not supply Iraq with any equipment, including military that violated the sanctions.
But U.S. Secretary of State Colin Powell said as recently as within the last 48 hours, the U.S. has discovered new evidence Russian officials have allowed the illegal equipment to slip through.
So, Aaron, it's just the latest flare-up in what has become an increasingly bumpy relationship between the United States and Russia. Today, President Putin said that the United States war with Iraq was creating what he called a humanitarian catastrophe. But aides from both leaders say that they are good friends, that they will continue these discussions, and they will work out their differences. Aaron?
Has the president himself publicly said anything about this? I didn't recall anything. I don't recall he did yesterday. Has he at all?
Well, we actually heard from Ari Fleischer, the White House spokesman, when it comes to this particular issue. But I have to tell you that the discussions have been going on for at least 6 months or so, that they've been complaining about this. But it's something that has been really lower level in the administration. This is really the first time that the president has picked up the phone and said directly to President Putin that this was an issue and a problem.
But there are levels. I mean, part of the way you sort of judge how the level of anger or anything else in covering the White House is who says it. If the spokesman says it, that's pretty high level. But if the president says it, if it literally comes from the president's lips, then it's raised another notch. We have not yet heard that, right?
We haven't heard that yet, Aaron, and we'll see if the president actually says that in the week to come. It'll be very interesting to see if it raises to that level. There has been quite a bit of tension between the two leaders, anywhere from issues of NATO expansion, of course, you know, the differences in their opinions about the war on terror, as well as the role of the UN in humanitarian aid and reconstruction. So it'll be very interesting to see if the president actually brings that up publicly.
Suzanne, thank you very much. Suzanne Malveaux at the White House tonight. There was, as we showed you a little bit ago, another tape message from Saddam Hussein. It appeared early Monday morning. With it, of course, another round of questions. This has become almost an obsessive cottage industry. When was it taped? Is he alive? Was it taped beforehand? This, that, and another. It's not an inconsequential question, of course. Here is CNN's David Ensor.
In the taped speech, Saddam Hussein refers to the biggest southern city now encircled by coalition forces, which are bypassing it on the way to Baghdad.
Basra, the beloved Basra, I say to them, be patient, you brethren. Victory is imminent.
U.S. intelligence officials analyzing the tape say it is the Iraqi leader, but there's nothing said that proves when he recorded it.
We cannot be sure whether these recordings are pre-recorded. Some of them appear to be dated, but I don't think there is an exact science in this.
Another cause of suspicion about when the tape was made, U.S. officials say Hussein credits some Iraqi units that in fact have had nothing to do with the fighting so far.
He may have created these tapes ahead of time to make sure that no matter what happened to him and his regime, he could maintain both the morale of his supporters and the fear of the Iraqi population for as long as it was possible to do so.
In Baghdad, Iraq's deputy prime minister angrily denounced as lies any suggestion that Saddam Hussein might not be in full control.
Saddam Hussein has full control over his country and over the armed forces and the Iraqi people and all the resources of Iraq.
Full control or not, some intelligence suggests he may have been wounded in the first bombing, U.S. officials say, but most analysts believe he is alive.
The expectation is that if he were dead, we would see the whole place starting to come apart at the seams.
Concerning the Americans taken prisoner in Nasiriyah, U.S. officials say they were seized by the Fedayeen Saddam, a paramilitary group known for their black uniforms, now spread throughout the country in plainclothes.
The Saddam Fedayeen are, by and large, street thugs. They are recruited from among young Sunni men, many of whom couldn't make it in the military, many of whom have ties of one sort or another to Saddam.
Iraq's government may soon show Saddam Hussein in a way that's proof positive he's still alive and in control. U.S. officials say it has not done so yet. In the meantime, his fate has become the subject of a public relations battle. David Ensor, CNN, Washington.
CNN's Nick Robertson has, as we take a look at Baghdad on a Tuesday morning, over on the right in the big box, CNN's Nick Robertson has been following this part of the story since the Iraqi government threw him out of Baghdad a couple of days ago. He's made his way to Amman, Jordan. Nick, it's good to see you. In Jordan and across the Arab world, I assume you're paying some attention to how this is being reported. Is this even an issue? Is anybody even discussing whether Saddam Hussein is alive, dead, in control, or not in control?
Not in the way that it's being discussed in the United States and Great Britain, but perhaps that discussion and debate is all moot, really, because much of Saddam Hussein's appearance on Iraqi television is really for the Iraqi people's consumption, as if they see him on television, whether it's taped or whether it's live or whether they think he was speaking last week, yesterday morning, or even that morning. To them, it's really immaterial. To them, it's a signal, a clear sign that the Iraqi leadership is still in control, that the ruling Ba'ath Party is in control, that all the ministers that we see every day coming out and saying that this is President Saddam Hussein, he isn't injured and he is alive. For them, it's just a very clear signal that nothing has changed, that the Iraqi leadership is in place, and it's the sort of thing that the government in Iraq really needs at this time, because if it does look like they're wavering, if it does look like they're crumbling, then it's much more likely that the soldiers of the army, of the Republican Guard and other units may begin to lay down their weapons. And as long as the Iraqi leadership can show and do it visibly on Iraqi television without raising the sorts of questions that we hear coming from the United States or Great Britain about whether or not this is Saddam and whether or not he's alive, the answer is Iraqi people believe he is still in control, and that's the message they want to get across, Aaron.
And there's actually as I sit here at least, it seems like there's almost a two-pronged way to look at this. If you are a Saddam loyalist and you see him, that rallies you to his side, I presume. And on the other hand, if you're someone who thinks this might be an interesting time to turn on the government, Saddam's control of the government might make you think twice.
Absolutely. It's designed to dissuade anyone that would think that this is a time to revolt, that now they can rise up. The way is clear, and the government knows it, and that's why it's so critical. They absolutely know that if there's a chink appears in the armor like that, then people will begin to fill that vacuum, if you will, much as they did at the end of the Gulf War in 1991. We haven't seen this so far. The mass surrenderings, perhaps less than 1% of the force, about 3,000 or so, is reported to have surrendered so far. The big surrenders, when they thought that the Iraqi leadership was on the run and defeated in 1991, haven't happened, and the government knows there's the potential for that at this time, Aaron.
Where you are in Amman, you're a few hundred miles, I guess, from Baghdad. Is the war a subject of constant conversation? Is it being widely shown on television in Jordan? Is that the lead story every day now?
It's certainly on the front pages of the newspapers. Yesterday morning, we're leading with the stiff resistance by the Iraqi forces. So it is being followed here, and people are watching it. And of course, they will be very sensitive to if they see what they view as their fellow Arab brothers, civilians being injured and killed. And the fact that a number of Syrian civilian workers returning from Baghdad to Syria on the main highway were killed in a bus as they drove up that main highway back to Syria. That again will strike a chord with people in the region who very much don't want to see this war taking place. They don't view it necessarily as a positive event, certainly in their lives and certainly for the lives of the Iraqis. So it is watched with a very critical eye at this time.
Nick, thank you. Nick Robertson in Amman, Jordan. Always good to talk to you. We're joined now by James Woolsey, the former CIA director. He can talk to us about the Saddam matter, and hopefully we'll get him to talk about a couple of other things too that have come up. It's nice to see you again, sir.
Good to be with you, Aaron.
Do you have a feeling one way or another whether I think that, well, let me ask this differently, because it seems to me pretty clear he's alive. I don't think anybody's questioning that. I think the question really is, how much control does he have? The administration will say there is evidence that the Iraqi government is crumbling, is in disarray, this and that. Do you see any evidence of that in the way the war is being conducted or anything else?
Well, so far they seem to be holding together and fighting, but there is one important footnote, and David Enser mentioned it, which is that in this videotape, Saddam gives credit to divisions, including one that caved very early and surrendered in the fighting. So it is at least possible that this was pre-recorded, and perhaps in the window of time after President Bush said he was going within 48 hours and before the bombing of the bunker. So although I guess I'd say you're more likely to be right than not that he's still alive, I don't know that it's a sure thing.
Okay, I was going to ask you that. Honestly, perhaps it was an unfair assumption that I could make it, but you're absolutely entitled to, and you're a lot wiser on this than I am. How do CIA analysts go about determining this? What are they looking at? What are they looking for? What are they listening to?
Well, they listen to voice patterns. They listen to past examples of the voice. This is not a science. It's more an art. It's a little like polygraphy or something. It's something that people read and get different things out of it, but some people are better at it than others. They look at the facial features. I'm sure they use computerized techniques to try to detect if the face looks different or anything that is often distinctive about people, such as the ears. But after you go through all that, sometimes you have to say, you know, more likely than not it was him or not. It's not a science. It's an art.
Just on, you mentioned facial features. Just looking at what almost looked like two different Saddams. The Saddam that was shown on Iraqi television the night of the initial attack. That's the picture on the left, and the Saddam that appeared on Iraqi TV yesterday. I wouldn't say they look like completely different people, but they don't look like the guy who's in the same shape.
That's right. There's a curious pattern here. The first one that came out after the strike on the bunker didn't really look like him that much, and then the second one does, but there is this curious reference to a positive reference to a unit that surrendered very, very early. It's complicated. If he were really there and healthy, you would think it would be relatively easy to record something that quite obviously indicated that it was being done live and he was fine. And it's messy, and that's what continues, I think, to raise people's suspicions.
Let me ask one more question on this and then move on. If part of what he's trying to do is just say to to the people in the country, we're doing great, our army's doing great, what difference does it make if he mentions a unit that surrendered or not? Because the only information that the Iraqi citizens are getting anyway is the information the government is giving out.
Well, insofar as they're lying, I mean, if it is in fact the case that he was badly injured or even killed in that bombing attack, and that this was pre-recorded, and the reference to the unit might suggest that, then yes, temporarily Iraqi people may be fooled and rallied because they think he's alive and holding firm and everything is in control. But in time, this could slip and cascade on them. So right now that may be right, but if he's badly injured or dead, it could make a difference here during this battle for Baghdad, which may take place within the next few days.
I'm going to move on to both this Russian thing and the chemical attacks, but let me just, because I just turn to General Clark for a second, and you want to weigh in on any part of this conversation that has gone on so far?
Well, I think Jim is exactly right in terms of the command and control. You know, it always appears at the start of this, and I felt the same way at the start of the Kosovo campaign, that you get indications that you've done something significant to their command and control, the pattern's disrupted, and maybe it is temporarily. But I agree with Jim, we haven't seen any significant breakdown in Iraqi command and control or resolve to fight at this point.
And in fact, one of the things you said to me the other day, I believe, is that they probably went to different frequencies, and so the fact that we haven't heard as much, we the government, the United States government, the Pentagon hadn't heard as much, may or may not be as significant as it sounds.
That plus, I mean, we put a lot of chatter on our nets, and we always keep saying, do we have to say this much? Do we have to say this much? Maybe they're not chattering as much as we are.
Mr. Woolsey, the report that one of the Republican Guard units, or that Republican Guard units have been given permission, if not directly ordered, to use chemical weapons if a certain line is crossed. Does that, I would suspect you would say that is a credible piece of intelligence, do you?
Well, it's hard to know where it comes from, but certainly if it has any plausibility, they're going to prepare for the worst. They have the chemical gear with them. Wes knows a lot more about this than I do. Frankly, I would be more worried over the mid to long term about biological weapons, because the chemical gear I think we're pretty well equipped to deal with. But there have been stories about the possibility that Saddam has been working on genetically modifying some of these biological agents, making anthrax, for example, resistant to vaccines or antibiotics. And if they should use something like that, it could be, maybe not immediately on the battlefield, but within a week or two, a lot more trouble even than chemical weapons.
And just to interrupt this for a moment, we're getting some reporting from one of our embeds that there's heavy fighting going on around Nasiriyah right now. We're trying to get him up on the phone, and we'll We'll update that as we go. This has been an area that, as most of these areas have been, has been a bit more difficult than perhaps some of us and some of the Pentagon officials suspected it might be. Mr. Woolsey, one more area, this thing about the Russians and whether Russian companies are supplying the Iraqis with equipment allowing them to jam GPS missiles and the rest. That surprise you at all?
No, the Russians have advertised this sort of thing at international trade fairs. They're not particularly expensive. It is a problem, could be a serious problem for GPS, but we do have some ways of countering it. The Russian military-industrial complex is still pretty hostile to the United States and likes to make money a lot. And the fact that they might be selling things like this would disappoint me, but it certainly wouldn't surprise me.
And briefly on that, is it possible that the president of Russia would not know about it?
I suppose it's possible. As time goes on, it becomes less credible because a lot of these are the same institutions and firms that have done this kind of thing before. But any given sale, maybe he didn't know about it in advance. But it's starting to wear a bit thin, I think.
Mr. Woolsey, we covered a lot of ground tonight. Thank you. It's good to talk to you. Thank you.
Good to be with you, Aaron.
Thank you, sir. I hope you'll come back again.
Thanks, sure.
Jim Woolsey, former CIA director, and we did cover a lot of ground. We'll take a short break. Our coverage continues in a moment.
CNN Tomorrow live updates on U.S. POWs and an unexpected threat to coalition forces. Next American Morning with Paula Zahn. CNN Tomorrow, 7 a.m. Eastern.
There is one hospital that is truly different. A patient-focused hospital that looks at everything they do from your perspective, not theirs. Where care is personalized. A hospital that cares how you feel, physically and emotionally. A hospital where just being there is healing. Griffin Hospital, changing the face of healthcare in so many ways.
This is a teleprompter. TV anchors use it. I'm Bob Alvine, anchorman at Premier Subaru in Brantford. We'd like to see a few hundred new car lovers who are sick of the usual car dealer and want straight talk, low prices, great service, and humane treatment. Here's the latest Subaru models. No teleprompter needed. They speak for themselves. Call us or test drive our website. Take care.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Just again to update you very quickly, we've gotten a report from our correspondent Alessio Vinci that there is heavy fighting around Nasiriyah right now. He had only the briefest of time to talk to us, literally less than a minute before he had to get into a bunker to give you some sense of how that might be going. We look forward to hearing from him, and we look forward to being able to tell you more about that. But that is going on now as we sit here and speak. Jason Bellini is embedded with the 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit, which is continuing to face resistance outside the southern port city, an important port city of Qasr. It has been another day for them of danger in this ongoing struggle to figure out whether people who look like Iraqi civilians are in fact Iraqi civilians.
Another messy, frustrating combat situation for the Marines of the 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit, this time outside the port city of Qasr, where they've been for the last 3 days. They've moved out and encountering another fight, this time with a similar situation. Armed men coming from the town, firing at them sporadically, and then running and hiding back in the residential areas. Men who are not in Iraqi military uniforms. They try to draw them out of the urban area using suppression fire. They fired tow missile, several artillery rounds, and machine gun fire in the direction from which these men are coming. At one point, the men came out and waved a white flag, but then shortly thereafter, they took off again.
We're trying to figure out who's who and make sure that we're not, make sure that we don't shoot civilians, but those folks that are military but aren't in uniform, we're going to go ahead and take care of them.
They went back behind the building where they had been firing from, leaving the Marines to try to suss them out some more, leaving them again an hour after this all began in their same position, their same battle position, at their machine guns, hiding behind a berm here in the desert. The other thing we saw was an ambulance coming up, and it appeared that some individuals were picked up by that ambulance. Again, this adds to the complexity of their situation, that they know they're dealing with civilians in the area from which they're being fired upon, making very difficult calls for the Marines here at the ground level, who have to decide how much force to use. I'm Jason Bellini with the Marines of the 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit outside the port city of Qasr.
Michael Gordon, New York Times, on the line, but just go ahead and open up the line. Michael can hear this too. Michael, it's good to have you with us. General, while you were watching that, you reacted to it. Just quickly, what you were thinking.
Got to have enough combat power there to finish that fight. Isolated compartment by compartment. Somebody's got to work around the back of that building. Somebody's got to keep the whole thing under 360-degree observation. Somebody's got to stop that ambulance when it leaves and see who's in it, where they're going, how they got called.
You are a general all the time here. Michael, it's good to have you with us. What's the lead from where you are as you see it tonight? Michael's the chief military writer for the New York Times. Michael?
Well, the Iraqis are trying to disrupt the Allied attack by creating a lot of problems in their rear areas. They're trying to get them to focus their attention south instead of north. But basically the solution to all these problems from the United States point of view is, the United States military point of view, is through Baghdad, and they're preparing to move on Baghdad and move ahead with that over the next week.
What I hear you say is that they refuse to be distracted by this. Is that a fair way to put it?
Well, they've already had to make some adjustments. I mean, they're making more of an effort to guard their convoys, which they have to do of necessity, both by putting people with them and helicopters over them. But they can't really be deflected from the Baghdad goal. I mean, that's the whole purpose of this operation. And it's really the only way, ultimately, to deal with the disruptions in the south. You can't go into every single city in southern Iraq and dig out the people there who are causing problems. What their strategy is, so to speak, is to cut off the head of the snake and let these people just wither.
General, jump in.
Well, I think Michael's reading it exactly right, and I think that is the key thing. You have to focus on the objective here. But I think it's worth noting that we've got 3 U.S. Army divisions and a Marine division and a British division in there. Sorry, 2 U.S. Army divisions, a Marine division, and a British division. British division and some of the Marines are still tied up back there. So that's 25% of your combat power still trying to finish what was begun 4 or 5 days ago. Got to get it finished enough to be able to go ahead and concentrate on the head of the snake. I wouldn't recommend diverting any more combat power to it, but still the people that are there in the rear have to be effective in doing their job to free the command to focus on its main mission.
Michael, is there a sense that this part has taken longer and has not gone, I don't mean exactly literally, but has not gone as they suspected it would?
Nothing ever goes the way it's expected to go. That's a given. It doesn't happen in journalism anymore than it happens in military affairs. I do think that their spin out of Washington was too optimistic, and Don Rumsfeld did play up the what he thought would be the great effects of the air campaign and shock and awe and all of that. And clearly there are some benefits from that, but they're not nearly as dramatic as they were presented to be at the Pentagon. And I do think the Iraqis have thrown a few curveballs at them. These people in the rear areas, as sort of irregular militias. One, there were some tactics last night, well actually not last night my time, but 24 hours ago, that they used to basically thwart an Apache attack on the Republican Guard. It was the first ground attack by a ground unit on the Republican Guard, and the Iraqis used some fairly primitive but effective techniques to thwart it. They basically put lots and lots of guys in the field with machine guns and small arms and threw up a wall of lead and managed to hit 30 out of 32 Apache helicopters. So, you know, they're being clever on that level. I don't think it will change the ultimate result, but I think they can complicate things.
And the way that the Pentagon briefer in Washington today described that the Apache assault as essentially successful, would that be your view also?
Well, I wouldn't say it was unsuccessful, but I would say it was more difficult than the people who carried out the assault anticipated. I mean, they had gone through fairly extensive preparations to disrupt the radars and take into account the surface-to-air missile threat. And then they flew in very low, and they encountered what was for them an unexpected defense. You know, hundreds of guys firing whatever the number was, submachine guns and small arms, probably cued by somebody near the airfield, an Iraqi agent of some kind, or just, you know, who told them the attack was coming. The end result, as I mentioned, was they got 30 out of 32 helicopters shot up. They lost an Apache longbow helicopter, which they had to go back and try to destroy. They had a pilot wounded who flew home. I think the Pentagon is using what the Pentagon usually does, which is to put things in the most favorable light. I think the more accurate way to present it is that the military here encounters something that it surprised it a bit, and they're going to go back and rethink their tactics a bit, and I think they'll probably come up with a better way to do it in the future.
The British Prime Minister said today that a decisive battle is coming soon. Do you have a feeling that a major moment is just about upon us?
Well, I mean, it all centers on Baghdad. That's the so-called center of gravity in military speak. That's where it all starts and where it's all going to end in terms of it's where Saddam has decided to make his last stand.
At WTNH.com.
The Colonial Toyota's New Start Public Sell-Off is going on now. Buy used vehicles for $2,000. Save $3,000, $4,000, even $5,000 on used vehicles. Buy for 0 down or 0 interest. This is your chance to buy below what a dealer pays. Only at Colonial Toyota's New Start.
All right, Jeffrey, things are warming up.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to get much warmer than today, at least not this week.
Okay.
Take a look at the 8-day forecast. Tomorrow it is a variably cloudy day with a high temperature into the 60s inland, 50s shoreline, as today was. And then on Wednesday, some showers, still temperatures in the 50s. That'll continue as you move toward the weekend and then turn it a little bit cooler early next week.
You know about a warmer forecast you want to pass along?
In my dreams. Thank you, Jeff.
Okay.
It was not Chicago that won all the awards at this weekend's Golden Raspberry Awards. The worst in Hollywood were honored for their less than memorable movies. Madonna winning 2 Razzies for her movie Swept Away, if that's what you want to call it, and her cameo appearance in the Bond flick Die Another Day. That brings her lifetime Razzie count to 9. Back to the Oscars for a second. Many actors saw last night's Academy Awards as an opportunity to air their views about the war. In our online poll today, we wanted to know if you thought political statements are appropriate at the Oscars. 84% of you said no, 16% said yes.
I'm just broken up about that Madonna thing, you know?
Yeah.
It's a shame, you know? Noah and I sitting there shaking our head right now.
That's beyond
She's
our
winning
rental.
awards. She's a winner. That'll do it for News Channel 8 at 11.
Thanks for looking in. We'll see you tomorrow.
Spicy garlic shrimp, fire grilled chicken, and our famous baby back ribs. Chili's Fajita Trio. Want more flavor?
Yeah.
The Saab 9.3 Sport Sedan just received a 5-star rating for collision safety performance from the European New Car Assessment Program.
Close friends, far-off places. Your Chevy dealers are making it easy to break out and enjoy both. Get the vehicle you want and make your money count. Get 0% APR for 60 months on every 2003 Chevy Cavalier, S10, and Tracker. Plus, GM owners and lessees get an additional 1,000 GM loyalty cash. Spring is the time to break out and make your money count. Chevy drives Connecticut.
Springtime is for cleaning, working in the yard, redecorating.
Springtime is golf.
I'd change bedding, I'd, do my planting, and Walmart makes it very easy. Oh, hey, let's go look at the bathroom thing. There's a whole set of everything that goes together, and then I can go over to the paint department and get the color to match up.
She's the decorator, and she's real good at it.
Well, thank you.
This is my new bedroom stuff.
New everything, all from Walmart, and it's a great price. Did you know I got all this?
Good thing she had a truck to bring it home in.
Pikes Peak, where the wind breaks the speed limit, the snowfall breaks the records, and a single company breaks from the status quo. Audi, the only luxury car company with quattro all-wheel drive in every model line.
Chicken, jalapeno jack cheese, cool avocado ranch, Chili's Southwestern egg rolls. Want more flavor?
Chili!
In Brantford, News Channel 8 is coverage you can count on.
Edition. Coalition forces rumble northward to within 60 miles of the Iraqi capital.
Warhawk, Advance 01.
With air power clearing the way.
Now we're talking about a target that's about 30 miles north of here.
Just north of the Karbala Gap.
But in its wake, there have been some setbacks.
The attack helicopter didn't get back, and so we have a two-man crew missing.
Fierce fighting continues.
Oh, we got a critical patient, needs to get out of here.
What's your name?
And a new front opens with a battle over American POWs.
Sergeant James Riley.
It is a blatant violation of the Geneva Convention to humiliate and abuse prisoners of war.
Where do you come from?
Texas.
Tonight, advance on Baghdad. The going gets a little tougher.
From ABC News. This is a Nightline Special Edition. Reporting with the U.S. Army 3rd Infantry Division in Iraq, Ted Koppel.
The architects of this military campaign have set out to apply maximum force with the greatest possible speed. And in this, they have succeeded brilliantly. The heavy armor of the 3rd Infantry Division has stormed relentlessly across the Iraqi desert, and in terms of distance at least, is now within an easy day's drive from Baghdad. But before attempting that crucial stage of the invasion, U.S. forces are shaping the enemy. That's a military euphemism for using everything from air power to long-range rockets and artillery to destroy as much Iraqi artillery and armor as possible from a distance. Only then will division commanders order their forces to engage on the ground. They believe that they are facing the first of Saddam Hussein's Republican Guard, the 4th Division, known as the Medina Division. For the most part, they appear to be dug in north of the Karbala Gap. But whenever there is a target of opportunity, as there was this afternoon, the air liaison officer attached to the 3rd Infantry Division from the Air Force calls in close air support.
Warhawk, Advance 01.
Warhawk.
Roger, the first grid coordinate for Advance 35 is clear.
We had an A-10 find a refueling area, armored refueling area up in the north, and so that pretty much got everything going. And so what you have here is we coordinate air, so we made the request to get all the air up to the target area that we could.
Send that first set of aircraft to that target before they run out of gas. I should have clearance here shortly on the second.
So my guys on the ground are coordinating with the aircraft to get their eyes on target. I'm coordinating getting the air up to them, and so it's a confusion, but it's a controlled confusion.
And so basically what you got was, a couple of flights of 2 A-10s each?
Yes, we did, and they did some pretty big damage up there, and we're working to get some more up there, and so it was a very successful morning for the A-10s.
When you say pretty big damage, what are they reporting back?
Right now, we've got some large secondaries reported from the first 2 flights, which means they hit some actual fuel areas.
Right.
So hit the bunkers, and underneath was probably some fuel tanks that exploded. Lots of vehicles that were in there, and there's still a couple of more left to go.
Now, we're talking about a target that's about 30 miles north of here.
Just north of the Karbala Gap.
We got the same target area, and then I'll tell you when you
What we'll do is we'll keep rolling aircraft till all the targets are destroyed.
Once again, my Nightline colleague, Chris Bury.
Ted, another day of ups and downs in the military campaign. 2 more Americans are now prisoners of war. They were captured today after their Apache helicopter was shot down. Like 5 of the Americans captured over the weekend, the 2 U.S. Army pilots were paraded on Iraqi TV. Saddam Hussein also made a television appearance today, urging Iraqis to resist the U.S. and British invasion. U.S. air attacks on Iraqi troops intensified as U.S. forces have moved to within 60 miles of Baghdad. But a huge sandstorm blowing into the region is likely to slow the progress towards Baghdad for a few days. The White House today put a price tag on the war, $74.7 billion. That's assuming the war lasts only 30 days. And British Prime Minister Tony Blair will meet with President Bush in Washington later this week to discuss the progress of the war. We turn now back to Ted Koppel in Iraq. Ted, until now, the third ID, as you've been reporting, has been moving at a very rapid clip. But these sandstorms that we've heard about tonight, how are they affecting the division?
Well, they're slowing it down, Chris. As you can probably tell, there's a fairly good breeze going right now, but that's nothing as to what it was during the night. In point of fact, they are hoping that there's going to be about an 8 or 9 hour lull in the sandstorms. We seem to be at the beginning of that lull right now, which would mean that they could bring in close air support. That means, of course, the Longbow, the Apache Longbow helicopters, the A-10, the Warthogs, which are like flying tanks. They are very effective. But yesterday, out of 32 Apache helicopters that flew against the Iraqis, all 32 of them were hit by small arms fire. 1 was actually shot down, the others returned safely to base.
The Apache that was shot down and its crew captured, what kind of impact did that have on the morale of the third ID?
Well, I think in general morale is very good. Obviously, Chris, whenever you hear of casualties, and I told you yesterday about one man who was shot not very far from where I'm standing here by a sniper. Obviously, when an Apache goes down, the Apache is really one of the prizes in the American arsenal. That has an impact on people, but they're much too mission-oriented right now to spend a whole lot of time, mulling over that.
And in terms of the sandstorms, the weather, are Apaches able to fly in almost any kind of a weather, or is the weather having a real effect on the air support?
No, the Apaches could not fly in a sandstorm. I mean, theoretically, I suppose they could fly, but it's very, very difficult for them to carry out attack missions. The whole point of close air support is that the pilots, whether it be of a Warthog or of an Apache Longbow, the pilots have to be able to eyeball the targets. And if they can't do that, and in a bad sandstorm, believe me, you can't, they're not going to be effective.
All right, Ted, we need to take a short break, and we're going to continue our conversation with Ted Koppel in Iraq in just a moment.
Hi, I'm Bob.
And I'm Charlie.
We're neighbors.
And our wives figured if we couldn't grow hair on our heads, we'd work on our lawns, and look what happened.
This lawn is a work of art.
I use Scott Premium Grass Seed. You put anything else on there, Bob, and you'd just be wasting your time.
See how thick this is? There's no weeds in that grass right there. The inferior brands have weeds, but the seed that Scott has is the purest seed you can get. Healthy, lush, green.
It comes up quick.
You interrupted me. The lawn is only as good as the seed you start with. Fall is beautiful.
That's right.
Except in your yard.
Good morning. Before we start, if everyone could move page 15 2 pages up in the deck. And if your page 5 is fuzzy, just pass it down.
Unprofessional documents.
Page 8.
Lead to messy meetings.
Just remove it.
But at Staples, you'll get professional quality copying and printing. Our certified associates and 3-step quality process make sure your job is done right.
And this goes up.
Quality copying and printing. Staples. That was easy.
War with Iraq. When it matters most, stay with ABC News. And tomorrow, for breaking new developments from deep inside Iraq's front lines, turn to Peter Jennings and World...
When you need to know, just click on WTNH.com. When you need to know about severe storms heading your way, click on Storm Team 8 Doppler for up-to-the-minute radar images. Saving time and avoiding traffic problems on your morning commute are a click away at WTNH.com with Traffic Cam. And for the latest news from across Connecticut, WTNH.com is the only place you need to go. WTNH.com. Coverage you can count on. It's war with Iraq. And News Channel 8 is your Connecticut source for the news you need to know. For the latest from the front lines to developments here at home, News Channel 8 is coverage you can count on. Now you can hear News Channel 8 at 6 on the radio. Just listen to WLIS 1420 in Old Saybrook or WMRD 1150 AM in Middletown for News Channel 8 at 6. Coverage you can count on.
It all starts ABC Wednesday, 8/7 Central.
We're back with Ted Koppel with the 3rd Infantry Division in Iraq. It appears the Iraqis are resorting to guerrilla tactics, to ambushes, attacking the rear and flanks. To what extent are the commanders on the ground adapting their strategy to what they see the Iraqis doing?
Well, I must tell you, Chris, it's a matter of some fairly serious concern, because what the commanders had hoped to do was to be able to bypass most of these towns and cities, set up a screening force so that then the enormous logistical tail of the 3rd Infantry Division can make it all the way up from the Kuwaiti border. They are now being forced to consider the possibility of having to go into some of these towns and cities.
Ted, Mike Suray, one of the other embedded reporters with the Marines, was saying today that this strategy by the Iraqis is slowing the Americans down because the Marines who might have waved at civilians on the side of the road are now pointing guns at them and trying to establish whether, in fact, they are friendly or not.
Well, Mike is exactly right. It is slowing them down, and it is the source of some concern, as I mentioned earlier. There had been a fear that Saddam would try to do this, would try to get them bogged down in fighting in some of the towns and cities on the way up to Baghdad. They are still trying to resist doing that. I think they'll probably have to leave some elements of the 3rd behind to engage in whatever protection they need to keep those convoys from becoming too vulnerable. But the fact of the matter is, yes, that and the sandstorm has slowed things down.
Some of the prisoners of war taken over the weekend were from the 3rd Infantry Division working back in the rear, and I understand that it was a case of them simply getting lost, which is what led to their capture. But is the 3rd ID doing anything differently in terms of protecting its flanks, protecting its rear, now that they know that the Iraqis have this essentially guerrilla war strategy?
Well, in point of fact, you're right, it was a unit that was attached, Chris, to the 3rd ID. It was the 507th Maintenance Unit. And they did. They got lost in a city that we had just visited, and in fact we had video of the taking of the bridge up there, or down there rather, and they left that city behind, that was Nasiriyah, believing that it was secure. And the Marines were just going to be able to take over. This one unit got lost in Nasiriyah itself. The 3rd ID had not actually entered the city. It had simply seized 2 objectives on the outskirts. And there, indeed, they got lost and they got captured, and several of them got killed, and the others got taken prisoner of war.
I guess what I'm trying to get at, Ted, is whether or not the commanders there are adapting, are changing in the wake of these Iraqi tactics.
Well, I guess, Chris, I did hear your question. I suppose I was avoiding it in a sense, because they are trying to avoid the cities. when they get into the cities, they are likely to face problems like this, and that's precisely one of the reasons why they're trying to stay out of the cities. Are they adapting their tactics? You know, all you can do is tell people to be very careful when you go into the cities and not to be as trusting as some of these units have been. For example, the other day when we showed you the video of the two men who had been killed, the two Iraqis who had been killed behind a dirt berm, just as we were leaving, a couple of civilian men came and said they were looking for their father. They were relatives, but they were prepared also to pick up the dead. Without even searching these men, the commander on scene gave permission. Now, these are exactly the kind of situations where they're likely to find, one of these times, that people who come posing as relatives to pick up the bodies are actually carrying weapons, and before they themselves are killed, they will kill a number of Americans. So I'm sure the word has gone out to be a little bit less trusting, to be very careful about not getting lost. But believe me, out here, when you get separated from the main unit, it is easy to get lost.
Ted, you reported at the beginning of the broadcast that the 3rd Infantry Division was approaching the very first of the Republican Guard. I wonder if you'd set a scene for us. How far are you away from where you believe the Republican Guard may be, and how far is that away from Baghdad, and what do you expect over the next few days?
Well, I don't want to be too precise in terms of location, or at least in terms of our location, Chris, for reasons you can understand. But the Medina Division, which is one of Saddam Hussein's Republican Guard divisions, is based just north of the Karbala Gap. And that is really only about 50 miles or so south of Baghdad itself. They are deployed there in defensive positions in bunkers. Yesterday, as you heard at the beginning of the program, the Air Force had a pretty successful time of it going after one of their refueling points, where they managed to get some of their mechanized vehicles and saw some secondary explosions from the fuel dumps that were there. But by and large, they are dug in revetments and in bunkers, and they were just about, you can hear some of the counterfire that is going. I say counterfire, we haven't been fired upon, but they are firing rockets up in the direction of the Karbala Gap. And that, as I say, is where the Medina Division is currently dug in.
Is the division now gearing up for a major clash with the Medina Division of the Republican Guard?
I think that's fair to say, Chris. That's exactly what they're doing. Their hope is that if they can really destroy the Medina Division, that will create what one senior officer described to me as a crack in the foundation. So far, they have only been fighting these technicals and a few regular Army units. While they have fought more tenaciously than I think the senior officers here expected, they don't represent much of a challenge to the 3rd Infantry Division. This fight with the Medina Division will be the first test of how well they do against some of Saddam's better equipped and better trained forces.
All right, Ted, stay safe. Thank you very much. And when we come back, the controversial footage of those American POWs.
I got it.
Got what?
It. The moral loophole.
The moral loophole?
I buy drugs. I might be supporting terror. Might is the moral loophole.
So you might be helping drug dealers shoot little kids. And you might be helping drug cartels slaughter innocent families. And you might be helping terrorists do things so awful that we can't even conceive them yet.
Frustrated by itching and flaking? Get the power of 3. Unlike most other medicated shampoos, Neutrogena T-Gel works on all 3 itchy, flaky scalp conditions. Be confident with the one that works on all 3. Number 1 dermatologist recommended, Neutrogena T-Gel.
Do you need a little help with lawn care? Come into Ace, the helpful place.
It's a beautiful morning.
I don't want to go jogging. I don't want to play hockey.
All I want are nights with less pain, mornings with less stiffness, so Bo and I can go out early and catch up with all our friends.
Ask your doctor about ways to help relieve the pain of osteoarthritis. Call 1-888-MERC55 for more information.
Moms sleeping with a stranger.
I called a lawyer today.
His name's Dad.
Uh-oh.
Lost at Home premieres Tuesday, April 1st on ABC.
Join me at Takeo Post University for the 2003 Waterbury Forum event, War on Cancer, Winning in Connecticut, sponsored by the Harold Lever Regional Cancer Center and News Channel 8.
The hottest skaters in the world are coming for a very special event, April 8th at the Bridgeport Arena at Harbor Yard. You'll see America's own Michelle Kwan, Sarah Hughes, Sasha Cohen, Timothy Gable, and Michael Weiss, plus Olympic medalists Irina Slutskaya, Evgeny Plishenko, and many more, live in person. It's the ABC Sports International Figure Skating Challenge. Tickets on sale now at the box office, Ticketmaster, or charged by phone.
Good Morning Connecticut starts at 5 a.m. Tuesday, how the military prepares its men and women for the possibility of becoming POW.
And it looks like this great spring weather will be continuing on.
Documenting the lives of the sailors and aviators out here during the war. They've been out here for 9 months, which is one of the longer deployments. And, you know, I mean, living here is kind of living through Groundhog Day every day. They're incredibly focused. The carrier deck has been called some of the, you know, one of the most dangerous, I think it's 400-yard areas in the world. It's really easy to get seriously injured, if not killed, on the deck if you don't always keep your wits about you. They're very professional. Everyone knows their place. They know where to go and when not to go. Obviously, you can't hear anything on the decks. Everything's done through visual signals, hand signals. You have these, you know, these huge jets taking off from 0 to almost 200 miles an hour in a matter of seconds, and landing, you know, in less than 2 seconds. And it's actually a very small deck when you're on it. One of the big challenges of the photojournalist is to not only show pictures of jets taking on and off, but to give the people back at home a sense of what it's like to live on a carrier with, you know, with 5,000 other people. These people have very little privacy. They have, you know, 10, 15, 20 minutes a day where they can spend, you know, in total silence by themselves, reading a book, or of course sleeping. But they live in these living quarters with up to 6 people, you know, stacked on top of one another. So whenever they can, whenever things slow down, they try, you know, and take a little nap here or there. I'm just amazed at how mature, how professional, how hardworking they really are. I mean, trying to find an 18 or 19-year-old anywhere in the world that'll work 7-day weeks for 9 months straight and be in charge of guiding a $20 or $40 million jet, you know, across the deck. These are really impressive people.
That's Amanda Townsend of the Newsnight staff put that together. Those of you who don't normally watch Newsnight, we hope you will, but we have a great affection for the still photographers, and those aircraft carriers general are, there's probably there may be a more exhilarating experience in the world than landing and taking off on one, but I've never had it.
It's a great weapon of war, and wonderful and brave men and women on them.
I mean, you have nearly 6, I think of the Constellation, you have 6,000 people, almost 6,000 people living on it. Close quarters, incredible noise when it's going on.
That's right.
And they have become central to the way America fights wars.
Absolutely. We've had that argument about large carriers and small carriers for 30 years. We still like those large carriers. And
they don't sit out there alone. They sit out there with a battle group around them to protect them, because, as they say, it's not easier to turn a carrier around. We'll take a break. We're coming up on midnight here in the East. Darren Kagan will join us to update the major stories of the day. We have a long way to go here on this expanded edition of Newsnight as our coverage of war in Iraq continues on CNN.
Well, there was one year where I almost lost the entire backyard to crabgrass, and I vowed that would never happen again. The following year, I did use Turf Builder plus Halts. It not only got rid of the crabgrass, but it also greened up the lawn and thickened it. I used the cheaper brands, but I didn't have the color that I wanted, and I did have the weeds. Look how thick it is. Look at the color of it. There are no weeds. I take the credit instead of Scott's. I call it Luby Lawn. I'm very proud of the results that I get from Scott's. And there will be no crabgrass.
How do you invest to help secure your future? You start with your dreams. And Edward Jones.
My life, my world, it all begins with a dream.
Edward Jones.
Every day and every night as the war in Iraq continues, CNN is there every morning at 7 Eastern. Get your first look at what happened overnight on American Morning with Paula Zahn.
Breaking news out of Iraq.
Then, every night at 10 Eastern, Aaron Brown takes you from the home front to the front lines on Newsnight.
The maneuvering is now intense.
American Morning with Paula Zahn and Newsnight with Aaron Brown for your first and final word on the war in Iraq. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
I'm Darren Kagan, live in Kuwait City. It is 8 a.m. here on Tuesday morning here in the Persian Gulf. Let's go ahead and take a check at what we know at this hour. Right now, there are 7 confirmed American POWs in Iraqi hands. 5 were captured from the Army's 507th Maintenance Company. Shoshana Johnson, Patrick Miller, Joseph Hudson, Edgar Hernandez, and James Riley. These 2 young pilots, Ronald D. Young Jr. and David S. Williams, were captured when their Apache helicopter went down. Iraq claims that a farmer shot down the copter, seen here earlier on Iraqi television. The Pentagon casting doubt on that, pointing out the Apache's condition and upright position apparently intact. That's no longer the case, by the way. A U.S. guided missile destroyed the Apache to keep its technology out of Iraqi hands. Not far from that scene near Karbala, the Army's 5th Corps is preparing to take on a division of the Republican Guard, standing between them and Baghdad. Let's check out to the south. New fighting has flared up around Basra, pushing back humanitarian aid missions. UN Secretary General Kofi Annan is warning of a looming humanitarian disaster if they are unable to get emergency supplies into that city. That is Iraq's 2nd biggest, by the way. President Bush is asking for $2.5 billion in aid. That is part of the $75 billion he is expected to ask for tomorrow to pay for the war itself, going on the assumption it'll be over by mid-April. The Arab League on Monday called on the U.S. and Britain to withdraw troops from Iraq and asked the UN Security Council to hold an emergency meeting on the invasion. Failing that, the Arab League will ask for a meeting of the full General Assembly. And now back to more comprehensive coverage of the war in Iraq. We toss it back to Aaron. Aaron, coming up, when you're ready, I'll have the newspapers for you. Also be able to talk about the story we'll be doing later to check out humanitarian aid waiting to make its way into Iraq and to the refugees. Now, though, back to you.
Thank you. Actually, the refugees I'd like to get to in a minute, but if you've got the headlines with you, I'd like to see the headlines from the papers in Kuwait today.
All right.
Thank you.
You got that? Got 2 papers for you ready to go. The first one is from the Arab Times, the 2 English papers here in Kuwait. This one, Sand, Saddam, and a Slow March. And again, I don't know how well you're able to see what the picture is, but this is vehicles driving through a black cloud of smoke in Baghdad. This is showing the Apache helicopter that went down. And this is kind of a fuzzy picture of President Bush as he made his way back from Camp David after the weekend on Marine One. Let me quickly show you the other English paper we have here in Kuwait. And that one is the Kuwait Times. A couple interesting things here. Battles on for Basra. It says victory near. That's quoting Saddam. Of course, that's his speech that he gave just about 24 hours ago. These are British Royal Marines marching north through southern Iraq. The story's still getting a lot of coverage here about the U.S. soldier who's being questioned with the incident at Camp Pennsylvania with the grenade where one soldier lost his life. And just interesting, a cultural note, a whole full section here on the Oscars. So as I told you yesterday, they were covered here, and a full section on what people were wearing and who won.
That is. Just go back to the first one, that picture with the smoke. What is that? Is that an oil trench burning? What do we know what that is that's causing all that smoke?
You're talking about oil fires ringing the city, talking about defense of incoming U.S. missiles and bombs. I think this is the trenches that were dug around Baghdad.
Right.
I don't know that. Have we seen any video like this back home? That would look like this picture?
No, I have not. I can't say that it doesn't exist, but I can tell you that we have not seen it in our system here. Darren, thanks, and we'll talk to you shortly again. Thank you, Darren Kagan, who's been handling the watch from Kuwait City. That's Baghdad, about help me, guys. I think it's 8 in the morning now. 8 in the morning in Baghdad, 8:04 in the morning. Familiar view. One of the questions that came up at the Pentagon press briefing today is why Baghdad TV or Iraqi TV was still being allowed on the air, why the coalition forces hadn't taken it out, and there was some hemming and hawing about that question. The argument is it allows the Iraqi government to communicate to the Iraqi people the Saddam Hussein's speech 24 hours ago that Darren just referred to as an example of that. If you're trying to rally your forces or threaten the opposition or both, Iraqi state TV or any of the other TV channels, one of which is owned by one of Saddam's sons, is a way to do it. And so the briefers were asked why they have not yet taken Iraqi TV off the air, and the answer was basically because General Franks has decided not to yet. We just ask the question sometime. Anyway, that's we have these pictures now, and if the general changes his mind, takes Iraqi TV off the air, we will likely lose whatever window we've had into Baghdad. We have been working so far today mostly from the south of the country toward Baghdad in our coverage, it seems. Qasar, we've talked about the problems in Basra without water and electricity and the humanitarian problem that's causing. We'll take some time in this half hour of our coverage to work a little bit through the northern part of the country. A second front is taking shape to the north, and that part of the story is being covered for us by CNN's Ben Wiedemann.
Yes, good morning, Aaron. Well, last night it was a very intense night of bombing here where we are, which is about 28 miles to the east of Mosul. We heard some very heavy explosions and felt some shock waves that really shook the foundations of the hut we're living in here. Now, this comes at a time when it does appear, as you said, that the pieces of a northern front are falling into place. Smoke rises over an Iraqi army frontline position, hit by coalition aircraft as the northern front begins to smolder. Planes came and started bombing, says this Kurdish fighter. We didn't see them because they were so high, but we saw the Iraqi military bases that were hit, and we saw Iraqi soldiers were killed. The strikes took place outside the Kurdish town of Chamchamal, not far from the oil-rich region around Kirkuk, under Baghdad's control. Also under Baghdad's sway, Mosul, a city now shrouded in smoke. Mosul continues to take a pounding. American bombs demolishing presidential palaces, military targets, and intelligence facilities. After several false starts, U.S. forces are finally beginning to arrive. Their essentially military mission coupled with humanitarian goals.
First, to assist in the deconfliction of military activities. Second, to synchronize humanitarian assistance and military operations. And third, assist in the coordination of relief operations in northern Iraq.
Kurdish authorities worked feverishly to prepare 2 airstrips for American troops. Those troops began arriving in the north Sunday. When they're deployed, they'll be assisted by more than 60,000 Kurdish Peshmerga, lightly armed but enthusiastic troops with plenty of experience fighting the Iraqi army. And Aaron, Kurdish officials here are saying that they're hoping that the United States will bring its significant air power to bear on frontline positions like those behind me, where we've seen Iraqi forces digging in ever deeper, bringing in more heavy artillery and equipment, and the Kurds hope that those will be knocked out sooner rather than later. Aaron?
Ben, one question, and then I want to bring Kevin. There's Kevin. I want to bring Kevin Seitz in as well. Has all of this changed, this increase in activity, in just the last 24 hours?
Well, really, it's been gradual, but certainly the last 24 hours we've seen an intensification of the bombing. We've seen this senior American official, Major General Pete Osman of the United States Marine Corps, come out in public and basically say that we are here and we are going to begin the process of putting together the pieces of a northern front. Otherwise, for instance, the preparations on the Iraqi positions behind me, those have been going on for the last week or so, really gradually but intensifying in the last few days. Now, you'll notice, however, the weather seems to be hampering some of this activity. It's very cold, very windy, very cloudy, and at night very foggy, which might make military activity a little more complicated in this area. But yes, as you say, certainly we have seen in the last 24 to 48 hours a definite intensification of activity in this area.
Complication seems to be the word of the day. Kevin Seitz joins us. Also, Kevin, I'm not precisely sure where you are or what you've been up to, so why don't you give us the one-paragraph overview and we'll go from there.
Okay, Aaron, I'll try to fill you in. I'm in Cham Chamal. It's about 40 kilometers from Kirkuk, and within the last 5 minutes, we just heard 3 major explosions. It's very overcast here, so we can't really see that much, but 3 major explosions that we can certainly feel the concussions, even as far as the distance that we have from Kirkuk. Now, what we think is that there was some heavy bombing last night, about possibly 6 to 8 explosions in that particular region. That's west of us. But those explosions that we heard this morning seem to be coming from the southwest of us. Now, we can't pinpoint it, obviously, but our PUK sources, our Kurdish fighter sources here on the ground, tell us there's a full Iraqi division called the Al-Mathana Division, which is southeast of Kirkuk. And it may be that location that those bombers are trying to hit at this point. Obviously, U.S. forces and Peshmerga forces are going to have to take care of that division if they're going to advance on Kirkuk. And so that may be what they're doing right now. As I said, last night there were about 6 to 8 explosions. It wasn't necessarily heavy bombing in Kirkuk from what we could tell. But periodically we did see very, very bright white flashes in the sky. They must have been powerful bombs to see that from where we're at, especially since there were overcast skies. However, yesterday morning about 10 a.m., the Iraqi front line where we're at right now, we're only about 1,000 meters from these Iraqis. When we get out our binoculars, Aaron, we can actually see them walking along the ridgetop. They were hit, according to our PUK sources, with 8 bombs here on this ridge line. This is a lightly defended front line. They have the hillside. It's basically a stopping point, stopping any kind of advance on the road to Kirkuk. But